Following the last episode, Aqing brought Gu Changge to Jiutang City to find her family. As soon as she stepped inside, she exclaimed excitedly, "Grandpa, Mom, I almost didn't get to see you two again." With that, Aqing ran over and hugged her mother tightly. After a long period of separation, everyone was extremely moved to be reunited. Aqing's grandfather patted his little granddaughter's head and said, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Her mother burst into tears of emotion, scolding, "You little brat, running away from home without a word. Do you know how worried I've been for the past 6 months?" Aqing choked up. "I'm sorry, Mom, I won't leave again this time." "Oh right, Dad probably didn't fall into the hands of those extraterritorial heavenly devils, did he? According to the news I gathered, Dad broke through at the critical moment and escaped into a spatial rift. I knew it, he wouldn't be so easily taken down." Behind them, Gu Changge thought to himself, "As expected, there are clues." Just then, everyone's attention turned to Gu Changge. The old patriarch spoke up. "Is this young master the one who saved you? Grandpa will definitely reward him handsomely," Aqing replied. "Yes, young master Gu saved me, and he's actually from beyond the heavens too." Hearing this, both of their expressions darkened with worry, their faces drained of color. The young man standing behind them showed a hint of suspicion, his eyebrows furrowed in discomfort. Suddenly he turned to him and said, "Lin Yin, you can step back first." Hearing this, he patted his chest and replied loudly, "City Lord, I can stay and protect you and the young miss safely?" "Well, that's fine too." Amidst the tense atmosphere, Aqing smiled and continued, "Grandpa, don't be so tense. Young Master Gu is definitely a good person. Not only did he save me, but he also saved Xuandai in Nanhuang City, and even the ruler of the Nanming dynasty has met him." The city lord was dumbfounded. What the heck? Huh? Only then did Aqing notice the young man standing next to the old city lord, who was dressed as a steward. She was a little suspicious. In her memory, the steward of Jiutang City should be an old servant who had served for many years, so how did he become such a strange young man now? She wondered. "Grandpa, who is this?" Aqing's grandpa immediately introduced, "His name is Lin Yin, Lin Shu's grandson. Lin Shu passed away from illness some time ago, and he came to apply for the job, so I let him take over the position of steward that Lin Shu left behind. Thanks to Lin Yin during this time, otherwise Jiutang City would have fallen into chaos. After your parents left, his father's enemies came to the door, and it was also Lin Yin who secretly helped." After being introduced, he quickly bowed, cupping his hands respectfully to greet the young miss. Aqing replied, "No need to be so polite, and thank you for your help." Behind them, Gu Changge observed Lin Yin for a while, thinking to himself, "If I'm not mistaken, this person is just an avatar, and the strength of his true body is probably even above Ada. He must have secretly dealt with those enemies. He has such strong luck, yet he came to a small, nameless city to be a steward. How interesting." Because of Aqing's return, the entire Jiutang City suddenly became much more lively. The city lord's mansion immediately held a banquet. In such tense times of war, with dark clouds covering everything, this banquet somewhat dispelled the heavy fog in everyone's hearts. However, the matter related to Gu Change's origins was only spread by word of mouth within the city lord's mansion, and absolutely not allowed to leak out, so as to avoid unnecessary shock. During the banquet, after listening carefully to what Aqing had experienced during that tragic time, even almost being treated as a prisoner and shot to death, everyone was frightened and shuddered at the thought. The old city lord and the high-level officials also completely let go of their last worries about Gu Changge. The old man spoke up. "Thank you, young Master Gu, for saving my granddaughter. This old man toasts you a cup to express my gratitude." Gu Changge replied, "Lord City Lord is too kind. Cheers." Gu saw Aqing sitting next to Gu Changge, and her mother said a little awkwardly, "Aqing, why don't you sit next to Mom? Is it convenient to sit next to young Master Gu?" Aqing was already used to it, so she wasn't as polite and constrained as her mother. She replied, "No, I want to sit next to my benefactor." Gu Changge also said with a smile, "Haha, it's fine." Just then, the city lord continued, "Hearing young Master Changge say that you come from the upper realm, I wonder what kind of place that is." Gu Changge said, "If Lord City Lord is interested, then I, Gu, will tell you all about it. It is a very vast place, bordering countless worlds, blah blah blah." Gu Changge got carried away and rambled on for a long time. Lin Yin listened silently, his mind full of thoughts. Outside, the moon was high in the sky, shining brightly everywhere. Lin Yin quietly left the banquet. He stood silently on a high tree, thinking to himself, "A place where myriad worlds converge, so the extraterritorial is such a vast world, the heavens and earth are boundless, and the realms are also endless. Above the sword immortal continent, what realm is there after all? I feel that my realm has reached the limit that this world can contain, but there is still no clue about the gate to break through the void." Legend has it that Jiutang City was once the place where an unparalleled sword immortal lived in seclusion 800,000 years ago. He was the only person ever recorded to have successfully broken through the void, but I have searched for half a year and still haven't found any relics left by that senior. If I still can't find it in a few days, then I have to go back to Shu sect. Senior brother suddenly activated the sword immortal tear. I wonder what happened. He was originally a disciple of Shu sect, but because the teacher he apprenticed to had a very high status, His position in Shu sect was extremely important, and he was even revered as little ancestor, but if calculated according to his real age, he is only over 20 years old. Suddenly, he sensed something, and his eyes widened in surprise. This is the profound heavenly earth spiritual energy, and the sharp sword intent. I finally found it. With that thought, he immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke, wandering all over the city, seemingly trying to find something. Suddenly, he stopped in a certain area of Gu Changge city. That place was originally a dense, ancient forest, with large patches of ancient mulberry and sephora trees growing. It's a pity that most of them have withered and died. The old, gnarled trees, many with hollow trunks like empty tubes, still stubbornly exist, looking like dragons coiling and lying motionless here. However, from those ancient trees, there were signs of the extraordinary appearing at this moment. Light mist rose, and in the blink of an eye, vague phantoms appeared, with countless interwoven sword energies blooming like thousands of rays of light. It was as if an unparalleled sword immortal had once practiced swordsmanship here, and his datu rhythm and aura were deeply engraved in the heavens and earth. Even after countless years, that imprint still remained on this land. Lin Yin muttered to himself. 800,000 years ago, that senior used the sword to communicate with the divine, reaching the heavens above and severing the 9 underworlds below. I thought it was just a legend, but now that I have witnessed it with my own eyes, I know that the rumors are not false at all, and they can't even describe 1/10,000th of it. If I can comprehend the Daoyo here, I will definitely be able to sense the sword Daoyo inheritance of the peerless sword immortal. Just a trace of the remaining sword luck is already an unimaginable treasure. In his prime, he had definitely transcended the shackles of the sword mystical great world. With that, he stretched out his arms and absorbed the spiritual energy, inhaling it, his heart filled with satisfaction. Haha, awesome. But unexpectedly, amidst the powerful rays of spiritual energy, a faint ray of dark energy appeared. He quickly realized, his eyes widening in disbelief. Something's not right. There's a problem. He hurriedly retreated, but his body suffered a backlash, immediately coughing up a mouthful of blood. Lin Yin gritted his teeth in anger. Holy crap, this place doesn't just have the sword luck of the senior, what else is here? Could someone have gotten the inheritance first? Gu Changge was quite surprised. His strength is actually stronger than most of the young talents in this world, and he can even see through me. Just now, I tried to invade the Son of Destiny's mind with my divine sense, but he detected it immediately. That surprised Gu Changge a bit. If he wasn't protected by the heavenly Tao of this world, he definitely wouldn't have been able to sense my probing. Gu Changge thought to himself. This is the first time my little trick has been discovered. I'll let him off for now. I want to see who he really is. On the other side, Lin Yin, still in shock, exclaimed, That's divine sense, and he's carrying the sword luck with him. This place is indeed a bit strange. Forget it. I'll head back first. Scene changed to Gu Changge City, the Wu family's residence. Inside, the Wu family head said, Did you hear? Miss Aqing is back from beyond the heavens. The young man with her is also from beyond the heavens. The news has already spread from Nanhuang province. Everyone's freaking out. What the? Are you sure about that, master? It's said that he's the young Mrs. Savior. He continued, HMPH. Being her savior is useless now. I heard that his identity in the heavens is not simple. And he is the head of the Wu family, Wu Xing, he went on. An old sword immortal from the Shu sect has issued an order, wanting to gather all the sword immortals in the world to capture that young man. An elder exclaimed in surprise. Master, is this true? Wu Xing said. Absolutely confirmed. News from the Shu sect says sword immortals from all over are gathering, planning to use the name of the emperor to command the lords. As long as they capture that young man, they can solve the problem of the outer realm. Heavenly devil, we're right in front of it, if my Wu family lends a hand this time. Before the family head could finish, an elder interrupted. That won't do, family head. It's said that there's an existence as strong as the 9th realm by his side, if we act rashly. Wu Xing angrily shouted. You idiot! Who said we have to take action? Then, before the sword immortals arrive in Gu Changge City, we just need to secretly track his whereabouts and keep sending information. Wouldn't that be making a contribution? Hearing this, a woman said worriedly. Family head, this is a bit risky. If we're discovered, the Wu family might— Wu Xing cut her off furiously. If you're that scared, what can you even do? The other families in the city probably know about this too. They'll do the same thing. Fortune favors the bold. If we succeed, my Wu family will be the heroes who save the world. Besides, only we know that you're all 6th realm powerhouses. Just be careful. How would he find out? But what they didn't expect was that Gu Changge had heard every word of their conversation. Ada, standing behind, spoke up. Master, do you need me to crush them to death? Gu Changge said calmly. Just a bunch of ants. No need to kill them. Let them follow us. On the contrary, what I care about is the so-called Sword Immortal Order. Looks like they don't want to follow the path I've laid out, Day. I'll give you a bit more power later. You're a bit lacking right now. I told you to find the world's will for me, yet you're out causing trouble. Haha. Scene change. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, Lin Yin felt a glowing jade slip in his robes. As the little grandmaster of the Shu sect, even though he had left the sect, he still received important news first. Lin Yin exclaimed. It seems that the origin of that guy is definitely not as simple as what the young woman Aqing said. She must have hidden something. Is that the ice-cold aura of Swordcliffe's Snow Senior sister arriving? Just then, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared outside Jiyutang City. Her green hair seeming to have been stained by the freezing wind, exuding a cold and aloof aura, carrying a distant and unapproachable temperament. The guards at the gate suddenly felt a sudden chill. Achu, why is it so cold all of a sudden? One guard was confused. I thought I saw someone over there just now. Why did they disappear? The one next to him said, there's no one there. The truth was that Jianshu swept through the inner city lightly, appearing and disappearing. None of the guards noticed her arrival. While Aqing and her grandfather were sitting and talking, Grandpa, what did you call me here to talk about? The city lord said. This matter is related to young master Gu Yu. Aqing, I hope you can take care of yourself. Suddenly sensing something strange, the city lord turned his face out in shock. Snow Sword Immortal, he thought to himself. Is it because of the Sword Immortal order? It can't be that fast, right? And why is it just her? Just as she walked inside, she coldly said, I want. Zhui Jiantian unexpectedly charged straight into the Nanming Emperor's residence. With extraordinary inner strength, she advanced deep inside without a single guard noticing her intrusion. Inside, the Nanming Emperor and Aqing jumped in fright. Before they could understand what was happening, Zhu Jiantian stated that she wanted to meet that young master from beyond the realm. Just then, Gu Changge was already standing right behind her. He coldly said, You are the master of Jianya. Zhui Jiantian. Gu Changge's appearance made the Nanming Emperor even more panicked. Benefactor! Aqing was equally surprised. Master! Following the direction of the voice, Zhu Jiantian glanced back, thinking to herself, This is the young master Gu Yu everyone's talking about. Then, she clearly stated, That's right, from the Nanming Emperor. I know everything you've told me. I only want to know one thing. Are you truly worthy of my trust? Gu Changge smiled faintly. Trust? Then, he stepped closer, face to face with Jian Xian, and said, Dude, you're wearing a mask and asking me if I'm trustworthy? Don't you think it's funny? Why don't you take off your mask and then talk to me? Underneath the mask, Zhui Jiantian frowned slightly. Although she was often rumored to be the #1 beauty of Namhuang continent, very few people had actually seen her true face. After her cultivation reached the level of a continental sword immortal, no one dared to be rude or speak impudently in front of her like this. Immediately, she tightened her grip on her sword hilt, ready to fight. Gu Changge also noticed this, and continued to threaten coldly, You want to die? Seeing this, Aqing's face turned pale with worry, muttering, What should I do? Just then, Xuandai stepped forward. She could clearly sense that Gu Changge's attitude towards Zhui Jiantian was completely different from the gentleness he usually showed them. Could it be because Zhui Jiantian's identity was still unclear, even carrying hostility? She hurriedly interjected, Master, Jiyu Gongzi isn't like those extraterritorial demons. Aqing happily exclaimed, Xuandai, you're here too? Great! Xuandai didn't have time to respond, and quickly ran to Zhui Jiantian's side, then turned to Gu Changge with a smile. Jiyu Gongzi, my master really has no malicious intent, she just wants to talk to you. Gu Changge coldly smiled, and casually replied, No malicious intent? Then you ask her what's the meaning of the Sword Immortal Decree. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned extremely shocked, because that was confidential information. How could Gu Changge know about it? Aqing stammered. Sword Immortal Decree? Isn't that a secret order of the Shu sect? Capable of summoning all the sword immortals in the world? Used only when something extremely serious happens? She turned to her grandpa in confusion. Grandpa reluctantly gave a forced smile and said, Jiyu Gongzi, I was originally planning to inform you about this matter. Without letting him finish, Gu Changge interrupted. Old City Lord doesn't need to explain. Actually, I knew it long ago. The people of this world won't trust me anyway, Aqing said with slight sadness. Benefactor. While Gu Changge was still lecturing, it's all just a waste of my effort, but I've already said, I'm a peace-loving person, as long as no one messes with me first. Zhu Jiantian clasped her hands and said, Jiyu Gongzi, the Shu sect Sword Immortal Decree has nothing to do with our Jianya, but the other continental sword immortals have already received the news. I'm afraid they're on their way to Jiyutang City now. They know you have a special identity and want to capture you, forcing the extraterritorial demons to leave this world. Gu Changge chuckled lightly. Capture me? You think they can do it? Ade, standing behind him, couldn't help but laugh. That's hilarious. Someone wants to capture Gu Changge? They can kiss my ass. Haha, this world holds no interest for Gu Changge. Zhui Jiantian continued. I know your strength is even greater than that guardian, but you also know this world has its own will and rules. What if you're suppressed and can't display your true power? Besides, this time, everyone who's coming has reached the continental sword immortal realm. Gu Changge coldly said, I know. Zhui Jiantian can leave. Hearing this, she jumped in fright and exclaimed, Don't you have any other goals? I think we can still reach a consensus. Gu Changge coldly said, Consensus? As long as you guys don't actively provoke me, everything will be fine. If there's no enmity, I won't bother competing for power with anyone. Zhu Jiantian continued. Gongzi, Rest assured, the Sword Immortal decree really has nothing to do with Jianya. Xuan Dai, standing beside her, breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, Master. Benefactor isn't a bad person to begin with. If he really wanted to harm us, he would have done so long ago. Moreover, with his strength, he wouldn't even need to resort to schemes or tricks. Gu Changge thought to himself. Jianya might not provoke me, but this Jianshuan great world isn't just Jianya. Suddenly, the space shook violently. One could clearly feel terrifying sword energies rapidly approaching outside the sky. Just based on the aura alone, one could tell that the number was definitely not small. Shu Jiantian blurted out. Not good, someone's coming. Sensing that violent fluctuation of aura, the major families in Jiyutang City immediately jumped in fright. The eyes of the clan leaders all flashed with a gleam, as if they had guessed something. Without hesitation, they immediately ordered all the experts in their clans to advance outward. The opportunity has come. Clan experts, once the great sword immortals engage him, we'll take the opportunity to assist. This is our clan's chance to enter the ranks of the top powers. Outside, as expected, there were many people. The experts had arrived outside Namhuang continent. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared, one leader said. Let this old man test the strength of this extraterritorial one first. The two of you, help me secure the formation. Another person behind him said. Then we'll trouble Star God's Sword Immortal, he said aggressively. You are Gongzi Gu? Gu Changge strolled forward and said arrogantly. So, the Sword Immortals of this continent are only this capable? How boring. I can't even be bothered to lift a finger. The other party angrily shouted. Don't be so arrogant. Every extraterritorial demon must be killed. If you know what's good for you, this old man advises you to surrender obediently. Before he could finish speaking, Zhui Jiangxian appeared in front of Gu Changge, coldly saying, Star Sword Immortal, don't be foolish. Young Master Gu has no malicious intent towards the sword profound great world. You're only inviting disaster upon yourself. A large crowd gathered below, gasping in astonishment. What the? Wasn't he with Miss Aqing? How is he an extraterritorial demon? That's Shui Jiangxian. I can't believe I'm seeing her here. Dunning was also present, and he couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, Damn! Why is senior sister Shu helping someone from another world? The old man roared in fury. Shu Jiangxian, you know that my descendants died at the hands of extraterritorial demons. Now you're protecting him, which means you're opposing me, and you're opposing the entire world. With that, he raised his sword high, releasing a surging killing intent, and unleashed the stellar blood sacrifice. At that moment, 12 stellar divine swords descended simultaneously, each sword carrying an incomparably terrifying power. Accompanied by the resounding roars of the gods and demons of the heavens, as if tearing through the void, someone exclaimed in shock. What is he trying to do? The city lord said worriedly. He wants to refine the entire city, Xuan Dai said. He's blinded by hatred, not caring about the innocent people in Jiyucheng City. Damn it, when immortals fight, why must innocent people be involved? One sword, one world. The 12 stellar divine arrays erupted with earth-shattering sword Dao might. Each sword as if opening up its own realm, within which the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water revolved, like the evolution of a miniature universe. This is the power of a continental sword immortal. All the cultivators in Jiyucheng City were suppressed by that terrifying aura, trembling incessantly. Many couldn't resist, and even unconsciously wanted to kneel down, bowing towards the source of the sword energy. The Star Sword Immortal, who comprehended the stars outside the domain 6,000 years ago, and relied on that to step into the final stage of the Sword Immortal realm. Today his stellar sword Dao has reached the point of transformation, and the 12 stellar divine arrays before him contain the power of gods and demons, capable of destroying all enemies. Zhu Jian said, Star Sword Immortal, do you really want to attack? I'm saving you. The old man laughed and said, Saving me? Ridiculous, Shu girl. I think you've been bewitched by him to say such things. Shu Jiangxian continued. But what about the people in the city? They're innocent, he shouted. What's wrong with sacrificing a little for the sake of this world? The weak will be refined into stars. Don't blame this old man for being heartless. This move must achieve its greatest power, kill gods if they block obstacles. Before he could finish speaking, he was sucker punched. The one who attacked was none other than Adada, one punch sending the old man to meet King Yama. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Sui Jiangxian's eyes widened in shock. Not only that, but the young sword immortals who had intended to come here to take Gu Changge's life also turned pale with fright. A continental sword immortal died just like that, causing the entire Jiyucheng city to explode in a heaven-shaking shock. Those who witnessed the scene trembled so much that their faces turned white, and in their hearts they had only one feeling. The sky is really about to fall. In everyone's minds, a continental sword immortal was a symbol of invincibility, an existence that they could hardly imagine being defeated. But at this moment, someone called an extraterritorial demon easily killed such a person, as easily as crushing a tiny life. That realization caused their worldview to begin to crack, collapsing, piece by piece. Dunning was no exception, his heart racing as he thought. That's a body that far surpasses the realm of a continental sword immortal. What kind of being is he? Above, Ji Yu Liang turned to Shui Jiangxian and said meaningfully, "There must be a force behind him." Su Jiangxian was startled and said, "This matter was done by the Star Sword Immortal on his own initiative and has nothing to do with the Sword Profound World." Then Gu Changge turned to Ada and gave the order, "Ada, eliminate the force behind him. I'll take care of the remaining 3. The truth is that Da's strength was already at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Da immediately obeyed the order after hearing this. "Yes, master." Ahead, they panicked and ran away. A girl ran and said in confusion, "Why isn't he rejected by the will of heaven and earth?" The person next to her shouted, "Don't worry about that anymore. Run! Scatter and run!" "Over here," Gu Changge said coldly. "Run?" A murderous intent flashed in Gu Change's eyes as he spread his arms wide and said, "The price must still be paid." Immediately, 2 giant hands rushed towards the location of the 2 who had just fled. They were terrified. "Have mercy. We only follow the Sword Immortal Order of the Shu Sect. We're just following orders. Please spare us, young master." Gu Changge sneered, "I told you, I like peace. Don't provoke me. Why do you keep wanting to bully a kind person like me?" Gu Change's hand tightened, and at the same time, he sent those 2 to meet their ancestors in the blink of an eye. After dealing with them, Gu Changge said indifferently, "Rest assured, the old Sword Immortal of the Shu Sect will soon be down there to meet you 2. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Shu Jiangxian was stunned, unable to speak. Everyone shuddered in fear, their faces pale. Xuandai's legs went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling. "Aqing, did you see that? He just killed 3 Sword Immortals." Aqing replied in confusion. "Perhaps this is the true nature of our benefactor. He was too gentle in front of us." Not far away, Dunning's face was pale, his heart trembling. "I once thought I stood at the peak of this world. Even if I met a powerful outsider, I could still fight. I didn't expect I was still too weak, but clearly this world doesn't allow such a strong existence to appear. How did he descend?" Gu Changge always says he's a peace-loving guy, but only if no one messes with him. Turns out, anyone who did mess with him ended up 6 feet under. From Xingchen's Sword Immortal to that Wu family crew, he wiped them all out like it was nothing. Not far away, Yu Huang's gang heard about this world issuing a Sword Immortal decree to capture Gu Changge, and just lost it, cracking up. A Sword Immortal decree targeting Gu Changge? Aha, talk about picking the wrong fight. They're basically slapping a tiger on the head. What a joke they're asking for it. Yu Feiya said somberly. "Looks like the next few days are going to be rough for the Shu Sect." She sighed, thinking, "Man, hopefully none of our guys pull a stunt like that." Cut to inside the Shu Sect, where Tuoba Xiaoyao is pretending to read while the disciples are buzzing outside. "Did you hear? This Sword Immortal decree was issued by our old sect leader against everyone's wishes. And now that super strong dude named Gu is heading straight for us." The elders are all meeting in the main hall to figure out what to do. They say that Gu guy can wipe out a whole continent of Sword Immortals with just a flick of his wrist. Holy crap. Oh my god. Are we screwed or what? Tuoba Xiaoyao overheard their conversation and thought, if that old Sword Immortal actually brings the war here to the Shu Sect, we're in deep trouble. Looks like I gotta move faster and find a way to fix this. Cut to Gu Changge arriving at the Shu Sect, emanating a powerful aura. That aura was coming from Lin Yin. He was sitting there, quietly cultivating, surrounded by countless swords stacked on top of each other. He thought to himself, although he holds the secret I seek, this disaster before us is not only an enemy of our Shu Sect, but a great enemy of the entire Sword Profound world. Not only are my master and everyone else not his match, I am far inferior, and even the ancestor who survived the tribulation back then, I am afraid, would not be able to cope. Now that it has come to this, I can only make a trip to the Traceless Valley. Otherwise, before the Sword Profound world is destroyed, my Shu Sect will be leveled first. At the same time, inside the main hall of the Shu Sect, many elders were present. Above, the old Sword Immortal looked at their faces and uncomfortably said, "What's with those faces? Are you blaming me? Now that things have come to this, that Gu kid definitely won't let our Shu Sect off the hook." Zhu's Sword Immortal betrayed Swordcliff. But Swordcliff isn't just her. The only way now is to unite with the major forces to fight to the end. Then there's still a glimmer of hope. "What are you all doing here, planning a rebellion?" The elder next to him continued. "That's right, everyone. What the old sect leader said makes sense. Even if the extraterrestrial demon descends, we must stand united against the enemy. What's the loss of a few Sword Immortals?" Below, one of the elders said, "What Uncle Master said is not wrong, but the strength of that young Master Gu far exceeds even the invading extraterrestrial demons. Our Shu Sect did not need to bring about this disaster ourselves." They started to clamor, "That's right, old coot. You're an elder of Swordcliff, coming to our Shu Sect to sow the seeds of doom. What's the intention?" "That's right, we must deal with him first." Hearing this, the old sect leader helplessly shouted, "Are you land Sword Immortals really this cowardly?" Another one said rudely, "Uncle Master, we all understand what you're saying, but the Shu Sect really can't bear it. Starsword Valley had some spirit, but now it's just a pile of ruins. Even if that Gu kid has malicious intentions, before he shows his true colors, we can still delay and find a way to solve it. So you guys want to hand me over to beg for mercy? To avoid disaster? Uncle Master, please don't make things difficult for us." He was crazy now, his eyes flared with anger and he roared, Good, very good. Don't forget the disciple I love, Lin Yin. If he breaks free from his shackles in the future, I hope you don't regret it. I believe he is the last hope of this world, not the will of heaven and earth you are entrusting to. Not far away, Lin Yin turned his gaze towards the Shu sect, his heart filled with determination. Master, you must live. Wait for me to return. Outside, the battle between the disciples of the Shu sect and those from the extraterrestrial demon realm was still cruel, people dying like flies. But in the hearts of the Shu sect disciples, there was still determination, vowing to protect the Shu sect and not let them cross the line. Hearing this, they shouted, "Haha, you numbskulls, you're really stubborn, you're about to die." At that moment, Gu Changge's group appeared, accompanied by Shu Sword Immortal, Aqing, Xuan Dai, and Ada. The young prodigies were stunned to see Gu Changge's appearance. Young Master Change is here. Make way. The Shu sect disciples were flipping out. What? He's here so soon. Damn it. Immediately, they clasped their hands respectfully. Greetings, young Master Change. Greetings, young Master Change. Zhu Sword Immortal thought, this person has unimaginable power in their world. Xuan Dai was still in shock and exclaimed softly, Aqing. Aqing was not surprised and smiled calmly. It's not strange. Our benefactor has an extremely high status in the upper realm. No one dares to be disrespectful. The disciples of the Shu sect fearfully stood aside, their faces pale and a little frightened. One disciple had just managed to say a few words when he was stopped by his teammate, covering his mouth. Zhu Sword Immortal thought, it seems they have received the news. One disciple of the Shu sect turned to his senior brother and whispered, Senior brother, didn't you say you'd swear to protect them to the death? He gritted his teeth and replied, Are you stupid? When the strength is equal, it's called swearing to protect them to the death. But when the death is too far off, it's called death that's not worth it. Gu Changge sensed the familiar aura approaching and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, that incarnation is flying straight towards here. Quickly, Gu Changge was inside the Shu sect's residence, sitting imposingly on their chair, and said casually, You guys really know what's what? If you had been like this from the start, I wouldn't have needed to come here myself. Xuan Dai was still in shock, and whispered to Aqing. The Shu sect handed over the old Sword Immortal themselves to avoid disaster. Aqing replied, This matter is the fault of the Shu sect. The benefactor has done nothing wrong. Xuan Dai continued, Now that the great disaster is at hand, the Shu sect's actions are considered wise, but I'm afraid it will make other forces dissatisfied. An elder stood up and said, Young Master Gu, the actions of the old Sword Immortal are not entirely the intention of the Shu sect. Now we have captured him and his comrades from Sword Cliff, waiting for your decision, he stubbornly said. Zhu girl, you really shame the sect's reputation. Sword Cliff will be destroyed in your hands. Hearing this, Shui Jiangxian didn't know what to say, only sighed softly in silence. Ada stepped forward and shouted, Kneel down! The head of the Shu sect loudly declared, I would rather die than suffer humiliation. If I even blink, I'm not worthy of my name. Before he could finish speaking, whack, 8-Day landed a solid punch, and the old guy kicked the bucket right then and there. Seeing this scene, they were so scared they almost pissed themselves, trembling as they looked at each other, sweat pouring down their faces like rain, and whispering in shaky voices. To think a land sword immortal's body could be taken out with one punch and... The news was true! The guy next to him signaled him to shut his mouth. Just then, Adam moved close to their faces, exuding a surging killing intent, and said in a cold voice, Kneel! Helpless, he had no other choice but to kneel down miserably. Gu Changge smiled and said, What's the point of keeping your cultivation if you're already a prisoner? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Changge immediately sucked away his cultivation. The old man screamed in pain. Ah, my cultivation, Gu Changge said. Now that this old Sword Immortal's cultivation is gone, I, Gu, will spare your life and temporarily imprison you in the sword prison. Rest assured, I'm not the kind of demon who kills indiscriminately. If you know what's good for you, I naturally won't pursue the matter. Below, the Shu sect elders paled in fear. One of them, forced a smile, clasped his hands, and said, We've long heard that young Master Gu is different from the extraterrestrial demons. Your benevolence puts us to shame. Gu Changge said nothing, only thinking to himself, This old Sword Immortal seems to be the master of that child of destiny. Keeping him around might be useful later, but there's no aura of Lin Yin here, so he must have left temporarily. Xuan Dai was stunned. Young Master Gu is letting this go so easily, without implicating the Shu sect. Aqing, still firm in her belief in Gu Changge, added, I told you, benefactor is a good person. Over here, Gu Changge continued. Then I'll trouble you, Shu sect, to prepare accommodations for us. I, Gu, and Shu Jiangxian still have some things to do. A few days later, a large crack suddenly appeared in the void. The space trembled, stunning the people present. They saw a powerhouse surpassing the 9th realm. At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful girl appeared. The truth is, her strength had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Someone's voice rang out. Damn it, where is the will of heaven and earth of our world? Why hasn't it appeared yet? HMPH, finally we can descend. That kid with the surname Gu arrived too early. Hurry up, don't let him eat up all the resources. I heard he's a bit weird. I wonder what he's up to here. At the same time, inside the small world, Gu Changge stood there with his hands behind his back, his simple white robe free of dust, making him look even more otherworldly. He raised his head to look into the distance, where the sword energy of the Shu sect was swirling around the forbidden palace, a hint of inscrutable contemplation flashing in his eyes. Before him was a large ancient tree with fiery red leaves. It had originally been a dead tree, but now it was once again radiating a thick vitality. Gu Changge said, "Very good. After devouring the origin of this world, the epoch Dao fruit is almost ripe. When that time comes, spread the news. Don't even mention Dao attainers. Even those old monsters comparable to remnant immortals will fight to take the bait. I just need to subtly remind them not to drag our own ancestor here. That would be troublesome." Gu Changge quickly teleported back to his room. As soon as the door opened, Gu Changge saw Shui, Jiangxian and Ada already sitting there waiting for him. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward and stifling, and they looked at each other in silence. Gu Changge spoke up. "Hey, you two. Why are you staring at each other? Too free, huh?" Shu Jiangxian stood up abruptly and asked, "Young Master Gu, the matter with the Shu sect is over. What else are we doing here?" Gu Changge replied, "Shu Jiangxian, don't be impatient. You'll know in a moment." Xuan Dai said in confusion, "Wait a moment." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly sensed an extremely powerful sword intent approaching. She was stunned. Such a strong sword intent. Outside, high above, Tuoba Xiaoyao had changed his disguise and returned to his true appearance, declaring heroically, "Gu Changge, I've come to fulfill our agreement." Gu Changge smiled. "Good, you're quite punctual." Tuoba Xiaoyao continued, "I want to confirm the safety of my younger sister first." Gu Changge immediately soared into the air, flying towards Tuoba Xiaoyao. How did he find a way to separate from the chief heavenly sword? Xuan Dai looked at the scene in confusion. "Master, what's happening?" Zhui Jiankexian was equally surprised. "Chief heavenly sword? I've never heard of it, but it must be very sacred. So that's his purpose for coming to this world." High above, Gu Changge immediately projected an image of Tuoba Xiaoyao's younger sister, currently safe in Gu Wudi's arms. Gu Changge said, "Are you satisfied now?" Tuoba Xiaoyao pursed his lips, filled with frustration, hating that he was useless and couldn't protect his younger sister. Then he shouted. Following his promise to Gu Changge, Tuoba Xiaoyao came to him to hand over the Chengtian sword, immediately after confirming his younger sister was safe. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light bloomed between his eyebrows. A flickering radiance converged, forming a sword talisman the size of a hand. The talisman body was transparent, and its surface was covered with ancient patterns. Within that sword talisman, the shadows of ancient ferocious beasts appeared. True dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, coyote, bifang, all transformed into sword images, emitting a sharp keng-keng sound like a divine sword awakening. At the same time, an infinitely high sword intent shot straight into the sky, as if to tear open the universe. That pressure poured down on every corner of the Shu sect, causing all the elders and disciples to pale. Their hearts raced, and their spirit swords were suppressed, as if wanting to kneel in submission to the sword's emperor. In the forging forbidden area, countless silent divine swords suddenly trembled in unison, their sword cries echoing like an army of thousands. Each sword seemed to want to escape the sword pond and fly to Tuoba Xiaoyao to bow down in servitude. Why did such a terrifying phenomenon appear in Shu sect's sword-forging pond? The elders and disciples were pale-faced and trembling all over. Their skin felt pierced by the sword energy, aching as if about to turn to dust. The spirit swords in their bodies were almost out of control, nearly collapsing before Tuoba Xiaoyao. In the past, Shu sect had a peerless genius. When he resonated with his spirit sword, it triggered a phenomenon that shook the entire forging pond, awakening countless divine swords and almost giving birth to a sword emperor. Unfortunately, that genius died young, while waiting for his master to transcend his tribulation. He was struck dead by the lightning tribulation, becoming Shu sect's greatest regret. Yet today, on Tuoba Xiaoyao, the sect master saw the phenomenon of that year once again. Moreover, he was using Shu sect's secret techniques. This stirred up huge waves in his heart as he constantly speculated about the young man's true identity. They panicked. They ran away. My sword ran away. Mine too. My old spirit sword is kneeling. Mine too. Why is there such a big commotion in the Shu sect? Could it be that Lin Yin really broke through? Unlike the panic-stricken sect master, Shui Jiangxian and Aqing quietly stared at Tuoba Xiaoyao's brow, where the faint sword shadow was gradually becoming clear. Their eyes were full of shock. In the sword-profound grand world, every cultivator is born with a spirit sword, which is the basis for dividing talent and determining the speed of future cultivation. Zhui Jiangexian is known as the strongest genius in 3,000 years, so the spirit sword she resonates with naturally far surpasses ordinary people. Therefore, she could feel a force beyond the rules of this world in the sword embryo that Tuoba Xiaoyao was condensing. In an instant she realized that if that power truly erupted, it would be enough to destroy the entire sword-profound grand world. He can use Shu sect's secret arts and control 10,000 swords. Is he Lin Yin? No, who exactly is he? Seeing this scene, Gu Changge thought to himself, oh, using the Chengdation sword as a medium to mobilize tens of thousands of sword energies in the area and actually touch the level of a Taoist? Thinking this, he spoke up. What are you planning to do? Tuoba Xiaoyao said coldly. Gu Changge, I know your strength is terrifying. In the upper realm, I can never be your opponent. But when you come to this lower realm, even if I don't know how you came down here, your strength must have been suppressed a lot, right? Now is the best time to kill you. Destiny wants to take my Chengfoshan sword and your life. Gu Changge exclaimed in shock. What? You? You foresaw even this step? I was careless. Tuoba Xiaoyao, we still have a way out. But Tuoba Xiaoyao was blinded by hatred. He pointed his sword straight at Gu Changge and shouted, Die! Without hesitation, Adan rushed forward to protect his master. A terrifying threat was pressing down. Not to mention sword immortals. Even those approaching the Dado realm would probably have difficulty withstanding this attack. But Gu Changge was still as calm as water. He looked at the terrifying scene without changing his expression, only smiling faintly. It's okay. The Changfoshan sword wants to fly back to me on its own, so I'll just accept it. Isn't that reasonable? In fact, in Gu Changge's calculations, he knew that Tuoba Xiaoyao would never willingly hand over the Changtian sword, and he foresaw that the other party would attack at this moment. He just didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to be so bold as to choose to attack at the most dangerous moment. Even those far away could feel the terror of that invisible pressure. The elders were stunned. Who is it? Who dares to attack young Master Gu? The sword intent is like a surging sea. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Zhu Jiangxian immediately used her spirit energy to create a protective barrier and said, Be careful, stay behind me. Tuoba Xiaoyao's attack was so powerful that the surrounding rocks shattered into pieces, and countless sword points fell rumbling down, terrifyingly. Small asteroids floating in the starry sky also shattered and turned to dust under that terrifying oppression. Only a few seconds later, the sky suddenly became calm, returning to its original peace. Shui Jiangxian slumped down wearily, breathing heavily. Behind her, Xuan Dai and Aqing were still in shock, their faces pale and terrifying. Shu Jiangxian thought to herself, if this sword strike had hit me, I would probably have turned to ashes. Suddenly, Shui Jiangxian's eyes widened in shock. What caught her eye was the image of Gu Changge, still safe and sound, unharmed, his expression calm as if nothing had happened. Gu Changge simply held the tip of Tuoba Xiaoyao's sword, pointing at him with 2 fingers, smiling faintly with disdain. Is that all you've got? Just a mosquito. Tuoba Xiaoyao was utterly shocked. WTF? No way! Gu Changge calmly said, Ade, step back. Ade replied, yes. Everyone around who witnessed the scene was shocked, their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Immediately, a giant hand appeared, squeezing Tuoba Xiaoyao, causing him to vomit a pile of blood. He looked at the scene before him, his eyes full of unwillingness, utterly despairing. At this point, he had completely understood that all the plans, calculations, schemes, and methods he had painstakingly prepared had turned into bubbles before absolute power. Before this kind of force, all conspiracies and tricks became ridiculous and meaningless. Perhaps from the beginning, he should have chosen to obediently hand over the Chengfoshan sword. If he had done so, things would not have become so tragic. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Gu Changge held the sword in his hand and said triumphantly, if this is all your capital, then you are truly pathetic. Now that it's come to this, do you have anything you want to say? Tuoba Xiaoyao was completely disappointed. Kill me. Just please spare Xingyu. Gu Changge calmly replied, okay, I'm not interested in your younger sister. Suddenly, the space twisted so violently that even Gu Changge was taken aback. In an instant, Tuoba Xiaoyao vanished from Gu Changge's embrace. Above, a spatial rift opened, sucking Tuoba Xiaoyao inside. Gu Changge looked up and casually said, Tuoba Xiaoyao's backup plan, huh? Very quickly, Tuoba Xiaoyao was completely swallowed. In that moment, the entire Shu sect domain changed color. Everyone felt a kind of incomprehensible rule appearing in the sky above, as if the heavens were being torn apart by an invisible will. Above, it was as if a giant eye was piercing through endless spacetime, silently gazing down upon the scene. Heaven and earth seemed to be split in two, and from within the decaying void, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared, shining brightly in the night sky like 2 red suns, carrying a sacred and majestic aura that pressed down on the entire sky. Countless cultivators and creatures throughout the Shu sect trembled in unison. Their hair stood on end, and cold sweat poured down like rain. Under that cold, bloodthirsty gaze, they felt every movement, every thought was seen through completely, with nothing they could hide. In that terrifying will, all of them were no different from insignificant dust, crushed by a single thought. No, what is that? There's no way a human can stand against this. Even the Shu sect master and the Snow Sword Immortal, beings who stood at the pinnacle of cultivation, couldn't control the trembling from deep within their souls. The aura radiating from that eye directly injured everyone below. The trembling Shu sect disciples were injured in an instant. At this moment, countless cultivators and creatures throughout the sword-profound grand world felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Their faces turned pale, and their breathing felt suffocated, especially the cultivators from the upper realm. They felt it more clearly than anyone else, that if they moved even a beat too slowly, their bodies would immediately be controlled by that will. In that gaze, everyone's souls were frozen, unable to move even a little. The world's radiant will swept across, carrying the aura of an emperor inspecting the desolate lands, wanting to crush all living things underfoot. What the heck is that? Get me out of here ASAP. On Yu Fei's side, they could also feel that invisible pressure. An elder immediately stepped in front of Yu Fei and Yu Ming, protecting them. Yu Fei was stunned. Uncle Ancestor, what is that? He replied. It's probably Gu Changge causing a commotion. Before that gaze, no one could resist. Even the Snow Sword Immortal had to kneel, struggling to hold on. Her face paled, thinking, it feels like falling into an ice cellar. Could it be that, unlike everyone else, Gu Changge was still unharmed, smiling excitedly? The will of heaven. I didn't expect it to be this easy to find. But why did it save Tuoba Xiaoyao, he thought. The sword sect elders were overjoyed when they found out. So it's true. At the most critical moment, the will of heaven will appear. But why is it attacking all living things? Without distinction. Quickly activate the sect's grand formation. Hurry! Gu Changge, on the other hand, was still very amused. He raised his hand and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Immediately, Gu Changge's huge hand rushed straight towards the location of the eye above. Everyone around him screamed in fear. Run! Get further away! At that moment, the Shu sect's protective grand formation shattered, and the cultivators scattered in chaos and panic. Impossible! The sect's grand formation shattered in an instant. Seeing that scene, the elders were stunned. Sect Master, our foundation, 10,000 years of work, it's over. Retreat, lead the surviving disciples far away. But just a second later, everything ended, becoming strangely peaceful. Gu Changge's hand had grasped that eye. Gu Changge said indifferently, it's gone. But in his heart he couldn't help but deny it. That's not right. This power is only equivalent to a great elder in the reincarnation realm. In this world, it's enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, but it's definitely not the true will of heaven. Thinking that, he spoke. Adai, follow that rift. If you find Tuoba Xiaoyao, kill him for me. Adai immediately replied, understood, master. Below, Xuan Diru, who had just returned from the brink of death, Guz reassured himself. Is this the hope we entrusted in him? If it weren't for young Master Gu, it would have killed us all. Snow Sword Immortal continued. He can even defy the heavens. From now on, I'm afraid no one in the sword profound world will dare to doubt him anymore. After dealing with it, Gu Changge stepped forward and cupped his hands politely. Today's matter is my fault. It was never my intention for Shu sect to be reduced to ruins. An elder replied. How can we blame young master? If that man hadn't suddenly attacked, this disaster wouldn't have happened. That's right. Catch him and chop him into 10,000 pieces. Then he wondered, only, why would the will of heaven attack the living beings in our world? Gu Lun said mysteriously. The heavens Tao of this world seems to have a problem. It's completely different from the heavens Tao I know. If we want to find the cause, I'm afraid we have to find the place where it slumbers for thousands of years first. Hearing that, they gaped their mouths and exclaimed in unison, slumbers for thousands of years? Gu Changge continued. I also don't know the location where the heavens Tao sleeps. I only read a little clue in the ancient texts. If you want to find it, you can only rely on yourselves. My purpose in coming to this world has been completed. It's time for me to leave. Aqing panicked. Benefactor, are you leaving already? Young Master Gu is really leaving. Snow Sword Immortal thought to herself. So his goal from the beginning was only the heaven-piercing sword. I even thought many times that he was plotting against our entire world. Gu Changge smiled. Lu Qiaoge successfully snatched the Chengtian sword from Tuoba Xiaoyao's hands. Just when it seemed like everything was over, a sudden change occurred. A gigantic eye opened in the void, unleashing a terrifying suction force that directly devoured Tuoba Xiaoyao. The oppressive aura spread in all directions. The heavens and earth trembled, space cracked, as if the will of heaven and earth was descending. But in an instant, Gu Changge's gaze turned cold, and he immediately saw through the truth. This power looks like it could destroy the heavens and earth. But its essence is only at the level of a purple mansion elder. In this world, it can run rampant, even shake the heavens and earth. But to Gu Changge, it's not worth a damn. Without hesitation, Gu Changge coldly ordered, Da! Go after it. After dealing with everything, Gu Changge also said goodbye to Aqing and the elders, then quickly dipped out of there. They stood there dumbfounded, watching the spatial cracks that remained. Gu Changge just left as soon as he said he would. Aqing was a little disappointed, murmuring, Benefactor, he's gone. He didn't even say goodbye. Hearing this, Xuan Dai patted her shoulder and comforted her. Aqing, he's already gone. Don't be too sad. Snow Sword Immortal said indifferently. Doesn't that just prove that he's a very free and unrestrained person? Alright, we also have to cheer up and find the place where the will of heaven and earth is slumbering. The next things can only depend on ourselves. Several days later, the entire sword-profound great world fell into violent turmoil. Many forces, large and small, abandoned their plans to continue directly confronting the extraterrestrial demons, and instead sought ways to survive. They spread out in all directions, frantically searching for ancient ruins, especially forbidden zones and dangerous lands, hoping to dig out the supreme realm within Ming Kong's residence. Gu Wudi knelt down, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, mistress." Ming Kong replied in surprise. "Changge sent you? What is it?" Gu Wudi said, "My lord ordered me to bring these to you." As he spoke, he pulled out 7 Chengkenshin artifacts, Gu Changge's entire collection of awesome magic treasures. Ming Kong's jaw dropped in shock when she saw them. The 7 Changtian weapons, holy crap, he actually gathered them this quickly? Then she regained her composure, feigning displeasure and hinting, "He has so many confidants, why did he have to send them to me? I think it wouldn't be bad to leave them at the Holy Maiden's Renzu Palace either." Gu Wudi was momentarily stunned, his face turning pale with confusion. In his heart he recalled Gu Changge's instructions. "Return these. Do not allow any mistakes to occur." Gu Wudi was then slightly surprised. "Does my lord want to return them to the Gu family first?" Gu Changge replied, "No. Take them to the Peerless Immortal Dynasty, and personally give them to Empress Ming Kong. Only she understands the refining methods best, and her speed of gathering materials is the fastest. Remember to speak nicely." Thinking of this, Gu Wudi immediately turned on flattery mode, saying, "My lord said that mistress is the most capable person by his side, and also the person he trusts the most. Only with the key to the secret treasure in your hands can my lord be at ease." Hearing this, Ming Kong couldn't bear to refuse, sighing, "I really can't do anything with him." At the same time, inside the sword-profound great world, the atmosphere was bustling, and everyone seemed to be searching day and night for the will of heaven that Gu Changge had mentioned. An elder spoke up. "How is it? Have any abnormalities been detected in this piece of heaven and earth?" Reporting to the Mountain Lord, no abnormalities have been detected. The old man stroked his beard, saying thoughtfully, "The news was jointly confirmed by several sword immortals from Shu Mountain, so it shouldn't be wrong. The place where the will of heaven slumbers. Scene change at the boundless abyss." The bottom of the boundless abyss is just as its name suggests. From a distance, this place is vast and endless, with no visible boundaries, as if lost in a boundless sea of bone mist. Thick, white-gray fog covers everything, both hazy and heavy. Amidst the mist, solitary mountains rise, and occasional gusts of wind howl, bringing a feeling of coldness, as if blowing from a distant shore that does not belong to this world. Except for a few high mountain peaks rising above the clouds, everything else is swallowed by the fog. There is no direction, no entrance, only an endless expanse of whiteness. Amidst the fog, someone's foot landed. Beneath the ground are scattered bones. The white skeletons shine with a cold light, including both ferocious beasts and cultivators. No one knows how many living beings have died here over countless years. Then that person is Lin Yin. He trudged forward with difficulty, muttering to himself, "Shu's sect has been destroyed. My master's life or death is unknown. This revenge I must take." The classics record that boundless immortal valley contains a path to transcendence. As long as I transcend successfully, I can not only take the head of that Gu guy, but also save this world from its fiery predicament. Finally, he found a place with beautiful scenery, immortal cranes dancing, and abundant spiritual energy. Lin Yin was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Immortal realm, this is truly a boundless immortal valley, with many species of birds that were only recorded in ancient books before." Just then, a warm voice rang out. "It seems that I have finally waited for a fated person." Lin Yin was startled. "Senior?" The old man continued, "You have come here, so you should know that I am the opportunity you are seeking." Lin Yin was confused. "The opportunity I'm seeking? I am the 3000th generation descendant of the Guardian lineage, responsible for guarding the Heavenly Dao Sword." Lin Yin was freaking shocked. Heavenly Dao Sword. Could this be the greatest secret of boundless immortal valley? After a moment of confusion, Lin Yin gradually regained his composure, cupping his hands respectfully and saying, "Senior, how can one obtain the Heavenly Dao Sword? The outside world is in turmoil, the people are suffering, extraterrestrial demons are invading, and the 13 provinces have fallen one after another. I fear that before long, the sword-profound great world will be completely destroyed. This junior must obtain the Heavenly Dao Sword to resolve this calamity and return peace and stability to the world." Hearing this, the old man said contentedly, "As expected of the fated person I have been waiting for. This courage is truly not something ordinary people possess. The world is in great chaos. Indeed, the Heavenly Dao Sword needs to reappear to pacify it. This is the key to unlock the seal of the Heavenly Dao Sword. Take this object and enter deep into Mirror Lake to find it." Back then, the Heavenly Dao Sword was sealed there, and only the person holding this key can break the seal. Lin Yin was stunned. Mirror Lake? When the Supreme Sword City was buried, Mirror Lake also disappeared with it. How can it be found? He continued. "Rest assured, Jinghu still exists. It's just that very few people can find it. Just go deeper in, and as long as you have the key to open the Heavenly Dao Sword, you will surely find Jinghu. However, Lin Yin was still utterly confused. Ah, I understand. Does Senior have any other instructions? The old man's figure gradually dissipated, his voice echoing back. This old man's duty is only to wait here for someone with fate. Now that the key has been given to you, there's nothing else to say. Lin Yin hurriedly tried to stop him. Senior, this old man can leave in peace now. With that, he disappeared without a trace. With the key in hand, Lin Yin also quickly left, feeling a slight regret. What a pity, this senior's strength far surpasses the earthly sword immortal realm. How great would it be if he could help deal with Gu Changge? But the urgent matter at hand is still to find the heavenly Dazo sword. Although it seemed like he had disappeared, the truth was that he was still secretly observing Lin Yin's every move. His eyes turned cold, without a trace of emotion. He simply waved his sleeve. Immediately, everything before him began to dissipate. The thatched cottage collapsed, the small bridge and flowing stream shattered into fine powder, and then everything suddenly exploded with a bang, turning into ashes and flying in the air. In the blink of an eye, this place had turned into a desolate mountain valley, with only a few incomplete, pale white corpses remaining on the ground, glistening with a cold light, exuding an ancient and profound aura, merging the aura of two realms. A not bad body. The white-robed old man slowly looked around, a faint blood-colored light appearing in his pupils. His gaze stopped on Tuoba Xiaoyao, who was unconscious at his feet, as if he were talking to himself. But in the next instant, his brows suddenly furrowed, his expression slightly changed, and the void in front of him suddenly collapsed. A huge hand stretched out from the distant void, surrounded by primordial chaos and five-colored divine light. Within the palm, the Zhuxian star Dao was slowly condensing, as if someone was reaching through endless space to directly attack him. But he simply waved his hand lightly, and the sword was immediately sent flying 10 meters away. Upon recognizing the attacker, he was a little surprised. It's you! I didn't expect you to be able to chase me all the way here. A dazed murderous aura surged around him, as he angrily said, You've already taken my master's things, and you still want to leave? Without another word, Ada immediately charged forward to attack. But the old man remained calmly in place and said, You ignorant fool, although you have some strength, I am the embodiment of this world's will. Even if I am not complete right now, how could you possibly resist me? With that, he quickly retreated with Tuoba Xiaoyao's body. Therefore, Ada's attack only hit the ground, causing rocks to explode and dust to fill the air. Ada angrily shouted, HMPH, then why did you run away back then? You were scared shitless by my master. The old man was furious upon hearing this, and immediately swung his hand forward, uttering each word with a snarl. You want to die! As soon as he finished speaking, every muscle in Adal's body seemed to be twisted in a miserable way, and as soon as the old man clenched his hand, Agata's aura was instantly scattered into smoke. Adao panted heavily, spitting out a large amount of blood. The old man calmly said, Your body is indeed tougher than anyone I've ever met, but daring to dream of challenging the heavenly Dabo, death is not enough to atone for your sins. Even if your master came in person, it would only take me a little more effort. But even though he was covered in wounds, Ade still wore a bright and arrogant smile, clenching his hand, and a stream of black energy radiated through his fingers. The jade pendant in Ada's hand had shattered. The moment he saw it, the old man's face paled in fear. Veins popped out all over his face, and he shuddered as he exclaimed, Spatial artifact. From Ada's hand, a spatial rift immediately appeared. Gu Changge stepped out with a cold gaze and a faint smile on his lips. Gu Changge smirked and said, Not bad. Gu Change's appearance had given Ada strength. He stood with his arms crossed, smugly taunting, If you have the guts, say that again in front of my master. Gu Changge stepped forward, and calmly continued, It seems that the power of that eye is only a part of your incarnation. The old man growled, I am the master of this Fang heavenly earth. What difficulty is there in crushing you to death? But how could he possibly crush Gu Changge? While the surrounding rocks exploded and space cracked, Gu Changge still stood there calmly, without a tremor. Seeing this scene, the old man froze for a few seconds, unable to utter a word. His eyes were filled with panic, and he exclaimed, Your entire body is made of transcendent bones. What exactly are you? In his heart he thought, Isn't this the realm that I'm pursuing? Gu Changge raised his chin and coldly said, Tell me where the heavenly Dao source exists, and I might let your consciousness not dissipate. The old man was startled. You came for the heavenly Dao source? Gu Changge casually replied, Of course, if it weren't for the heavenly Dao source, the resources of this world, I wouldn't even bother to glance at it. The old man frowned and replied, The heavenly Dao source is related to my transcendence. How could I easily tell you? It seems that I guessed right. After giving birth to consciousness, you are no longer satisfied with being just the will of a realm, and you want to transform into a living being, to try to transcend this world. If you really succeed in transcending, perhaps you could truly enter that realm. The old man coldly said, You know too much. Gu Changge coldly smiled. Then why don't you hurry up and come here to... Adan chased after him all the way, and finally found Tuoba Xiaoyao's body. Wait, hold up! Before the corpse, a mysterious old dude appeared, protecting it. His aura was as deep as an abyss. This guy ain't no scrub. Even though Ade was strong AF and struck decisively, he was completely suppressed by this old dude. He stood zero chance. Without hesitation, Ada immediately sent a message for backup. In a flash, Gu Changge appeared. As soon as the old dude sensed Gun's aura, he freaked the hell out. His expression changed drastically. Gu Change's transcendent bones were on full display. His aura surpassed heaven and earth. Precisely the realm the old dude had been trying to reach his whole life. Gu Changge casually put his hands behind his back, his eyes cold as he looked at an ant, and said calmly, "Tell me the location of the heavenly Tao's origin if you want to keep your consciousness. Otherwise, you're dead meat." The old dude went berserk and roared, and a violent aura erupted around him. "You want to die?" Gu Changge laughed confidently and, not to be outdone, burst forth with spiritual power, smugly saying, "Haha, you came at the right time." But unexpectedly, the old man pulled a U-turn and hauled ass. As he ran, he thought to himself, "This kid's aura is clearly from the same source as that big dummy, but his level is much higher. With my current weakened state, it seems I must undo the seal, restore my peak form, and then collect him." Seeing this scene, Gu Changge sneered, "This old dude is really crafty." Then he stretched his hand forward. "Too bad, I already set up a restriction the moment I arrived here." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Changge clenched his hand. Instantly, an invisible wall appeared in front of the old dude. Now, he could only run on faith and hope. Gu Changge flew high into the air, and as he approached, he nonchalantly said, "Wanna run? Dream on, start struggling." The old dude still arrogantly replied, "HMPH. In this world, if I want to leave, no one can stop me." With that, he looked down at Tuoba Xiaoyao's corpse with regret, thinking, "It's just a pity for this body." Without hesitation, he let go and abandoned Tuoba Xiaoyao's corpse. Gu Changge immediately used chains to bind him, and said arrogantly, "Oh really?" The old dude calmly replied, "I've already said, I am this world. All the rules here are under my control." As he spoke, he unleashed his power to break the chains rushing toward him, and confidently said, "As long as I'm here, I'm inherently invincible." But before he could be arrogant for 3 seconds, a magic treasure appeared in front of him, facing him. The old dude was utterly shocked, frozen stiff, his face pale. Before he could understand what was happening, he was devoured, and sucked into Gu Change's magic treasure, leaving only a miserable scream, "Ah!" Immediately afterward, Gu Changge closed his eyes and sat down, sensing the memories in the old dude's soul. Very quickly, fragments of knowledge appeared. From ancient times, the heavenly Dafio's will of the sword profound great world had given birth to consciousness. As time passed, it was no longer willing to exist only as a conscious entity. Therefore, it decided to sacrifice all living beings, break the shackles, and take itself one step further, even transcend. Unfortunately, that scheme was still discovered by the strongest experts of that era. They joined forces to resist the heavenly Dao, starting a war to destroy the heavens that had disappeared into the annals of history. That earth-shattering battle almost consumed all the fortune of the sword-profound great world. It wasn't until the world was on the verge of collapse that the cultivators won a Pyrrhic victory. Afterward, the heavenly Dagyo's will was sealed under Mirror Lake. The strongest expert among them collected all kinds of divine materials and forged a divine sword, hanging it over the lake to suppress the consciousness born from the heavenly Dabio. After sensing this, Gu Changge exclaimed, "As expected, the main body has been suppressed. I was wondering why. It's just a puppet. That Lin Yin kid, I reckon, is the descendant of that expert? But too bad. He got played like a fiddle." With that, Gu glanced at Ada and ordered, "Ada, disguise yourself and spread the word, telling them that the Mirror Lake in the legends is their only hope." Ada replied, "Yes, master. Then what about this guy?" No one knows what happened to Tuoba Xiaoyao, but on Yufei's side, the life token of Tuoba Xiaoyao suddenly shattered. Yufei panicked and said worriedly, "Why is Tuoba Xiaoyao's life token like this? What on earth happened to him? With his strength, he couldn't even save his own life?" On the other hand, as Gu Changge expected, after Aidan spread the rumors and shocked this place, the entire sword-profound great world fell into chaos. The atmosphere was extremely unstable, and countless ancient relics were being dug up and overturned every day. Many cultivators flocked in to search, but the results were all disappointing. Don't even mention the Mirror Lake in the legends. They couldn't even find a trace of anything related to it. This caused many people to start doubting, wondering if the rumors were true. Perhaps the 2 Mirror Lakes were just legends that never existed. An elder spoke up. "According to the records in the ancient books, Mirror Lake should truly exist. Moreover, Sword City once appeared beside Mirror Lake. Many of the Shu sect's sacred swords are closely related to that supreme Sword City." Zhu Jian continued. "In fact, Sword Cliff also has several divine swords rumored to be related to Sword City. If these 2 legends are both true, perhaps we can rely on the remaining clues of Sword City to deduce the location of Mirror Lake." So they're thinking of using these divine swords to pinpoint the Sword City's location deep within Mirror Lake. Actually a viable strat. Hearing this, the Shuzong sect leader and the gang were like, "Wait, hold up." Days later, all the big shots whip out their swords and use divination to sniff out the aura. Finally, the Shuzong sect leader and the rest get a clue. They're stoked. We got something. Snow Sword Immortals like, WTF? All the divination points to the ancient Xuan remains, that once god-tier ancient Xuan dynasty. Cut to Gu Changge, who's all. Ancient Xuan remains. Meanwhile, his stat screen pops up. Killed Son of Destiny, Shi Baxiao, received. A day chimes in, yes master. Shuzong only got that much info. Gu Changge says, got a lead huh? Let's just tail them. Oh yeah. Might as well share this with our upper realm homies. Cut to the ancient Xuan remains. Gloomy skies, covered in a thin layer of black mist. As far as the eye can see, just desolate brown. Broken mountains everywhere, riddled with cracks. Some places looking like a giant invisible hand just yeeted them into oblivion. The air is thick, with a spooky vibe that screams buried souls. Even high-level cultivators are shaking in their boots, their souls freezing. You can almost hear the ghostly winds whistling by. Nobody knows how the super-hyped ancient Xuan dynasty got wiped out so silently and creepily like tens of millions years ago. Lin Yin arrives, thinking, the key's pointing to Mirror Lake being here, but I'm looking at miles of ruins. Where's the lake? Whatever, let's go deeper. Maybe there's a hidden formation blocking the lake's vibe. And he zooms off. A few days later, a bunch of elders show up. They're like, damn, the ancient Xuan dynasty was so OP, they almost united the whole sword profound world, and now it's just a wasteland. Wonder how the force backing Gu Changge compares. Snow Sword Immortal cuts in. Legend says the upper realm's full of Xuan dynasty level forces, but Gu Changge's backers are at the very top. No comparison. The old guy laughs awkwardly. Guess we're just frogs in a well. Suddenly he spots a bunch of hovering spaceships coming in hot. He's like, what the hell? Others are here. Looks like outer domain forces. Another dude shouts, holy crap, there's more coming from the 13 provinces. Panic ensues. Who leaked this? Snow Sword Immortal says. Probably not just us figuring out Mirror Lake's location. But we haven't found anything after searching for days. More people ain't necessarily bad. Predicting we're gonna be throwing down with outer domain powerhouses here. Might all die. Ever since Gu Changge squashed the heavenly Dao avatar at Shuzong, the world's restrictions have loosened up. If those super strong guys go all in, they could totally descend here. Looks like this is going to be the final showdown. We're screwed if we get caught up in it. Xuan Dai sighs. Gotta risk death for a chance at life. It's inevitable. For the future of the sword profound world, we gotta be here. Standing next to her, a cultivator puffs out his chest. If things get hairy, I'll protect you. I got a ton of life-saving treasures from my grandpa. Xuan Dai's all. Nah, you worry about yourself first. Shot down hard, he's annoyed. Even Landsword Immortals can't guarantee survival in a big battle. Xuan Dai, I'm worried about you. Xuan Dai still refuses. I know, but I don't need Chen Zhang's help. My dad can protect me. He stutters, deflated. Xuan Dai. Just then, an angry voice booms. You're such a stubborn brat. Everyone gasps. It's North Li Sword Immortal. Even he's come out of retirement. An old geezer appears. Grandpa's pissed. I said this place was dangerous. You're the pride of the Chen family, supposed to inherit my legacy. What if something happens to you? He laughs sheepishly. Grandpa, I'm the leader of the younger generation. In times like these, I can't back down and embarrass you. HMPH, whatever. You're grown. Learn to talk back. In this chaotic world, it's good for young people to mingle. But drop the arrogance, or you'll get clowned. Right? He nods to South Ming Emperor. South Ming Emperor bows respectfully. Junior greets Northlight Sword Immortal. Xuan Dai, I'll keep your teachings in mind. Seeing this crap, Aqing can't take it and stands up. You're using your status to bully people. If Snow Sword Immortal was here, she wouldn't let you mess with her disciple like this. Xuan Dai doesn't like Chen Lai, so what? She already has someone she likes. Northlight Sword Immortal yells. HMPH. Snow Sword Immortal's just a young genius, not necessarily my match. And as for who she likes, who's better than my grandson? Aqing still doesn't give a damn. Frog in a well. He's even more pissed. You dare talk to me like that? Not even your father would. Aqing says calmly. Xuan Dai's crush is Gu Changge. Northlight Sword Immortal thinks your grandson can compare to our benefactor? Xuan Dai freaks, calling out to Aqing. Chen Lai, hearing the name, turns purple, totally lost. What? That Gu guy? Wasn't he gone already? Northlight Sword Immortal, enraged, unleashes his spiritual power on Xuan Dai and Aqing as a warning. He growls. That Gu Changge is with the outer domain demons. He's up to no good in this world, and you're biting the hand that feeds you. Seeing this, South Ming Emperor tries to smooth things over. The kids misspoke. Please forgive them. Just then, a cold voice rings out. You think I'm up to no good? It's Gu Changge, of course. Speak of the devil, and he appears. The killing intent is so thick, everyone gets goosebumps. Both Northlight Sword Immortal and his simp grandson Chen Lai are slammed to the ground, kneeling pathetically. Still rocking that villain vibe, Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Gu Changge showing up? Everyone's jaws just hit the floor. Aqing, eyes all teary, shouts. My benefactor. Weren't you gone already? Gu Changge's like, Wasn't a day still here, investigating my assassination? Heard some noise about the Gu Yu Xuan Divine Dynasty? Q the Chen-Lai grandpa-grandson duo nearly shitting themselves, sweating bullets and shaking like a leaf. Gu Lun keeps yapping, so I got curious and came to check it out. Didn't expect to bump into you guys again. You two alright? Aqing's all smiles. Thank you, benefactor. The Nanming ruler nearby bows respectfully. Thank you for your concern, young Master Gu. Then, Aqing and Xuan Dai chime in together. We're fine. Bailey's sword immortal's practically petrified, his old face screaming terror. Never in his wildest dreams did he think Gu Changge would pop up here. Even as a seasoned sword immortal, he knows the gap between him and Gu Changge is huge. Like heaven and earth huge. Unbridgeable, unimaginable. All he feels now is fear and regret. Sword immortal, did Gu Forta offend you? Gu Changge casually glances at him, no obvious pressure, but Bailey's sword immortal freaks out, stumbling back, forehead dripping with cold sweat, voice trembling. No, nothing at all. Gu Lun's all nonchalant? So, no apology then? Dude immediately starts slapping himself, head bowed low, hiding a look of pure resentment. Only remorse and fear on his face now, no more of that tough guy act. I didn't say anything. I was out of line. Please forgive me, young Master Gu. Chen-Lai's jaw is on the floor, face blank. Grandpa, why are you slapping? He stammers. Completely lost. The kid's clueless, please don't mind him, young Master Gu. His disciples immediately kneel in terror. Thought it was over. Thought he'd get off easy after groveling like that. But suddenly, dark, icy energy bursts out behind him. It lifts him up in the air, and he's freaking out. Who is it? Chen-Lai's face is pale with terror, frozen still. Then boom boom, his body explodes. Gramps just kicked the bucket, cold as ice. Chen-Lai's down below, calling out in disbelief. Grandpa! Everyone's still confused when suddenly a hot chick appears, pointing right at Chen-Lai and saying, I am Luan Huo, elder of the Divine Spirit Mountain, paying respects to young Master Changge. This guy dared to question you, he deserved to die. If you want, I can take care of this little turd right now. Gu Changge's still silent. Aqing and Xuan Dai are nervously watching him. A second later, Gu Changge frowns, voice full of rage. Who told you to kill him? You think I'm some bloodthirsty maniac? You're making me look like a cruel tyrant. Luan Huo's mind just blue-screened. She's thinking, weren't you always like that in the upper realm? Unreal. Gu Changge keeps acting, nails the role, points right at her. That old man just said some rude things, didn't deserve to die. Why did you kill him? The girl's stunned, speechless, stammering. Ahem, Gu Changge emphasizes, don't do it again. Chen-Lai's scared shitless, but at least he didn't die. Just then, everything around them starts changing. Aqing and Xuan Dai are shocked, turning to look. Not far away, black mist is swirling, covering the sky. Explosions are rocking ancient warships. Powerful spiritual senses clash, sending out shockwaves. Everyone's clearly terrified. The Nanming ruler gasps, they've engaged! Xuan Dai adds, that's Ice Snow Sword, my master's technique. At the center of the battlefield, the fight's intense. Snow Sword Immortal is losing steam, heartbroken to see her fellow disciples being slaughtered. Fourth Elder! Seizing the opportunity, a strong guy's fist comes crashing down, eyes flashing with murderous intent, sneering. You guys are so weak you dare get distracted? The fist slams into Snow Sword Immortal. She coughs up blood, losing her balance and stumbling back. But it doesn't stop there. Countless strands of spiritual energy shoot into her body, controlling her limbs, even her ass. Snow Sword Immortal is strong, but she can't move a muscle. She's smug. You guys barely made it to Quasi-Emperor, and you think you can stop us? Just let us carve you up, then break. But before she can break, Snow Sword Immortal's body vanishes. And who saved her? None other than Gu Changge. The girl's pissed, yelling, You're young Master Changge, no freaking doubt about it. Held in Gu Lun's arms, Snow Sword Immortal's shocked. Young Master Gu, why? Why did you come back? Gu Liang doesn't answer, just turns to the others and says clearly, Everyone, this Snow Sword Immortal is practically a friend of mine. How about you give me some face, and let this one slide? The elders rush over, touched. Young Master. Snow Sword Immortal's deeply grateful, thank you. Gu Lun smiles. Sect leader Shu, long time no see. Up front, one dude steps up and says, Since young Master Changge has spoken, of course, we gotta show some respect. The girl in the squad, still annoyed, whispers to him, Gu Changge, what's this brat playing at? He replies, no clue. Let's see what he has to say. Gu Changge steps forward, cupping his hands respectfully. This must be the old ancestor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, right? Been admiring you for ages. The old dude forces a smile. Young Master Changge is too kind. Oh right, we heard there's the legendary Mirror Lake in these ruins, which might contain what we're looking for. Could it be you're here for the same thing? Gu Lun smiles and replies, I just heard about this place recently. I'm not really sure what's going on. I'm just here for the vibes, so don't mind me. How about young Master Changge join forces with us to go deeper and see if we can find the entrance to Mirror Lake? Gu Changge keeps up the act. Gu isn't really interested. I only intervened just now because I couldn't bear to watch that scene. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Behind her, one of Xu Jiangkexian's buddies whispers to her, what do you think? If young Master Gu Yu stepped in to stop all this, what are the chances? He seems to care about you a lot. Xu Jiangkexian says, young Master Gu Yu doesn't have any malice towards our world, but how could he stand against his own people for my sake? And don't get your hopes up. He's already done more than enough for us. Up front, the elder of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty says loudly, with young Master Change's strength, it's a real pity, but since you're not interested, we'll take our leave. Ji Yu Lun, hearing this, doesn't stand on ceremony, and waves his hand. Please, go ahead. Behind them, Xue Jiangkexian is worried. If they seize the Mirror Lake first, the consequences will be disastrous. Hurry, keep up. Hearing this, Ji Yu Lun gently reminds her, think carefully. If you guys clash again later, I won't intervene. Xue Jiangkexian says helplessly, thanks, but I have no other choice. Ji Yu Lun chuckles to himself, well, everyone has their destiny. Those who are meant to die will die sooner or later. At the same time, in the boundless abyss, where the ruins of the ancient sword city are buried, the origin of all sword-based sects and factions in the Xuan sword world, Lin Yin slowly scans the hazy ruins in front of him, urgently following the traces led by the key in his hand, thinking to himself, I can clearly sense countless intertwined ancient sword intents here. The key is finally reacting. This direction is definitely right. He grinds his teeth in weird annoyance. Why are these extraterritorial demons arriving here so quickly? I need to be faster. In his hand, the key continues to glow. Suddenly, a spatial gate appears before him. Lin Yin cries out in joy. There really is a hidden space here. Lin Yin steps inside, his face filled with surprise and joy at the sight of the ancient temple. This is clearly a miniature world, with endless forests stretching as far as the eye can see, towering mountains overlapping each other, and a vast sky above filled with swirling white clouds like a sea. He is standing right at the entrance, surrounded by countless towering peaks, so high that he can't see the tops. Along the mountainside, steps descend, solemn and sacred, leading straight down, like a pilgrimage path to a holy temple. In the deepest part of this space, Lin Yin sees a towering pagoda, its entire body radiating a golden light, majestic and magnificent, so tall that he can't see the top, hidden in the thick clouds. Not only that, but this space is also home to countless flying birds and beasts, with holy auras, feathers and bodies glittering, like divine beasts from the realm of the gods, unafraid of people. Could the Mirror Lake be next to that towering pagoda? Awesome! Lin Yin looks into the distance, moves his body slightly, and steps down the mountainside steps. In the blink of an eye, he disappears into the depths of the forest. As soon as Lin Yin enters this place, a major event occurs inside Xuandi. Eerie hissing sounds resonate, no one knows where they come from, mixed with dense howls. From every corner of Dine, countless vengeful spirits appear, like ghosts crawling out of hell. At the same time, the black smoke here begins to surge violently, rolling out, covering the sky, and then rushing towards the areas where the cultivators are gathered, as if to swallow everything. What's happening? Why has this place suddenly become like this? Why are there so many vengeful spirits? This sudden change causes all the cultivators of the Sword Xuan world to change their expressions drastically. Their faces pale with fear, and a sense of unease rises in their hearts, and they hurriedly retreat to the edge of the area, not daring to stay for another moment. Could someone have approached the Mirror Lake and triggered a restriction? As soon as he utters a few words, he is suddenly ambushed, a force piercing through his abdomen, and red blood gushes out. Xu Jiangxian cries out in shock. Eldest Sword Immortal! And the one who attacked is none other than the people of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. He says uncomfortably, what are you yelling about? If you want to enter that place too, then hurry up and find a way. Otherwise, go die. Even Gu Changge can't save you now. Xue Jiangxian, hearing this, is furious, and grits her teeth and growls. We're all from the outer realms. Why is young Master Gu so reasonable, while you rely on your strength to bully the weak? He emphasizes. Oh, reasonable. Then all three burst out laughing. Haha. Perhaps they are too familiar with the true nature of Gu Changge. In this world, Gu Lun is too good. They aren't used to it. Outside the entrance, a strange aura continues to spread, sending chills down everyone's spines, and making their scalps tingle with fear. An uproar of discussion rises. Why is there so much black mist suddenly? It's so weird, no wonder the old ancestors didn't let us follow. Retreat quickly! Only great powers like the old ancestors aren't afraid. Aqing and Princess Xuandai's faces turn pale, and they can't help but retreat. The scene before them is too bizarre, giving them a sense of illusion, as if they are falling into an unreal nightmare. Aqing blurts out, our strength is too weak. Going in is just asking for death. We can only stay here. Xuandai continues, I hope their masters will be successful. There are many people around. The Outer Realms battleships and airships are also present here. At the same time, Yu Fei probed Vu Vo, trying to see if Gu Changge Had ever met or knew the whereabouts of Tuoba Xiaoyao in this world. But all she got was a stone-cold reply, he's dead. And Gu Changge casually announced that he personally sent Tuoba Xiaoyao to meet his maker. Yu Fei's face paled, Her delicate hands clenched, but fearing Gu Change's power and influence, she could only shut up. Even her dad wouldn't dare mess with Gu Change, let alone her. She knew there was beef between Tuoba Xiaoyao and Gu Change, but she didn't know it was this serious, like end his whole career serious.
Yufei stammered. Why did you kill him?
Gu Change replied. He offended me. He was never going to survive that.
Yufei felt a wave of bitterness and helplessness. She should have seen it coming. Why else would Gu Changge say those things in front of everyone at the Dongyu Dynasty's palace? He was already planning to off Tuoba Xiaoyao. This trip to the Sword Profound World was just the perfect opportunity. Tuoba Xiaoyao disappearing here? No one would care or investigate. Suddenly, Gu Changge stepped forward, flashing a bright smile, and asked,
"What's up? Princess Feiya planning to avenge him? Revenge? That's just cope." Yufei was stunned, trembling, speechless. This cold, uninhibited attitude was Gu Change's true self, not the gentle facade he usually put on. Whether she wanted to or not, she was powerless. Nah, she just didn't dare. Gu Lun smirked. Oh, what a pity.
From afar, Aqing and Princess Xuandai had been watching, especially since Yufei approached Gu Changge. At first, they thought Yufei was just another girl simping for Gu Changge, but when she returned, her face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with unease and fear. Clearly, Gu Gongzi wasn't gentle with every girl. So why did he save me?
The thought flashed through Princess Xuandai's mind.
She recalled Gu Change's sudden appearance, rescuing her from danger. Her cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but overthink. Am I special to him?
Princess Xuandai knew better than to dwell on such things when danger lurked at every corner. But she couldn't stop her mind from wandering. Meanwhile, inside, the elder of the Huangyu dynasty kept threatening. Move your asses! If you can't break this spatial seal, you can forget about leaving alive, Shu Jiankexian replied. Almost there. Stop the indiscriminate killing. The elder scoffed. If it weren't for Gu Changge still caring about you, you'd be dead already. Suddenly, the sect leader of Shu sect exclaimed, Found it! There's a hidden space after all. Just then, a dark aura emanated from Shu Jiangxian's body. At the same time, on Yufei's side, Envy Ming, seeing her pale face, asked, Elder sister, why are you so distracted? What did Gu Changge say to you? Yufei replied, Don't ask. Stay away from him. That dark aura flew towards Gu Changge, who was sitting leisurely. Because when saving Shu Jiangxian, Gu Changge had deliberately planted a bit of aura on her to secretly monitor her. He thought, looks like the time has come. Immediately, Ada casually released eerie auras. Ada was born from the depths of the burial demon abyss, so the eerie and chaotic auras here couldn't affect him at all. Therefore, what everyone feared, the sky-filled black mist, was nothing to Adabi. At that moment, all the cultivators in the ancient profound world simultaneously felt an indescribable pressure filling the heavens and earth, as if a giant invisible hand was slowly pressing down from a distant dimension. What's happening? Could some kind of bizarre anomaly be about to appear again? A cold, uneasy feeling spread rapidly through everyone's hearts. What is this purple-black mist? Xuandai exclaimed in a panic. Aqing, run! Unexpectedly, monsters emerged from the eerie mist, silently attacking them. Screams rang out incessantly. What are these monsters? Quick, retreat! Yufei, seeing this scene, was also stunned, her face pale. Yuming shuddered and said, A sky-filled, man-eating mist? Elder sister, don't you find this scene a bit familiar? Yufei continued. That year, after we participated in the Divine Stone Convention, on the way, Yin Shijia led people to Kun Mountain, and we seemed to encounter a terrifying mist like this. Back then, it caused the deaths of many Taoist powerhouses from Yin Shijia and An clan, almost wiping out the entire clan. A sense of familiarity rose in her heart. If I remember correctly, Gu Changge was also present during that trip to Kun Mountain, but she looked around and couldn't find Gu Changge anywhere.
Wait, where is he?
Yu Ming spoke up. Elder sister, what's wrong? Without time to explain, Yufei urgently shouted, Retreat! Retreat as far as possible. Shu Jiangxian and the elders of the Dongyu dynasty also quickly found the secret space, where the aura of the will of heaven was hidden, and where Lin Yin had found it earlier. He spread his arms wide, satisfied, and exclaimed, This is the creation aura of the heavenly Tao. No mistake, the will of heaven must be hiding here. Behind Shu Jiangxian, confused, is this the legendary God realm? The Shu sect leader said. That tall tower must be the Tongtian Tower recorded in the ancient texts, once built by the ancient Xuan divine dynasty to worship the heavens. And that lake is the Mirror Lake, but someone has been here before. The girl in the group of elders of the Dongyu dynasty immediately dashed away, urgently saying, The origin of the world must be inside. You two, no time to waste, I'll go ahead. But just as she moved a few steps, suddenly a violent change appeared in the space above her head, and a space vortex appeared. Before everyone could figure out what the hell it was, it crashed down where she was standing. Everyone was shocked AF. Is this heavenly punishment? In the middle of that aura, the girl gritted her teeth, full of resentment. HMPH, ignorant fool, it's just a flight restriction. Its power is only at the Dao attainment level. I've attained Dao for tens of thousands of years. Why would I be afraid of this? Then charge through. Can't let others get there first. With that, they rushed forward, disregarding everything.
Seeing that scene, the Shuzong people were horrified, their hair standing on end. "They're all monsters. We're just tiny ants here." Another one chimed in. "Relying on us is just suicide. This old man doesn't want to die so tragically."
As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes froze, widening in shock.
Because what caught their eyes was Gu Changge's appearance. A startled cry rang out unexpectedly. "Gu, young master Gu." Hearing that, Shu Jiaxian turned her head. Seeing Gu Changge's real appearance in front of her, she cheered with joy. "Why are you here?"
Gu Changge chuckled. "Oh, you guys are still alive?" But Gu Changge's expression at this moment looked extremely villainous.
Seeing that expression, they were horrified, their hair standing on end in panic.
But Gu Changge's next action shocked them even more.
He sealed off the exit.
What the hell? Does he want to kill us all? Why doesn't heavenly tribulation strike him?
Zhu Jianqixian shuddered, recalling Gu Changge's villainous face just now. This world is afraid of him. She remembered Gu Changge's saintly face before and thought to herself, was the previous image all fake? But why did he save me outside the ruins?
Meanwhile, the elders of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty were still advancing rapidly. The girl in the team spoke up.
"Old ancestor, the world here is a bit strange." He felt the same way and continued. "That's right. No matter how we fly, we can't seem to reach that lake.
It seems the rules of heaven and earth here are not simple. The remnants left after the heavenly Dao's transformation can actually resist us. The void we shattered was instantly recreated." Just then, Gu Changge appeared beside them out of nowhere and said casually, "It seems like you can't cross the void to get there." While the three of them hadn't even noticed Gu Changge's appearance, Tong Cheng replied,
"Indeed." But just a second later, without anyone saying anything, their expressions suddenly froze, and their eyes darted to the side. Where the voice came from, sweat immediately poured down their foreheads.
The three of them were shocked and immediately retreated, full of vigilance. "Gu Changge, why are you here?" Gu Changge turned his face and replied casually, "Oh, I suddenly became interested again." Hearing this, they transmitted their voices to each other. "With our strength, we didn't even see how he silently appeared." He whispered back, "Better be careful."
Then he stepped forward, calmly saying,
"Unexpectedly, young Master Changge is also interested in this. This place is a small world conceived after the heavenly Tao of this realm transformed, and it is indeed very likely to hide the origin of the world. If so, how shall we divide the origin of the world when we find it?" Gu Lun said coldly. "Divide it? What if I want to take it all for myself?" As he spoke, he pulled out a bunch of threatening magical treasures, with a bright, radiant smile, causing the entire space to shake violently. But Lin Yin still didn't notice the change. He was still rushing forward towards the location of the sword, exclaiming, "That's the heavenly Tao sword! I'll help you out immediately!" With that, Lin Yin clenched the key in his hand, determined. But suddenly an invisible hand seemed to be trying to stop him. A cold voice rang out, "No, can't do it." Lin Yin himself sensed something was wrong and muttered, "Strange. It seems like something invisible is stopping me. What exactly is buried at the bottom of this lake?" On Gu Changge's side, an unbalanced battle had begun. With a bunch of magical treasures in his hand, Gu Changge had completely overwhelmed the elders of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, who were struggling to resist and shouting, "Damn it, Gu Changge, if this gets out, aren't you afraid of becoming an enemy of the upper realm?" But Gu Lun didn't give a damn, sneering, "Even if it gets out, who would dare believe it? Haha." Inside, Lin Yin also felt Gu Changge's aura spreading down and cursed. "What the hell? Gu Changge's strength is too heaven-defying. I have no time to hesitate anymore. Having come this far, no one can stop me." But the truth is, Lin Yin couldn't imagine that it wasn't one or two mysterious hands that were secretly stopping him. But behind him, countless vengeful spirits were frantically trying to stop him, constantly clinging to him. Even though the distance was very close, each of Lin Yin's steps.
Fei Ya, all innocent-like, asks Yu Wu if Gu Changge ever met or knew the whereabouts of Qibat Xiaoyao in this world. But all she gets is a stone-cold reply, he's already dead.
And to add insult to injury, Gu Changge casually declares he personally sent that bat Xiaoyao to the afterlife.
Yu Fei Ya's face pales,
her delicate hands clench. But fearing Gu Changge's power and influence, she can only stay silent. Even her royal father might not dare to mess with Gu Changge, let alone her. She only knows there seems to be a grudge between Qibat Xiaoyao and Gu Changge, but didn't expect it to be so serious he'd want him dead. Yu Fei Ya stammers,
"Why did you kill him?"
Gu Changge replies, "Crossed me. He was doomed to die." Yu Fei Ya feels a wave of bitterness and helplessness. She should have realized why Gu Changge said those things in front of everyone back at the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's palace. Turns out, he already planned to off Qibat Xiaoyao. This trip to the sword-profound great world was just a convenient opportunity.
Qibat Xiaoyao disappearing here?
No one will care or investigate. Suddenly, Gu Changge approaches, flashes a bright smile, and asks point-blank, "What's up? Princess Fei Ya planning to avenge him? Revenge? What a delusional thought." Yu Fei Ya's face drains of color, fear rendering her speechless. This cold, unrestrained attitude is the real Gu Changge. Not the gentle and refined facade he usually puts on. Whether she likes it or not, she's powerless. Nah, she just doesn't dare. Gu Lun smirks all sarcastic. Oh, what a pity.
From afar, Aqing and Princess Xuandai have been keeping an eye on the situation, especially since Yu Feiya approached Gu Changge. At first, they thought Yu Feiya was just another admirer of Gu Changge, but when she returned, her face was terrifyingly pale, her eyes filled with unease and fear. Clearly, Gu Gongzi isn't gentle with all women, so why did he save me?
That thought flashes through Princess Xuandai's mind.
She recalls Gu Changge's sudden appearance, rescuing her from danger. Her cheeks involuntarily flush, and nameless thoughts arise in her heart. Am I special to him? Princess Xuandai knows very well that amidst lurking enemies and impending doom, worrying about such things is extremely inappropriate. Yet she can't help but let her mind wander.
Meanwhile, inside, the elder of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty keeps threatening.
Move your asses!
If you can't break the spatial restriction here, don't even dream of getting out alive.
Zhu Jiangxian replies. Almost there, stop the indiscriminate killing. He scoffs. If it weren't for Gu Changge caring about you, you'd be dead long ago.
Suddenly, the sect leader of Shu sect exclaims, Found it! There really is a hidden space. Just then, a stream of dark aura emanates from Zhu Jiangxian's body. At the same time, on Yu Feiya's side, seeing her pale face, Yu Ming wonders, Royal sister, why are you so distracted? What did Gu Changge say to you just now? Yu Feiya replies, Don't ask so much. Stay away from him. But that dark aura has already flown to where Gu Changge is leisurely sitting. Because while saving Zhu Jiangxian, Gu Changge deliberately planted a bit of aura on her to secretly monitor her. Gu thinks to himself, looks like the time has come. Immediately, Ade nonchalantly releases streams of eerie aura that continuously spread outward. Ade himself was refined and born from the depths of the burial demon abyss, so the eerie and chaotic aura here can't affect him at all. Therefore, what everyone fears, the black smoke engulfing the sky, is nothing to Ade. At that moment, all the cultivators in the Jiyushuan ruins simultaneously feel an indescribable pressure filling the sky and earth, as if a giant invisible hand from a distant dimension is slowly pressing down. What the hell is happening? Is some kind of bizarre anomaly about to appear here again? A chilling unease spreads rapidly in everyone's heart. What's with this purplish-black mist? Xuandai shouts in panic. Aqing, run! Even more unexpectedly, from within that eerie mist, monsters appear and stealthily attack them. Screams of terror erupt. What are these monsters? Quick, fall back! Yu Feiya, witnessing the scene, is also stunned, her face ashen. Yu Ming shivers and exclaims, A sea of flesh-eating mist engulfing the sky? Royal sister, doesn't this scene feel a bit familiar? Yu Feiya continues. Back when we finished attending the Godstone Assembly, on the way, Yin Shijijia led people to Kun Mountain, and they seemed to encounter such a terrifying mist. Back then, it caused many Taoist experts of Yin Shijijia and the An clan to perish, almost wiping out the entire clan. A feeling of familiarity suddenly rises in her heart, she thinks. If I remember correctly, Gu Changge was also present on that trip to Kun Mountain, but she looks around and can't find Gu Changge anywhere. Wait, where'd he go? Yun Ming speaks up. Royal sister, what's wrong? Without explaining, Yu Feiya urgently shouts, Fall back as far as possible. Shui Jiangxian and the elders of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty also quickly find the secret space, the place hiding the aura of the will of the heavenly Tao, and also where Lin Yin had found it before. He spreads his arms wide in satisfaction and exclaims, This is the creation aura of the heavenly Tao. No mistake, the will of the heavenly Tao must be hiding here. Behind him, Shui Jiangxian is puzzled. Is this the legendary God realm? The Shu sect leader says. That tall tower must be the Tongtian Tower, recorded in the ancient texts, once built by the Jiyushuan divine dynasty to worship the heavens, and that lake is Mirror Lake. But something's not right, someone has been here before. The woman in the elder group of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty immediately dashes forward, urgently saying, The origin of the world must be inside. You two, no time for dilly-dallying, I'll go ahead. But just as she moves a few steps, suddenly, above her head, the space undergoes a violent change. A space vortex appears. Before everyone can figure out what the hell it is, it comes crashing down where she is standing. Everyone's freaked out. Is this heavenly punishment? Amidst that aura, the girl gritted her teeth, filled with resentment. HMPH, you ignorant fools, it's just a flight restriction. Its power is only at the Dao attainment level. I have attained Dao for tens of thousands of years. Do you think I'd be afraid of this? Then let's break through. We can't let others get ahead. With that, they rushed forward, disregarding everything. Seeing this, the Shu sect's group felt their hair stand on end in terror. They're all monsters. We're just tiny ants here. Another one chimed in. Relying on us is no different from courting death. This old man doesn't want to die such a miserable death. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes froze, widening in shock, because what greeted their eyes was the appearance of Gu Changge. A startled voice cried out in surprise, Gu, young master Gu. Hearing this, Snow Sword Immortal turned around, and upon seeing Gu Changge in front of her, she exclaimed in joyful surprise, "You! Why are you here?" Gu Changge chuckled. "Oh, you guys are still alive?" But Gu Changge's expression at this moment looked extremely villainous. Seeing that expression, their hair stood on end in panicked fear. But Gu Changge's next action shocked them even more. He's blocked the exit. What the hell? Does he want to kill us all? Why doesn't heavenly lightning strike him? Snow Sword Immortal trembled as she recalled Gu Changge's villainous expression just now. This world is afraid of him. She remembered Gu Changge's saintly face from before and thought to herself, could it be that the previous image was all fake? But why did he save me outside the ruins? Meanwhile, the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's elders were still advancing. The girl in the group spoke up. Old ancestor, the world here is a bit strange. He felt the same way, adding, indeed, no matter how we fly, we don't seem to be able to reach that lake. It seems that the rules of this world are not simple. The remnants left behind after the heavenly Tao's transformation can actually resist us. The void we shatter is instantly recreated. Just then, Gu Changge appeared beside them and casually said, it seems that crossing the void to get there is impossible. While all three of them hadn't noticed Gu Changge's appearance, Tong Sheng replied, yes. But a second later, without anyone saying anything, their expressions suddenly froze and their eyes darted towards the side, the place where the voice came from. Instantly, sweat poured down their foreheads. All three of them retreated into the distance, full of vigilance. Gu Changge, why are you here? Gu Changge flipped his face, replying nonchalantly, oh, I suddenly became interested again. Hearing this, they transmitted their voices to each other. With our strength, we didn't even see when he silently appeared. The old man whispered back, it's better to be careful. Then he stepped forward and said calmly, unexpectedly, young Master Changge is also interested in this. This place is a small world conceived after the heavenly Dabo of this realm transformed. It's indeed very likely to hide the world's origin. If that's the case, when we find the world's origin, how should we divide it? Gu Lun said coldly, divide it. But what if I want to monopolize it? As he spoke, he pulled out a bunch of threatening magic treasures, flashing a bright smile, causing the space to tremble. However, Lin Yin still didn't notice the change. He was still rushing forward towards the position where the sword appeared, exclaiming, that's the heavenly Dao sword. I'll help you out immediately. With that, Lin Yin clenched the key in his hand, determined. But suddenly an invisible hand seemed to be trying to stop him. A cold voice rang out, no, you can't! Lin Yin himself felt the abnormality and muttered, how strange, it seems like something invisible is stopping me. What exactly is buried under this lake? Meanwhile, on Gu Changge's side, an unequal battle was taking place. With a bunch of magic treasures in hand, Gu Changge completely overwhelmed the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's elders. They struggled to resist and cried out, damn it, Gu Changge, if this gets out, aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy of the upper realm? But Gu Lun didn't give a damn, sneering, even if it gets out, who would dare to believe it? Haha. Inside, Lin Yin also sensed Gu Changge's aura spreading down and exclaimed in horror, what the hell? Gu Changge's strength is too heaven-defying. I don't have time to hesitate anymore. Having come this far, no one can stop me. But the truth is, Lin Yin couldn't imagine that it wasn't one or two mysterious hands that were secretly stopping him. But behind him, countless vengeful souls were frantically stopping him, constantly clinging to him. No matter how many invisible hands tried to pull him back, Li Fan stubbornly pushed forward, venturing deeper inside. Soon, the key in his hand resonated intensely with the azure edge sword. Seeing this, he cheered excitedly. Nailed it! The sword gradually sank to the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, Li Fan's face turned pale, his eyes widened in shock, and he muttered, what the hell? It's draining my life force. Even the creatures who were trying to stop Li Fan stared in disbelief. Because before their eyes, the sword had completely sunk to the bottom of the lake, and a few drops of blood were drawn to it. The sword reacted almost immediately. Li Fan was completely stunned, utterly bewildered. Then, boom, boom, boom! The water's surface exploded violently, instantly sending Li Fan flying. Amidst the turbulent waves, no one knew what was happening. All they saw was Li Fan sprawled out on the ground, his face still in shock, exclaiming, the heavenly Dao sword, my sword! An ancient city slowly emerged. This was an ancient city sleeping at the bottom of the lake, in the deepest, most silent location imaginable. The entire city seemed to be cast from bronze, a single, solid piece, emitting no light and possessing no vitality. It had silently rested at the bottom of the lake for countless years. If the lake hadn't dried up today, this city might never have appeared before the world. But very quickly, the entire sword city sleeping at the bottom of the mirror-like lake began to collapse violently. The bronze pillars, once sturdy and indestructible, now crumbled one by one, shattering into fine powder and dissolving into the earth. All the water in the mirror lake was swallowed by the giant fissure, quickly draining away, disappearing without a trace. The sky above also seemed unable to withstand the shock, as if it were cracking apart. The silver tower of Tongtian, once standing tall and motionless, now emitted an earth-shattering hum and suddenly collapsed, falling straight into the deep fissure.
Not far away, amidst the gradually subsiding aftershocks, the old ancestor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty desperately clung to a precarious position to hold on, but he was already on his last breath before Gu Changge's power. Looking at the scene before him, he exclaimed in horror. This place is definitely not just a simple abandoned world. Why is this happening?
That sword and that tower. Are they a seal? What's beneath the lake is... Before he could finish, Gu Changge interrupted.
Years ago, during the extinction of heaven in the sword profound grand world, the heavenly Dafio wanted to sacrifice all living beings, trying to transcend and take form, but ultimately failed, and was sealed here, leaving only a fragment of its will.
And Li Fan down there just happens to be a descendant of the great figure who sealed the heavenly Dao's will back then, and his blood just happens to be able to unlock the seal here. This is also why I let him live this long. Upon learning this truth, the old immortal ancestor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty was furious, roaring. So you knew everything all along, and you turned us into pawns to pave the way for you. I'll fight you to the death. But by the time he realized everything, it was too late. Gu Changge casually raised his hand. An array of divine light tore through the void and descended, directly crushing the rules and order of this place, and beheading the old ancestor on the spot. In that instant, all the Dao attainers who had come here died one after another, none escaping. Gu Changge snorted coldly.
Your role is over.
In the distance, Sword Immortal Yi, Sword Immortal Shu, and the others watched the entire battle, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their fear reaching its peak. They never expected that, even with so many Dago attainers joining forces, they were no match for Gu Changge, all of them being quickly killed by him, dying right here. Having witnessed everything with their own eyes, they understood very well that Gu Changge would definitely not let them leave alive. An elder exclaimed, "The seal has been broken! Young Master Gu has killed all the big shots from beyond the realm." The sect master of the Shu sect continued, "What exactly does he want to do?" Sword Immortal Shu was equally panicked. "I'm afraid it's nothing good." In her heart she thought in a panic. Facing enemies from beyond the realm, there's still a glimmer of hope. But facing him, it's utter despair.
Outside the collapsing giant fissure, Li Fan stood frozen in place, staring blankly at everything he had caused, unable to react for a moment. A strong feeling arose in his heart, that he had fallen into a trap, and had done something he would regret for the rest of his life.
That old man in the Wuwang Valley tricked me? What have I done? Just then, Gu Changge appeared right in front of him, saying, "Actually, I have to thank you. I was able to find this place because of you. Thanks to you, the seal built with the stacked bones and blood of your ancestors has been opened." Li Fan's whole body went cold. He turned his head sharply to look at Gu Changge with an incredulous expression, his voice trembling.
"Thanks to me?"
Gu Changge continued. "That's right. Inside here is the heavenly Dao's will that your ancestors worked so hard to seal." Li Fan kept blaming himself. "I'm a sinner." Gu Changge said, "Not necessarily. At least up until now you're still considered a great hero who saved the sword profound world." Li Fan became more and more frightened, stammering.
"You mean because I'm standing here right now, right?"
Gu Changge chuckled. "Oh, you little rascal can keep up with my twisted thoughts." Li Fan finally had to admit. "Everything was in your plan. I can't beat you." Suddenly, he knelt down on both knees, clasped his hands together, and begged earnestly. "Can you not kill me? I want to follow you. Be your subordinate. I want to go out and see that world. The strength of that servant beside you is only on par with mine. I think I'm qualified, right? Right now, I've indirectly helped you with a great favor. Can you give me a chance?" Gu Changge was quite surprised by his reaction. But in his mind, he had already secretly planned for himself. Very quickly, Gu Changge agreed. "All right." Li Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Thank you, young Master Gu. Li Fan is willing to swear his undying loyalty."
Suddenly, an oppressive aura appeared before them, turning the entire space red.
Seeing this, Li Fan turned tail and ran, shouting, "Then I won't bother young Master Gu anymore. This humble one will go over there and help you keep an eye on Sword Immortal Xu and the others." On the surface, that's what he said, but in his heart, Li Fan was completely unwilling. He smirked, thinking, "Hey, fight it out. It's best if you both suffer heavy losses. I'll find a chance to get out, expose what you've done here to the forces beyond the realm, and then let's see if you can deny it." But his intentions had long been seen through by Gu Changge, but he just didn't feel like exposing them. Still, that face, that villainous smile, so damn captivating.
In that instant, the world seemed to completely collapse. The space there shattered, cracking into countless gaps with no end in sight. From within, strands of doomsday chains shot out, as fast as light, piercing through everything in their path. Not far away, the people of the Shu sect were completely horrified. The world changed color. That was the power of the heavenly Dao. They clutched their heads in agony, collapsing to their knees. Zhu Jiantian cried out in pain, "My soul is about to crack. It's even worse than the last time at the Shu sect. Does he plan to face that power alone? No way." In the center, Gu Changge remained unfazed, sneering triumphantly. "Finally decided to show your face? Considering it wasn't easy for you to gain consciousness,
If you willingly hand over the world's origin, I might give you a chance to exist. An enraged voice thundered. Disrespecting the heavenly Tao is punishable by death. The will of the heavenly Tao materialized as a colossal pair of eyes, cold and detached. Despite countless cracks appearing on them, they remained unwavering, seemingly unaffected. The boundless aura of the heavenly Tao surged, engulfing the heavens and earth. The light of the great Tao illuminated all directions. Within that light, countless beings emerged like stars drifting in an endless sea. The sun and moon revolved, and life and death cycled. Countless, massive, blood-red hands reached out, lunging towards Gu Change's location. Gu Changge immediately unleashed his magical treasures, his voice turning icy. How ignorant! With that, he instantly severed the hands into countless fragments. Then, he aimed his gourd at the eye of the heavenly Tao's will. Boom! Boom! Two immense forces collided fiercely, evenly matched, refusing to yield. The enraged voice echoed, "Disrespecting the heavenly Tao is punishable by death." Quickly, cracks appeared on Gu Change's immortal slaying gourd, and just a second later, it was sent flying. The power of the heavenly Tao's will was completely overwhelming. The immortal slaying gourd was a total joke, completely useless against it. This utterly surprised Gu Changge. He thought to himself, even the immortal slaying gourd couldn't do anything? The heavenly Daso's will just awakened. Yet its strength is chasing after the level of the 18 ancestors. Without hesitation, the heavenly Dasio's will attacked directly at Gu Changge. But who does it think it is to mess with him? Gu Changge instantly created a protective barrier around himself. The heavenly Daio's will's attack was immensely powerful, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, the ground to crack into pieces, and the entire sky to shift dramatically. At the same time, Lin Yin quickly ran far away, escaping from the center of the battle. He rushed towards the Shu sect elders, shouting, "Elders! Lin Yin!" Lin Yin continued anxiously, "This space is about to collapse! Quickly bring out the celestial phenomenon disc, and I'll lead you to teleport out." Over here, the will of the heavenly Tao has transformed into countless eyes covering the entire sky. His voice echoed, "Daring to challenge the heavenly Tao, you fools!" Then rumbled. A shocking explosion sounded, sweeping everything away. Gu Change's face was cold as he shouted, "Still pretending? I'll drag out your real body and beat it up right now." Gu Change's strength has far exceeded the limits that this world can contain, even able to shatter the order and rules of heaven and earth. Because of this, Gu Changge was truly damaging the will of the heavenly Tao. Throughout the sword-profound great world, countless cultivators and creatures prostrated on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their faces filled with utter fear. This was a battle that shook the entire sword-profound great world. The battlefield was in complete chaos, endless primordial energy spewing out, spreading throughout the desolate universe. The void was torn apart in large chunks, a desolate scene appearing everywhere, the sky becoming hazy, distorted, and great stars fell one after another from the heavens like giant meteorites. Witnessing this terrifying scene, everyone was confused. Is this ultimately a divine miracle, or a great tribulation? Without hesitation, the elders of the Shu sect and Lin Yin immediately teleported out. The elder was still in shock, saying, "Lin Yin, what exactly is going on?" Lin Yin then explained, "The heavenly Tao's will wants to sacrifice everyone in this realm, telling that the Gu guy is not a good person. No time to explain much. Let's get the hell out of here." Even that shock could be felt outside. Voices filled with shock rang out. The aura of the old ancestor has disappeared. What exactly happened inside? The entire relic was covered in a strange, dark, purple mist. It is impossible to approach at all, and the surrounding space is also extremely unstable. "Teleportation portal! Look, someone is coming out, it's them!" Catch them quickly. They can survive coming out, and they must be related to the death of the old ancestor. The awakening of the will of this world must also be related to them. As soon as he escaped from the secret realm, the sect master of the Shu sect was shocked to see countless foreign forces in front of him. Not good, it's the people from beyond the realm. But in contrast to them, Lin Yin was very calm. "Don't panic. I just happen to have a few things I want to talk about with them." But just a second later, they were completely controlled, unable to move at all. Lin Yin gritted his teeth bitterly. When Lin Yin spilled the tea about Gu Changge, he got slapped so hard his face hurt like hell. Then, Yu Fei pointed a finger in his face, yelling, "Shut your trap! Guards, drag him away and keep a close watch." Lin Yin, feeling wronged, stubbornly said, "Yo, if you don't believe me, just soul search us. We all saw everything with our own eyes." Seeing Yu Fei is silent, Lin Yin turned to the rest of the crowd and said, "You guys, are you all a bunch of dumbasses?" But all he got were blank, indifferent faces. They knew damn well how strong Gu Changge was, a guy they wouldn't dare touch even if they died, and their old ancestor bit the dust, so what the hell were they gonna do? Reluctantly, they could only force a strained smile and said, "HMPH, this guy's about to die, and still talking nonsense." "That's right, young Master Changge is a big shot. How can we let him slander at will?" Lin Yin was so shocked he froze. He finally realized the truth and started laughing like a maniac. "Haha, you guys are so afraid of Gu Changge? You don't even dare to doubt. I bet your so-called upper realm is gonna end up just like us. Hearing this, some people started cursing. What the hell? Is this kid crazy? Does he even know how vast our upper realm is? Yeah, daring to compare this trashy little world to it. At the same time, Gu Changge's Dharma body appeared, his whole body wrapped in boundless chaotic energy, just like the creation god in legends splitting the chaos. Gu Changge directly tore apart the void crack, instantly shattering countless restrictions and spaces, then stepped straight into another dimension. Gu Lun said, "How long are you going to keep running? Do you want me to blow up this whole space?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon's head appeared and rushed towards Gu Changge. It opened its wide mouth full of sharp fangs and charged. Meanwhile, Gu Changge remained calm, as if nothing was happening. When the distance got closer, Gu Changge immediately swung his long blade to attack, casually saying, "Desperate resistance." In an instant, the dragon's body was chopped away, dead without even a chance to blink. "Damn, this dude is OPAF! What makes you think you can beat him?" Suddenly a voice rang out.
"You and I have no grudges. Why keep chasing me?"
Gu Lun said calmly. "You attacked me first. Am I not allowed to fight back?" He continued. "You want to meet me so much, so I'll grant your wish." With that, the will of the heavenly Tao stood at the darkest end of the horizon, revealing its true form. A tall, muscular black-haired man with blood-red eyes, cold and ruthless. Around him was the light of merit and virtue, with colorful, auspicious clouds swirling around, eventually condensing into a set of 7 colored battle armor covering his entire body. Endless golden light of merit and virtue swirled around, making him look like the Lord of heaven and earth, revered by all races. Behind him, the illusory shadows of worlds flickered, as if he was standing on the summit of infinite divine light. As soon as he appeared, he confidently said, "It's been a long time since I used my true form. Can you handle it?"
But Gu Changge was still unfazed, standing there fearlessly. He immediately stretched out his giant hand towards Gu Changge, intending to crush him.
But before he could, his eyes became extremely confused, and he froze.
Gu Changge gently took out the great Tao treasure vase, only the size of a palm, but inside there were countless intertwined divine laws, eventually turning into a black hole, as if condensed from the stars of the heavens, small but deadly. The heavenly Tao's will felt an immense danger. The treasure vase seemed to contain the most terrifying thing in the world, capable of directly swallowing him, his face sweating with horror. Suddenly, a fist of the heavenly Dao's will tore through the void and appeared, a single punch shaking the entire world, rocks flying everywhere, dust filling the air.
Gu Changge simply swung the wild desolation halberd horizontally, with the momentum to shatter an entire great world. In an instant, all the laws shattered, like an egg hitting a rock. Everything exploded and turned into nothingness. Even the laws of stagnation collapsed in an instant, completely unable to resist. The heavenly Tao's will roared in anger. The 7-colored armor emitted a dazzling light, and his black hair fluttered wildly. He had to take the initiative. If he continued to hesitate,
he would soon be swallowed by the treasure vase, dying without a complete corpse. Rumble! The aura here became even more terrifying, as if wanting to overturn the heavens and recreate the world.
Gu Changge remained indifferent as before. Around him, the illusory shadows of various worlds appeared, and in each world, there were silver divine flames surging. When the heavenly Tao's will attacked, the divine flames around Gu Changge became even more brilliant, burning down the void, and he directly met the attack head-on. The order of the heavenly rules broke outside the group of people in this world and became chaotic. On Gu Changge's side, the battle was still ongoing. Now, terrifying chains of rules appeared around him. The great Tao shook. The universe seemed to shatter. Gu Lun had completely overwhelmed him. Outside, countless explosions occurred in succession, extremely chaotic. Old man Aqing looked at the surrounding scene in horror. What the hell is going on? The sword-profound world is about to end. Aqing, her mother called out worriedly. On the side of the yachts of the people from the outer regions, they were also moving hastily. Urging voices rang out. Quickly retreat to the stronghold guarding the exit of this world. There are currently great powers from various forces stabilizing the space there. Yu Ming looked at the changes in front of him, and exclaimed in horror. Elder sister, do you think this commotion was caused by the ancient mysterious ruins? This power may have to destroy more than half of the sword-profound world before it stops. Yu Fei didn't say anything, thinking to herself, Gu Changge, is it you? If it's really you, then how can we survive in front of you? At the same time, on Gu Changge's side, the final battle also came to an end. As expected, Gu Changge beat the heavenly Dao's will, until it had to reveal its true form. Now it was completely controlled by Gu Lun, shrinking back like a new bride, standing obediently like a puppy. In front of him, Gu Changge said coldly, have you recognized the situation?
The heavenly Dao's will trembled and replied, yes, I understand.
All right, spill the tea. How do I snag the origin of this world?
He's like, the origin is hidden within all living things. Sacrifice them all, and you can condense it. You want to get your hands on it? Simple. Just nuke the whole place.
Gu Changge, a bit shook, mutters, destroy this world? The will of heaven keeps yapping. Yup, but karma's gonna bite you hard. You'll be knee-deep in trouble. More pain than gain. TBH. Gu Changge throws shade. Then why are you always trying to sacrifice everyone?
Dude laughs.
Lol, I'm different. My world-ending wars are just part of the cosmic cycle. Karma doesn't touch me, I actually get merit. We're not the same, so you might as well give up. Gu Changge nods. True. A handsome, kind soul like me could never do that. Hee hee. That kind of messed up SHT is better left to you. Lol. The will of heaven short-circuits, speechless. He's probably screaming internally, how could someone be this shameless? Then, Gu Changge strolls out of the world and casually says, damn, that last fight really messed this place up. He's thinking. Even though it's just the will of heaven, it's basically a living thing now, which makes it easier to control. So many powerhouses died back in the upper realm. They probably know I'm behind it. They won't say anything now, but when I get back, word's gonna spread. And that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Outside the world, in the void, space ripples, and Gu Changge steps out. He's fast. Blinks onto the ancient warship of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. Chief, young Master Changge is back. The patrol soldiers are shocked and bow. Where's your eldest princess? Gu Changge asks, all casual. A soldier answers respectfully. The eldest princess has been in the main hall since returning from that world, young master. Gu Changge says nonchalantly, thanks. Then he walks in. The soldiers whisper, young Master Changge is so nice to us low-level guys, there's no way he killed our old ancestor, right? That guy was just talking trash. Case closed. Meanwhile, Gu Change's foot enters the main hall. Yufei is standing there. They stare at each other in silence. The air is thick. Breaking the tension, Gu Changge says, looks like you've been waiting for me. Yufei is speechless. Gu Changge continues, then you probably know why I'm here, right? Yufei says, young Master Changge is planning to bury us all, and take the origin of the sword-profound great world for himself. Gu Changge immediately chokes her, snarling, you knew, and you still waited here to die? Yufei calmly says, even if you kill us all, and return to the upper realm alone, they'll suspect you. Not getting her angle, Gu Changge interrupts. You want me to let the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty go? What about the other factions? Yufei says flatly, dead men tell no tales. Gu Changge says nothing, just glances at her. Then he releases her neck and gently touches her silky hair, saying coldly, Princess Feiya is one smart woman. I'm starting to like you. What should I do? Fine, I'll spare the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. But I need you to lead all the armies and experts of the other factions deep into the sword-profound world. Yufei is resigned. Everything will be as young Master Changge commands. Then, Yufei leads Gu Changge to where the prisoners are held. Gu Changge says, everyone, the will of heaven wants to slaughter all living beings in this world to complete its transcendence plan. When it transcends, it'll enter the immortal realm. Then this world will collapse, and everything born here will be destroyed. One guy can't help but shout, such ambition! Gu Changge continues. I left to investigate this. Right now, the will of heaven just broke the seal. It's probably capturing sword immortals and experts to recover and execute its plan. A Great Yu Immortal Dynasty dude is shook. Could our old ancestors' disappearance be related to this? Gu Changge keeps playing the good guy. If that's the case, then your predecessors still have a chance. Yufei speaks up. In 3 days I will organize forces and enter the sword-profound world to rescue people. Please prepare. Great. We'll go gather our forces. My Shixiang will be saved. They quickly leave. Now, only Yufei and Gu Changge remain. Yufei points to a cell. The one who framed you earlier is in there. Hearing the noise, Lin Yin looks up, stunned. You? What are you doing here? Shu Jiangxian glances at Gu Changge. Gu Changge says nonchalantly, I'm here picking up where we left off. Gu Change's power has already defeated the world's heavenly Tao, making him as obedient as a puppy, listening to Gu Change's every word. Not stopping there, Gu Lun finds Yufei and uses her to kill everyone in this place. Then, Yufei leads Gu Changge to the place where Lin Yin and Shu Jiangxian, along with the elders, are imprisoned. They are completely caught off guard by Gu Change's sudden appearance. Gu Lun even nonchalantly says that he's here to release people, like, duh, what else would he be here for? Hearing this, they jump up in shock. Tong Cheng shouts, release! Release the people! Gu Lun says, I came to this world for my own purposes, but it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, the sword-profound world is facing such a disaster, with living beings being wiped out, and most of the powerhouses who have reached the sword-immortal realm have been captured by the incarnation of Heavenly Dao. You, as the strongest in this realm, it's time to show your strength and role. My side won't continue to make things difficult for you. Hearing Gu Lun's persuasive words, they have no reason not to believe him. Sounds kinda nice, TBH. Soon, Shu Jiangxian and the 2 elders are released outside. While Shu Jiangxian is still sluggishly walking out, the 2 elders bow gratefully, clasping their hands and saying, then thank you, young Master Gu. Gu Lun smiles. Yeah, take care. Shu Jiangxian also clasps her hands respectfully, though not quite willingly. In his heart, Gu Changge says to himself, you, as sword immortals, have already absorbed a lot of the world's natural fortune. You are the best sacrifices. Just like that,
Gu Changge silently watches them leave. Lin Yin then tiptoes out, but before he can go far, he's captured alive by Gu Lun. Gu Change's hand gently rests on Lin Yin's shoulder, making his hair stand on end with fear. Gu Changge says with a grin, "You think I'm blind or what?" As soon as the words are spoken, Gu Changge pushes him into the corner of the wall, bam, causing him to cough up blood in pain. Lin Yin's face turns pale, but he still begs awkwardly, Young Master Gu, can you give me another chance? This time I will wholeheartedly, but sorry bro, you're all out of value. Lin Yin's fate is sealed. He can only die. In less than a note, Gu Changge makes him disappear. Even his body quickly vanishes and evaporates. The system immediately pops up. Congratulations on receiving a reward, which is a mysterious chest. Gu Changge glances back at Yu Feiya, who is standing behind him, and says, You continue to spread the news. Try to lure the forces from the entrance and the upper realm into here. 3 days later, I want to see everyone led to the deepest part of the Sword Profound World. Yu Feiya replies, Yes. Scene cuts to the Sword Profound World, where voices can be heard. In my opinion, why not think of a way to escape to another world? Of course they can come. We can also leave. Escape? We were born and raised here. Where can we escape to? The Sword Immortals are the strongest in this realm. At this time, we should unite, and first think of a way to save the powerhouses who have been captured. Easier said than done. That's the incarnation of Heavenly Dao. Just you? Bai Xuandi hugs Shui Jiangxian tightly, sobbing. Wakia, Master. My father was also captured on the way we escaped. Aqing adds, Should we go and ask young Master Gu for help together? He will definitely help. Xuan Dai says, That's right, let's go find him, Master. But in her heart, Shu Jiangxian remembers Gu Change's face with a villainous smile. She may never forget that smile of Gu Changge, she says in a low voice. Our matters can only depend on ourselves. Then, Shui Jiangxian says loudly, Everyone, a long time ago, the will of Heavenly Dao was once sealed by our ancestors. It's just our turn now. Why can't we do it? We are the strongest group of people in this realm. How can we abandon our home and run away? Even if we are lucky enough to escape, after death, how can we face our ancestors? Moreover, by that time, the extraterritorial forces will also come to rescue their ancestors. We still have a chance to turn things around. Hearing her say this, everyone feels it's quite reasonable. An elder speaks up. Shui Jiangxian is right. How can we be deserters like our descendants? That's right. This trip, if there are those extraterritorial people, there might still be a chance. Zhu Jiangxian says to herself in her heart, Perhaps this is our destiny. Scene cuts to the upper realm, the entrance. Many spaceships are rumbling in, along with urgent urging sounds. Hurry up a bit. Our old ancestor is still waiting for us to rescue him. Third prince. Does rescuing the old ancestor require so much manpower? Yuming replies. It was Her Highness the Princess who told me to come back and arrange it. It's safer to have more people. He continues. I don't know if the third prince has any news about my younger brother, Tuoba Xiaoyao, inside? No. That kid disappeared as soon as he entered. Who knows where he went? But unexpectedly, the entrance gate gradually closes. Seeing this, they are shocked. What's going on? Why is the transmission gate closing? Our clan's descendants are still inside. Tuoba Yunfei. What's going on? Her Highness the Princess is still inside, and so many people just went in. Everyone, join me in exerting our strength to prevent the transmission gate from closing. However, even if they concentrate their strength to reinforce the transmission, it is still useless. The gate is still gradually closing. Damn it, with the quasi-emperor strength of us, we can't stop it at all? This time we are done for. Not only is the first princess inside, but young Master Changge is also inside. Will the Gu family vent their anger on our Great Yu because of this? We're screwed. Totally screwed. The truth is that Alade is on the other side of the gate, blocking the entrance. Yeah, they can enter by believing in fairy tales. Seeing that the gate has completely closed, the boy nonchalantly says, Hey, that's that. Cut to inside the Sword Profound World, the outer realm peeps. Spaceships have gathered up. Inside one of the ships, these dudes just got there, and already bowing respectfully. Divine Spirit Mountain, Heavenly Saber Sect, greets the eldest princess, Yu Feiya. 8. Chill, you guys did good. Prep yourselves. Just then, some dude rushes in, panicking. Report! The space portal here is gone! They're like, wait, what the hell? But it doesn't stop there. The world suddenly changes. Dark clouds roll in. Thunder's going crazy. The heaven and earth are collapsing. This realm's about to kick the bucket, eldest princess. This ain't just the end of the world, it's trying to reboot a whole new realm, returning to primordial chaos to evolve into something new. Everyone in this realm is gonna die. Yu Feiya is shook. Damn, didn't think it was this serious. No time, haul ass to the center of the world. Only way is to find and save the old ancestors. With the combined power of a bunch of Taoist cultivators, we might be able to sense the new spatial coordinates. Meanwhile, up high, Gu Changge is chilling in a chair like a boss, with the world's heavenly Dao standing next to him, obedient like a puppy. He softly asks, My lord, when do we make our move? Gu Lun,
Chill your ass, bro.
There's always someone who doesn't want to come. Wait for you to use the Heavenly Dalio rules to force everyone here. Wouldn't that be easier?
Hearing this, the Heavenly Tao internally monologues. Holy crap, this dude's even more like the Heavenly Tao than I am, cold and ruthless, treating everything like ants. Back down below, space is still shaking like crazy. Damn it, gotta head to the center.
Princess.
What if we can't find the old ancestors, even at the center?
Yu Fei thinks.
Just hoping he'll keep his promise by then. Otherwise, no one's getting out of here alive.
At the same time, the Sword Profound World peeps are scrambling to find a way out. Looks like the remaining Sword Immortals are imprisoned there.
Go through this door. Should be able to find them.
Xuan Dai casually says, glancing at the ancient mysterious remains.
That might be the last time. Aqing chimes in. You mean Gu Gongzi?
Maybe that action was just a momentary impulse for him. We're not from the same world, after all.
Watching them leave, the Outer Realm crew yells, "Those natives went into that door! Looks like that's the target, let's go!" But just then, some dude raises his hand, stopping them. Hold up, senior brother. Something's not right. It's empty all around. There's an independent space door here. Doesn't that seem weird?
Yeah, I don't trust that at all.
Inside the door, Gu Changge is still waiting for the prey to offer themselves. He sneers. Pretty cautious. But too bad you're all gonna die here. Then, Gu Changge loudly commands the Heavenly Tao will. Alright, everyone's here, make your move. Yes. But the Heavenly Dako thinks, once I refine them all, Ninyu Lian's original source world will devour yours one step faster. Then I'll instantly step into that realm, and then haha. But there's that piece of crap, keep dreaming kid. Quickly, the whole world's being devoured, and a thick smell of blood fills the air. The Outer Realm group is shocked. What the hell is this sacrificial offering? Why is there a sacrificial offering here? Saving the ancestors was a trap from the start. The goal is to lure us all here, close the passage between the two realms, force us all here, using everyone's life as nutrients to nourish something else. What the hell are they trying to achieve? Yufei, what's your real motive? Yufei replies vaguely. I'm just following orders, don't blame me. Bullshit. Who are you taking orders from? Even Yu Tianhe wouldn't dare do this. Just then, a cold voice echoes. Of course. She's taking orders from me, everyone.
The Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's crew finally realized they walked right into a trap, leading to a dead end with no escape.
Yu Fei was forced to admit she was just following orders, reluctantly. While everyone's thinking it's Gu Change's scheme, he pops up casually like, nah, I don't just want your lives. Even with countless runes lighting up the ancient warships, creating a huge energy barrier, it's all for naught. Everything's collapsing and vanishing fast. Runes getting deleted one by one. The gigantic world-ending millstone of annihilation covers the sky, wrapped in red light, slowly crushing down like it wants to obliterate everything. Space shatters. Fire meteorites rain down, burning everything to ash. They're scattering like cockroaches. Run! Anyone who gets out, expose the truth about this place. While they're trying to fly away, they're quickly swallowed by the wave of destruction. People are panicking, bodies cracking in despair, engulfed in flames, body and soul burned to a crisp, turned to ash. He stares blankly as his body burns to ash, confused. WTF? The shield didn't block anything? Soon the space is a chaotic mess, just screams of agony left. Living beings and cultivators don't have a single shred of hope left. In all directions, an ancient sacrificial rune ignites, and a silhouette of ancient gods and demons appears in the void, sitting at the end of the horizon, chanting to send off living beings. The scene is too horrific. Black fog covers and blots out all light. The sacrificial rune burns everything, using living beings as sacrifices to refine the origin of the entire world. On Yu Fei's ship, the surviving soldiers are shaking like leaves, stammering, Princess, Feiya, we. Yu Fei cuts them off coldly, telling everyone, stay still, don't move. Meanwhile, others are still desperately looking for an escape, trying to earth-fifth through the ground. Underneath the mountains, fiery red flames suddenly appear, and then boom, it instantly explodes. They didn't even get to Earthtash before they got burned to ash. The flames spread quickly, lighting up a vast expanse of space, the oppressive force growing stronger. Seeing death approaching, even the people standing still on the ship can't stay calm anymore. Screaming, Princess Feiya, the crimson flames are here! Seeing this, Yu Fei steps to the bow of the ship, looking straight at Gu Changge, saying, I've done what you asked. Gu Changge says nothing, just smiles faintly in response, but that smile sends chills down Yu Fei's spine, making her tremble in confusion and fear, sweat pouring down. Her face turns pale as she mutters, looks like you still don't intend to spare me. At the same time, on the Sword Profound world side, they're still searching, surrounded by fog that blurs the path. Someone's voice rings out. Will they really be trapped here? Deduced location is right here, no mistake. Zhu Jiankexian worriedly reminds everyone. Everyone be careful, our enemy is the avatar of the heavenly Tao. Just then, Xuan Dai shouts in shock. Father, what happened to you? In the distance, she glimpses the familiar figure of her father, and immediately, without hesitation, Xuan Dai runs towards the figure. Shui Jiangxian shouts a warning from behind. Alert. Xuan Dai, Don't go. But in Xuandai's eyes, she sees her father smiling at her. Suddenly a cold hand pierces through Xuandai's chest, spraying blood like a fountain. Death comes too quickly, and suddenly, shocking her, her eyes wide open, blood constantly spurting from her mouth.
The heavenly Tao's will gradually becomes clear. Aqing shouts at the scene. Xuandai! Xu Jiangxian stands alert in front, stopping everyone. Stay back! After dealing with Xuandai, the heavenly Dao's will casually flicks Xuandai's body aside cruelly. He smirks, saying, "Emotions are your human's greatest weakness." An elder immediately charges forward. "Damn you, let this old man experience the heavenly Dao." The remaining people are shocked. It's the Shadow Sword Immortals' Shadow Stream's sword dance. It's said that once this ultimate technique is used, the enemy has no way to dodge. It once defeated 2 Continental Sword Immortals, and has never met an opponent. But his ending is still a tragic death. The sword shattered into pieces, his body slammed backwards, getting one-tapped after a minute of screen time. Seeing this, they're all shaking like crazy. Looking at his motionless body lying there, they're utterly shocked. The Shadow Sword Immortal mocks them confidently in front of the heavenly Dao's will. "You ants, come at me together!" They all charged at once, each determined to fight to the death, united in purpose, considering death as light as a feather. 500 brothers, kill him. Tiandao just stood there, smirking. Isn't this better? Killing them one by one would be too slow, and the people who just charged were wiped out in an instant, not even touching a hair on Tiandao's head. Shu Jiangxian stood there bewildered, completely outmatched, defeated in a single move. Bu Chenshu suddenly turned his head back and shouted, "Everyone, it's time to risk our lives." As citizens of the sword profound world, are you afraid of death? The remaining people shouted in unison, "No! No!" But you can tell one of them mumbled no quietly, and screamed, "Afraid!" loudly. She was probably terrified, but still trying to put on a brave face, while the atmosphere around her was blazing. "Let's gamble!" Zhu Jiangxian shouted. "High risk, high reward!" Everyone summoned the power of their natal sword spirits, determined to fight him to the death. Immediately, a bright light flashed on their foreheads. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! And when their powers combined, the power of their natal sword spirits spread, illuminating the space. Tiandao looked up, bewildered. This is an illusion of the sword ancestor? And also a trace of immortal Dao aura. Immediately he unleashed his power, his figure gradually growing larger and larger. So you really had such tricks up your sleeves. Seems like I underestimated you. Soon, the figure of the heavenly Dao's will became enormous, far exceeding the size of the sword ancestor's illusion. The two stood facing each other, a tense battle about to erupt. At the same time, outside the space, the scene was desolate, with smoke and dust everywhere. Everything was submerged in a sea of fire, devoid of any signs of life. Gu Changge stood there with his hands behind his back, observing, thinking to himself. As expected, relying solely on the origin of these upper realm people is not enough. To condense the world's origin, I still need to rely on those natives. Behind him, Yufei was constantly brainwashing the survivors, saying, "The memory of the Lord has been processed. Thank you, young Master Change, for giving us a way to live." Ji Liang smiled faintly, his voice cold. "You know what to do after you get out, right?" Yufei nodded. "I know." Just then, a spatial crack appeared in the sky, the sword shattering into pieces. Seeing this, Ji Liang said, "Oh, it's getting pretty intense up there." Inside, all the remaining people of the sword profound world were blown away by the power of Tiandao, all falling like straw, none of them conscious enough to survive. Tiandao stood there towering, a little annoyed, and said, "Damn it, you made me waste so much time." He walked over, grabbed Xu Jiangxian by the hair, and lifted her up, grinding his teeth in frustration. "If I hadn't been seriously injured before, could you have held me back for so long? You lowly humans, hand over all your origins." As he shouted, he punched her hard, blood spurting out continuously. Xue Jiangkexian was sent flying backward. He was a little surprised by Xue Jiangkexian's resilience and exclaimed, "Oh, you're not broken after one punch?" Although Xue Jiangxian wasn't dead, she was seriously injured, lying there gasping for breath. At that moment, Tiandao spread his arms wide. "Refining this world. But it doesn't matter. Now I will begin to refine your origins." But before he could do anything, a dark aura appeared, making him freeze on the spot. From within his body, the aura spread continuously. Gu Changge appeared behind him, looming over him, while he exclaimed in confusion, "Didn't you say that if I cooperated with you this time you would spare my life, and I would follow you from now on?" Gu Changge smiled faintly. "So you're crossing the bridge after getting across? I don't need it." Fast forward, Gu Changge already dealt with that heavenly Dao's will dude. Before he could completely dissipate, he kept cursing, "Damn you, I curse you!" Not far away, Xu Jiangxian was lying there gasping for air, wounds all over her body bleeding non-stop. She mumbled weakly, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is." After taking care of the heavenly Daso, Gu Changge quickly walked over to Xu Jiangxian and casually said, "You really are in a terrible state." He leaned down, gently lifted Xu Jiangxian up, and asked, "Want to come to the upper realm and work for me?" Xu Jiangxian weakly said, "Can I ask you one question?" "Yeah." Gu Changge nodded. "From beginning to end,
Were you just using us?
Gu Changge pondered for a few seconds and replied,
Without me, your fate would have been nothing but death anyway. In the end, Shui Jiancaxian chose death rather than follow Gu Changge. The aura around her gradually dissipated. Gu Lian chuckled softly. What a stubborn woman. In the blink of an eye, Shu Jiancaxian's entire body turned into ashes. All that was left was the mask in Gu Change's hand. After that, Gu Changge walked over to where Aqing was lying, her eyes still wide open in death. Seeing this, Gu Lilian reached out and closed her eyes, saying softly, Oh well, for the sake of you calling me a benefactor, I'll grant you a good reincarnation. At the same time, Yunfei was still in shock.
She stood watching the cracks spreading across the world and said, Is this world about to completely collapse?
Just then Gu Changge appeared and continued. The cycle of each world means birth and destruction. It will regenerate itself, and we should return now. In his heart, Gu Changge thought, This time returning to the upper realm might be a bit troublesome. I need to quickly refine the world origin that I just obtained. Scene changed to the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty.
Standing before the spatial rift separating the Jianshuan world and the Great Yu, many airships hovered in the air. Someone's voice rang out. Your Majesty, Yu Huang, we have sacrificed too many people. You must give us an explanation. The initial news came from the Great Yu, so the Great Yu cannot shirk responsibility for such a major event.
Yu Huang clasped his hands and said, Fellow Taoists, please calm down. Such a major event occurring is not what we wanted either.
Moreover, not only did your ancestors and experts lose their lives, but even one of the old royal ancestors of my Great Yu had his life tablet shattered. Furthermore, the situation is still unclear, yet you have already come to demand answers. Isn't that a bit hasty?
They became increasingly angry and growled, HMPH. Your Majesty, don't forget, young Master Change is also in there. If even he falls, do you think the Great Yu can withstand the wrath of the Gu family?
Hearing this, Yu Huang froze, unable to speak. In his heart he cursed.
What the actual FCK? Damn it, Gu Changge, if you're going to die, don't die on my turf. Trying to calm himself,
Yu Huang continued. This is not the place to discuss matters.
Why don't you follow me into the palace, and we can discuss further. Just then, the spatial teleportation gate unexpectedly opened again. An airship slowly appeared, and someone shouted in panic. The spatial teleportation gate has opened again. It's our Great Yu's main battleship.
A person rushed forward,
anxiously saying, Princess Feiya, you're all right, that's great. What exactly happened inside? Feiya replied. It's a long story. We all fell into the trap of that world's heavenly Tao. Most people have perished. Hearing this, he was shocked. What? Then, my brother. Damn it! Feiya expressed her condolences in a somber tone.
She gently placed her hand on his shoulder to comfort him. I have many things to report to my father, and cannot delay. General Tuoba should continue to guard this place well.
Receiving such shocking news, his face turned pale. In his heart he thought, Xiao Zhao has fallen, so what will happen to Xing Yu? Does that mean Tuoba must directly face Gu Changge?
At the same time, Gu Changge had already stepped out of the Jianshuan world. After what he did in the other world, Gu Changge was now enjoying moments of bliss. He soaked in a relaxing warm bath, and smugly said to himself, I'm one step closer to becoming an immortal. The world origin is truly a good thing. Now, in the upper realm, if it's a one-on-one fight, I'm probably invincible, right? Let's see what Yang Bao dropped this time. With that, he reached out and opened the reward he had obtained. Inside was a heavenly heart mark, which could be used to refine a small world into his clone, granting him the heavenly Tao authority of the small world. And the second reward was a sword Tao of sacred heart. Gu Changge indifferently assessed. These rewards are a bit too slow for my current pace, but they're perfect for Ming Kong. After something huge happened in the sword mystery great world, the upper realm can't just ignore it. Better lie low for now, and let Feiya handle things on the surface. But speaking of Da Yu, it's about time for a change in management, am I right? As he said that, Gu Changge secretly signaled to Yu Tian. On the other side, Yu Tian got the shining card in his hand and was stunned, cheering. I can finally make my move! I've waited too damn long for this! Cut to the Da Yu Immortal Dynasty. Feiya's ship quickly entered the capital. Murmurs arose below. Look, isn't that the ancient warship that went to conquer the lower realm? Weren't they trapped there? And the whole army got wiped? Just how dangerous was that world, that so many people died tragically? Even those who attained Daonemyo couldn't escape. I heard that young Master Change went to that world too. You guys think he died in there? What a pity. I was hoping for a chance to be his mistress. If something really happened to him, you should be thinking about how Da Yu will escape the Gu family's furious wrath. Duh. Up front, a girl spoke up.
You guys underestimate Gu Changge too much. Even if the lower realm collapses and is destroyed, he won't die. Who is she? Why so sure? I think I've seen her before. Isn't she a princess of the Taishu God clan?
The old lady behind her asked. Princess, now that we've met here, do you want to go see him? The girl replied grumpily. Do what? Continue being his maid? The old lady said. After the trip to the demon realm, weren't your feelings? No need to meet anymore?
His heart can't contain that many people anyway. Inside the palace, the shocking news quickly spread, and a soldier ran in panicked. Report! Princess Feiya has returned! Everyone who heard this was stunned. What the fuck?
Yu Feiya entered, politely greeting.
Feiya greets Father Emperor, greets all seniors. The Yu Emperor replied, Feiya, you don't need to be so polite. I'm relieved that you can return safely, an elder asked anxiously. Princess Feiya, your return is timely. Quickly tell us in detail what happened in that lower realm.
That's right, Feiya.
How many of you returned? Yu Feiya had expected this. Recalling Gu Changge's instructions, she put on a solemn expression and said, Father Emperor,
that world was actually just a trap.
Its purpose was to lure us all there. Other than me, I'm afraid that everyone from the other lineages has died in there.
Everyone was stunned at first.
Then they reacted. Everyone's eyes widened, completely disbelieving. Who was so bold as to use an entire great world as bait, luring all the experts to it and wiping them out? Such a thing is hard to imagine, even in the upper realm now. They don't think anyone would dare to do something so crazy. What are you implying? The Yu Emperor frowned, his heart full of doubt, about to open his mouth to ask, but the powerhouses from the other forces stepped forward, their eyes full of pressure, staring intently at Yu Feiya. They didn't believe her words. They didn't think there was anyone in the world who would dare to set up such a big conspiracy against them.
Yu Feiya said solemnly,
If the seniors don't believe me, please take a look at this memory stone. Everything that happened in the Sword Mystery Great World before has been recorded here. The will of the heavenly Dabio awakened, wanting to sacrifice an entire realm to transcend. All the Taoist lineages and forces that entered from the lower realm became sacrifices buried within it.
As she spoke, she took out the memory stone she had prepared.
Everyone here is an expert. They can tell whether the images in the memory stone are real or fake with just a glance. Moreover, Yu Feiya had carefully thought out her explanation, not revealing any flaws. The young emperor was increasingly stunned as he watched. So it was such a terrifying trap. No wonder the forces were annihilated in it. When going to the lower realm, no one expected that there would be such a big game waiting for us all. It's really too scary. An elder assessed Yu Feiya's expression. The princess probably isn't lying. Even now the princess's soul is still in a state of fear. So how did you escape in the end? In that situation, I'm afraid even someone who has attained Dalio would have difficulty escaping.
Yu Feiya replied.
Thanks to young Master Changge, if he hadn't taken action against the heavenly Tao at the crucial moment, we probably wouldn't have been able to return. Young Master Changge, he was able to fight against the heavenly Tao of an entire realm?
So now he's...
Yu Feiya continued. With young Master Change's strength, he could only hold on, and then desperately risked damaging his foundation to lead us to find a new spatial coordinate. Now he has difficulty moving. He can only temporarily recover from his injuries on the ancient warship. But they could never have imagined that Gu Changge not only didn't get a scratch, but was also leisurely enjoying the spoils he got from this. Gu Liang sat back in his chair, swaying leisurely while writing a letter. He said,
Wait, take this letter and jade box to Gu Wudi. Tell him to take a trip to the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty.
Adao nodded. Yes. Then Niwu asked suspiciously. But master, there are clearly many ways to transmit messages such as jade slips. Why use such a low-level communication method of mortal cultivators? Gu Changge sipped on a dacio fruit and said casually.
What the hell do you know? This is called romance. You need to learn more.
Hearing this, Adane scratched his head, looking dumbfounded and thinking, I don't have anyone to write to. Am I supposed to write to master? The content of Gu Change's love letter gradually appeared. Inside, Gu Changge gently used his flowery writing style to write a passionate passage.
My beloved Mingkong, seeing the words is like seeing you. Although you and I are far apart, the longing has never diminished. Every time I think of you, I remember the days when we were close to each other. Just recalling those days is enough to warm people's hearts, like the early autumn weather in January. Chilly yet warm, gentle yet intoxicating. Perhaps you also hold such a feeling in your heart, Mingkong? Today I set out on a journey for a great cause, and I was fortunate enough to... Lu Cheoge successfully snatches the origin of the sword profound world. At the same time, Yu Feiya finally returns, much to the relief of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. She claims everyone fell into a trap set by the heavenly Datsuo of that world.
It wanted to sacrifice the entire world for transcendence, turning everyone into nutrients. She even spins a yarn about how Gu Changge was injured saving everyone and can barely move, only able to heal on the warship. But little do they know, Gu Changge is chilling, casually writing love letters to Ming Kong. It's all a bamboozle, LOL.
The Great Yu Immortal Dynasty crew rolls up to Gu Changge's crib for a visit. Yu Huang is leading the charge. A suspicious elder pipes up. This old one will use a secret technique to investigate the soldiers on this ship. Please, everyone, help us investigate whether Gu Changge is injured or not. The dude next to him chimes in. Yeah, they came back alive. But this old man won't rest easy until he sees it with his own eyes. After checking the soldiers on the ship, they barge into Gu Change's room. They whisper shout, Young Master Changge, someone's getting impatient. Why is it taking so long to open the door? Open up. There's a barrier. We can't scan it with our divine sense. With that, they immediately try to break the barrier. The moment the barrier fades, the door swings open,
and the scene inside leaves them speechless and wide-eyed in shock. The palace is dead silent, with only wisps of green smoke rising from the incense burner, slowly spreading through the space. Gu Changge is draped in snow-white robes, his face handsome beyond compare, even though his complexion is a bit pale. His aura is still ethereal and otherworldly, like a fallen immortal. With lips as dark as a dog's, Gu Lizard Change weakly says, "Everyone, why disturb my recovery? Surely you don't want to take advantage of my weakness?" They can only force an awkward smile. "Oh, young Master Change, you misunderstand. We heard that you fought a huge battle with the heavenly Tao of that world and were seriously injured, so we brought some humble gifts to visit. Please don't blame us." With that, they quickly offer their gifts, one by one, to Gu Changge. He casually waves his sleeve, accepting the jade box from a powerhouse from Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and nods slightly.
"Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your concern.
My injuries are much better." His voice is calm, his eyes deep and unfathomable, making it impossible to discern the truth. However, the powerhouses present are all apex beings of this world, with keen eyes.
Naturally, they can see that Gu Change's vitality is weakening, and his origin is damaged. They exchange glances, a strange glint in their eyes, their minds filled with calculations, and then they take out their gifts of inquiry. No matter what, no one dares to offend Gu Changge at this time, even if he is injured. "Well then, we won't disturb young Master Change any longer. Farewell. The Great Yu's eldest princess has told us the remaining details of the sword-profound great world. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until young Master recovers before we can ask more questions. Farewell." After presenting their gifts, the powerhouses of various clans leave one by one, each with their own thoughts. They don't linger. They still have many doubts, but they temporarily believe Yu Feiya's words. If it were someone else, they would have directly used soul-searching to investigate the truth. But Yu Feiya has the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty backing her up, with a noble status, and Gu Changge is the young master of the upper realms Chongsheng Gu family. Who would dare to even suggest searching his divine sense? Doing so would be tantamount to provoking the Chongsheng Gu family. Provoking Gu Changge himself, and could lead to a war on a transcendental level. Fellow Taoists, please take care. Gu Changge nods, his expression still calm.
After all the powerhouses have left, only Yu Huang remains in the hall. His eyes flicker slightly, and he finally can't help but ask,
"Young Master Change, with your current condition, shouldn't you inform the Chongsheng Gu family? After all, Gu Changge is seriously injured, and it's inevitable that enemies or malicious beings will be secretly plotting, waiting for an opportunity to strike." Gu Changge hears this and smiles faintly. "It's fine. Even though I'm injured now, ordinary people are no match for me. Such worry is unnecessary. Besides, with Princess Feiya taking care of me in Yu Huang's territory, what do I have to fear?" Hearing him say that, Yu Huang is still not completely at ease. In his eyes, Gu Change's injuries are not light at all, and have even damaged his origin. The ordinary people Gu Changge mentioned are obviously not average, and have at least reached the Dao realm. He has already said this much, and seems unconcerned, and Yu Huang has no other choice. But in his heart, he secretly rejoices, thinking, "This is gonna be good." It seems this near-death experience has caused some subtle changes in their relationship. HMPH, this emperor has already said, "Where is my great Yu princess, inferior to Yue Ming?" Thinking this, he glances at his daughter and says with a smile, "Then let Feiya stay and take care of young Master Change. This emperor won't disturb you any longer." Meanwhile, Ming Kong also receives the love letter sent by Gu Changge. As she reads it, she mutters, "Sweet nothings." She thinks, "Looks like Change is planning to make a move on Great Yu. That Asura Guard team should be handed over to him." With that thought, she gives the Asura Guard team to Gu Wudi, leaving him confused. "Mistress, this is," Ming Kong says, "lead this Asura Guard team to the border of Great Yu and await the Lord's orders." Gu Wudi immediately obeys. Ming Kong says, "If there's nothing else, return early." Hearing this, Gu Wudi hesitates. The Lord said he hopes you'll reply. Ming Kong casually replies, "HMPH, do you think I'm as childish as him?" Though she says that, her heart doesn't listen to reason. Ming Kong sits down and writes a reply to Gu Changge, muttering as she writes, "Separated from my husband, I miss you dearly, blah blah blah, etc. etc." Gu Wudi is speechless, secretly thinking, judging by this, she must write quite a few letters. Soon, Gu Wudi brings the good news back to Gu Changge. Holding the letter in his hand and reading it, Gu Changge laughs loudly. "Haha, 1,000,000 Asura Guards. Ming Kong truly understands me. Excellent. With the Asura Guard army in hand, it's even more foolproof." A deep intent rises in his eyes. With the pieces already in place, plus the Asura Guard, he has the power to make the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty change hands. Then Gu Changge turns to Billionaire and says, "Billionaire, you're not bad either. You've broken through to Quasi-Emperor so quickly." She casually replies, "You fed me so many resources. If I couldn't do it, would you still keep me around?" Gu Changge teases, "You'd be more adorable if your mouth was a little sweeter. I have no intention of becoming your wife." "Alright,
You guys coordinate with Yu Tianzhang to take action. They reply in unison, yes. However, before leaving, Shen Yao still stares at A Day, who doesn't understand what that look means. Gu Liang quickly notices the look, but says nothing.
The three of them quickly turn and leave. Gu Wudi sweats profusely and laments. Lord, you dare to talk to the mistress like that? I'm terrified. Bai Lian here replies. In some ways he's quite generous, as long as you sincerely work for him and don't have other intentions. Gu Wudi says. Oh, other intentions? I don't want to die yet. After everyone has left, Gu Changge turns to A Day and says, A Day, I think Shen Yao seems to have feelings for you. A Day says blankly, really? But she's never written me a letter. Hearing A Day's innocent reply, Yun M, I can't help but giggle. Hey he, young master is truly playing the lute to a cow. Shen Yao might as well be throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man. Just then, Gu Liang says seriously, why did you come here personally this time? Do you miss me? Yun Mi replies, I thought this matter needed to be reported in person. Young master, it seems that Miss Xianshare has disappeared. My people have searched the entire upper realm but can't find any trace of her. Gu Changge wasn't surprised, just casually replied, missing? Didn't she go to the village to cultivate? Whatever, you don't need to worry too much. If something really happens to her, those old monsters in the village won't just sit still. Before long, night fell. Under the bright moonlight, Yu Fei, the figure of Yu Fei appeared. Behind her, Yu Li asked, puzzled. Royal sister, it's so late, what do you need me for? Yu Fei replied, can't I look for you without a reason? But after turning her face was somewhat different from Yu Fei. She smiled and continued, Royal uncle, I have something for you. Yu Lai freaked the FCK out, his face turning pale. That's not right, you're not my royal sister. But it all seemed too late. At this moment, Yu Tianzhang was standing right behind him, his eyes full of murderous intent. And what had to come, came. Swing! A clean sword strike, blood spraying out like a geyser. Yu Tianzhang sent Crown Prince Yu Li to meet his ancestors. Yu Tianzhang said coldly, you killed my wife and child, it's finally your turn. The figure of the girl behind him gradually revealed her original form, she said. Is the Lord Sheng Zhao's arrangement complete? Yu Tianzhang replied. I've let the rebel army from all over rush here, cooperate with your people, and restrain most of the imperial city's forces without any problem. Afterwards, I'll have a life-or-death battle with Yu Tianhe in the imperial capital. Since we're both of the Great Yu royal bloodline, the other ancestors won't interfere. I have an 80% chance of killing him. She laughed coldly, half joking. I think you have an 80% chance of kicking the bucket. Yu Tianzhang was shocked and shouted, WTF did you just say? The girl immediately turned around and left, replying casually, but don't worry, the Lord will let you win. Soon, news of Yu Li's assassination spread throughout the palace. Li'er, His Highness the Second Prince, my great Yu's heir. Yu Huang roared in a frenzy. Who dares to disregard the majesty of Great Yu like this? I will definitely flay him alive. Yu Fei behind him turned pale, her whole body trembling, panicking to the core, thinking to herself, no, could it be him? At that moment, a soldier ran in to report. Reporting to your majesty, rebel armies are attacking the imperial capital from all sides. Yu Huang was shocked. What is the Tuoba family doing? The soldier replied immediately. General Tuoba is engaging in battle. At this time, the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty had completely fallen into chaos. From princes and princesses to important officials in the court, their families were also continuously attacked by assassins. Flames of war erupted everywhere, and murderous intent rose everywhere to protect the imperial capital. In the midst of the chaos, a letter glowed brightly in the sky. What is that? A declaration of war, flying towards the imperial palace. Who dares to send a declaration of war to His Majesty Yu Huang? The words gradually became clear. Yu Huang said calmly, Yu Tianzhang, very good. So you were preparing to rebel after disappearing for so long. These rebel armies don't just make wild accusations without evidence. Yu Huang said, I didn't expect you still haven't given up. Knowing this would happen, I shouldn't have spared you back then. At this moment, Yu Fei said to herself, but it's also good. It's not Gu Changge. It's not him. Otherwise my great Yu would really be finished. But how could she know that everything was within Gu Change's plan? 7 days later, the news that Yu Tianzhang would have a life-or-death battle with Yu Huang on the summit of the imperial city quickly spread throughout the Great Yu imperial capital, causing a huge shock. Many cultivators didn't even know Yu Tianzhang's identity, only feeling that this person was unbelievably bold, no different from courting death. Soldiers patrolled the capital continuously without rest. The Great Yu imperial capital's patrol is really strict these days, don't you know? It's because King Tianzhang issued a declaration of war, saying that Yu Huang is a tyrannical and unprincipled ruler, and the country is in danger, so he wants to defeat Yu Huang and rectify the court. That's right, the decisive battle on the summit of the imperial city is today. It's a pity that insignificant characters like us probably won't have the chance to witness that earth-shattering battle. Surely the major forces close to Great Yu have all come to watch the battle. They aren't fit to interfere with the royal family's internal strife. What's so difficult about it? Just serve me well, and with my Marquise realm cultivation, what's it to me to take you to stand far away for a look? Today, the Great Yu imperial capital is more lively than ever before, outside the imperial city.
The vast army descends mightily, standing densely in the clouds, black smoke billowing, murderous aura soaring to the sky, iron cavalry rumbling, the momentum as if waiting for a single order to rush straight into the imperial city. At the same time, the troops from all the provinces and counties of Great Yu also quickly gathered, standing densely at the foot of the city, holding divine weapons and wearing battle armor, ready to engage in battle. Both sides are armies of Great Yu, only with different masters. The strong in the world don't want to see the scene of brothers fighting each other, with weapons drawn against each other. According to them, as long as today's decisive battle determines the winner, all the chaos will naturally end. That is the best solution. As soon as the news spread, countless cultivators from all the large and small ancient cities flocked to it. Inns, pavilions, and palaces in the imperial capital were already packed, and there were even countless strong people standing directly in the void, observing from afar. This time, the one who declared war on Yu Huang seems to be his former royal brother. That's right. I heard that Yu Huang once beat him until he lost all his spirit. I don't know where he got the courage now. He couldn't beat him back then, and now Yu Huang has the national fortune in his hands. Even a Dao comprehension realm expert has to avoid him.
I don't understand what he's relying on,
Yu Ming observed and exclaimed. Not to mention whether the second brother was killed by him or not. He was originally father's defeated general, and now he dares to come looking for death. Yu Feiya said, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. In her heart, she secretly prayed, I hope this matter isn't related to Gu Changge. On Gu Change's side, he was still acting, pretending to be weak and coughing. Cough, cough. Beside him, Yun Mo supported him. Gu Changge followed along.
Young master, be careful where you step lest you fall. Seeing her perfunctoriness,
Gu Changge was slightly disappointed and transmitted his voice. Yun Mo, your acting skills seem to be declining. What's wrong? We used to be a perfect duo. Teased. Yun Mo's cheeks flushed red, and she transmitted her voice back. Really? Is that so? Jiu Lun slowly sat down on the chair and said, It seems we haven't arrived late. The decisive battle on the summit of the imperial city hasn't started yet. Cough! Yun Mo also carefully helped Gu Changge down. The supreme powerhouses of the various races appeared one after another, inviting Gu Changge to stand on the highest pavilion, the best observation point. Before that, they were all hiding in the dark, not showing their faces. But Gu Changge suddenly appeared. If they continued to hide, if someone were to attack him, they would probably become the first suspects. Someone approached and asked with concern, Young Master Changge has arrived just in time. It's just that your body is so seriously injured. Are you all right? Gu Changge coughed up a mouthful of blood and forced a smile. It's all right. Just a little bit of origin damage. How could I miss this scene? Yun Mo worriedly wiped it away. Young Master, you're coughing up blood again. Seeing this scene, they all froze in place. You're still out here? Tian Zheng got the signal from Gu Changge. The time is now. It's the perfect moment to assassinate Yu Huang. After even killing the Crown Prince Yu Li, he publicly challenged Yu Huang to a duel to the death. Finally, the battle takes place, eagerly anticipated by many forces who came to watch. And Gu Changge is no exception. He puts on an act, pretending to be heavily injured, but still has to come and witness the historic brotherly battle firsthand. Just then, a dragon figure faintly appears in the sky, emitting an extremely shocking aura. The crowd below discusses, Is that dragon energy? Looks like Yu Huang arrived first.
Yu Huang seems to be on the verge of breaking his shackles, grasping the Dao, and bearing the national fortune. In this situation, even we would find it difficult to defeat him. Moreover, Yu Huang has the national treasure sword and national fortune in hand, so it seems there's no doubt about the outcome of today's battle. Suddenly, an elder turns to Gu Changge and asks, Young Master Changge, what do you think of this battle? Gu Smooth replies, No matter the result, this is an internal affair of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. We are outsiders, so it's best to watch cautiously. Just then, Yu Huang appears above and shouts, This emperor has arrived. You Tianzheng, get out here. You disrupt the order of Great Yu and disturb the court. Even if you have royal blood in your veins, I will not spare you today. Suddenly, a spatial rift opens, accompanied by an arrogant voice. Shameless boasting. Immediately, Yu Tianzheng appears, standing face to face with him, his teeth. He grits his teeth. You Tianhe, you used vile means to seize the throne from me. Yet you speak so righteously. You are truly hypocritical to the extreme. Today I will reclaim everything. Yu Huang rushes forward without hesitation, yelling, A dog from some sect, what are you barking about? With your quasi-emperor cultivation, you're just an ant trying to stop a chariot. What are you bragging about? Yu Tianzheng throws off his cloak, retorting, I have my own ways to kill you. With that, their figures transform into two giant dragons, their auras oppressive. This is an earth-shattering battle. Even though neither has reached the data realm,
The aftermath of their battle far exceeds cultivators of the same level. The surrounding space is completely chaotic, and most creatures can only see vaguely, unable to see clearly at all, except for those who have already attained the Dao. The rest aren't even qualified to watch. The imperial capital of Great Yu is extremely special. Otherwise, these fluctuations alone would spread beyond the star field, shattering countless planets. Someone exclaims. The dragon's struggle is truly magnificent. Seeing this, Yin Mi whispers to Gu Changge. Young master, can Yu Tianzheng win? Gu Smooth replies calmly. You're overthinking it. He thinks that because he was stronger than Yu Tianhe before, and now he can borrow the national fortune and use the trump card I gave him, he has a chance to win. But he's so naive. Yu Tianhe, as emperor, has a much stronger national fortune. Besides, just look, he's already at a disadvantage. Below the city walls, the cultivators stand up. Don't let the aftershocks affect the imperial city. With that, they simultaneously raise their hands, gathering spiritual power to form a protective barrier in front of them, so no matter how strong the external fluctuations, they can't touch them. Quickly, Yu Huang gains the upper hand. His dragon breath penetrates deeply into Yu Tianzheng's neck, blood splattering everywhere, the surrounding rocks and earth shattering and cracking from the damage. Yu Tianzheng's body reverts to its original form, his clothes torn and tattered. He's completely shocked. Holy crap! The Dao realm! How is that possible? You were clearly only a quasi-emperor just now. Opposite him, Yu Huang remains unfazed, calmly replying, HMPH, my foolish imperial brother, that was just me toying with you. Most of the national fortune of the entire Great Yu is on me. If I still couldn't achieve it, then I wouldn't deserve to sit on the dragon throne. Ha ha ha. Gu Smooth chats with Yin Mi, as if foreseeing the next development. Gu Changge smiles and says, next will be the chase scene. As Gu Changge predicted, Yu Tianzheng suddenly does a 180 and flees desperately. Yu Huang excitedly chases after him. Yu Tianzheng, why are you running? Weren't you just loudly proclaiming you'd kill this emperor? Seeing this, Yin Mi worries. How can he run? What about the plan? Gu Changge says, he can't escape. Just then, Yu Tianzheng can't run even if he wants to, because he's completely caught, unable to advance or retreat. He freezes, grinding his teeth. What the hell is this? None other than Yu Huang made the move. He says smugly, the difference in our cultivation is so great, you think you can escape? Gu Changge smiles, thinking with amusement. Excellent. Feigning weakness to lure the enemy, and then counterattacking unexpectedly, is how you use the biggest trump card. Contrary to his previous fear and panic, Yu Tianzheng suddenly smiles, a smile of satisfaction, as if everything is according to his plan. A trace of darkness appears in his eyes. Immediately, Yu Huang is suddenly attacked, so quickly that even he can't react, and can only stand there and receive the attack. The hidden attack explodes. A shocking force erupts. All the cultivators and creatures witnessing the scene change color, their bodies turning cold, and they exclaim in shock. Such a violent and brutal aura. Is it demonic energy? Could it be a demonic cultivation technique? Hearing this, Gu Changge speaks up. You're all overthinking it. This aura is only explosive, not eerie. It's not demonic art. They nod in agreement. That's right. Young Master Changge has fought against demonic cultivators for so long, he certainly wouldn't be mistaken. In his heart, Gu Changge says to himself, this Yu Tianzheng has finally done one thing right. First, destroy Yu Huang's life-saving trump card. Then killing him later will be safer. Otherwise, if this drags on and alerts those old monsters in the imperial city of Great Yu, it will be troublesome. Above, Yu Huang, seriously injured, curses. You were hiding so much power. If I didn't have the spirit-protecting mirror, I would have really fallen for your plan. Yu Tianzheng is a little worried. Damn it, this attack didn't succeed. It looks like I'm in for a tough fight. If this drags on, wonder if he'll get pissed. Thinking that, Yu Tianzheng glanced around, observing Gu Change's reaction. Just then, Gu Changge smiled and sent a voice transmission to Yin Mi. Mei, it's showtime. Up above, space suddenly cracked open, and a group of masked powerhouses emerged from the darkness. They shouted, no need for His Majesty to act. As traitors, they should just let us deal with them. Yu Tianzheng was shocked and yelled, Yu Tianhe, you even set up an ambush in the shadows? Truly your shameless style. The Yu Emperor was like, bro had no clue about any of this, let alone an ambush. Yu Huang was completely bewildered, eyes wide with confusion. Then, boom, boom, boom. A battle erupted between Yu Huang and the forces that were supposedly his ambush squad attacking Yu Tianzheng. The space trembled violently. Seeing this, the cultivators were utterly shocked. Were they really arranged by Yu Huang? Wouldn't that be a less than honorable victory? Yu Huang, still reeling, thought to himself, could Zhao Gong have invited the old ancestors? But the old ancestors never participate in internal strife. Just then, a vast, misty fog rolled in, covering the sky where Yu Huang and Yu Tianzhang were fighting. No one could see what the heck was happening inside. What's going on? What is this purplish-black fog? Imperial sister? Doesn't this dark fog look familiar? Euphea said with wide eyes, her face filled with shock. She probably secretly guessed who was behind this, and her complexion turned pale. The thing she never wanted to happen finally did. This is bad. It's spreading. What exactly is this purplish-black fog? On the highest floor of the pavilion, the ancient powerhouses shouted coldly, reaching out their large hands to dispel the fog. But in the next moment, dazzling sword beams suddenly shot out from the fog, sharp and terrifying. How dare they? Someone's expression changed, utterly furious, eyes as cold as ice, murderous intent soaring. They didn't expect someone would dare to make a move right in front of so many powerhouses. But what horrified them even more was that the target of those sword beams was none other than Gu Changge. It pierced straight into Gu Change's chest. "Young master!" Yin Mei cried out in a broken voice, her face pale, revealing obvious panic. Not stopping there, the sword beam continued to pull Gu Changge upright. Behind him, Yin Mei cooperated perfectly, anxiously pulling Gu Changge back. With their seamless acting, the surrounding cultivators were completely led by the nose without realizing they were being deceived. They freaked out. "This is bad! Someone wants to assassinate the heavily injured young Master Changge. Could it be Yu Huang?" Before long, it had lifted Gu Changge high into the air. Yin Mei kept grabbing Gu Change's hand and screaming, "No!" But then that hand couldn't hold Gu Changge back. Yin Mei slumped down in despair, reaching out in vain. "No, young master!" Allowing Gu Changge to be swallowed by that dark aura, submerged within. She cried her eyes out, turning to the cultivators and pleading. "Esteemed seniors of the Saint Realm, Yin Mei begs you to save our young master." They responded indifferently. "This black fog is too strange. Our divine senses can't penetrate it at all. It's better to be careful. Indeed, who on earth wants to attack young Master Changge? Are they crazy?" Inside that aura, Yu Huang was stunned to realize it was all a setup. The masked powerhouses who had just said they were on Yu Huang's side suddenly switched sides and stood with Yu Tianzhang. Yu Huang was freaking out. "That's not right. You're all in this together. This black fog was also released by you." He bitterly gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I can't break free for the moment. Luckily, I have the national treasure, the human Emperor Bell, or else I'd be in a truly life-threatening situation this time." But even Yu Tianzhang had no idea that the masked men actually belonged to his side. Their figures gradually dissipated, transforming with divine sense. No wonder they only had the aura of the Emperor Realm but not the strength of the Emperor Realm. He made them. Hearing that, Yu Huang was startled. He has someone behind the scenes. At that moment, Gu Changge vaguely appeared and said, "Great Yu, from now on, the dynasty has changed hands." Yu Huang's eyes went wide with rage. Is it you?" Gu Changge stepped forward and snapped, "Trash!" Yu Tianzhang clasped his hands in apology. "Young Master Changge, I apologize." And Yu Huang looked at Gu Change's body, not at all weakened as when he visited earlier, and was horrified. You weren't injured?" All the recent major upheavals, could they have been orchestrated by you? So the previous trip to the lower realm, the deaths of those people, must also be your doing. Gu Changge, you are truly audacious and ambitious. Yu Tianzhang, are you planning to offer the entire Great Yu Empire to him? With that, a giant sword descended from above, heading straight for Yu Tianzhang. He quickly recognized it as the sword of the Qin Kingdom. Without hesitation, Yu Tianzhang exerted all his strength, creating a layer of formation to block the incoming attack. Gu Changge slowly approached Yu Huang. He now realized that he had been led by the nose all along, so the words that Fei Ya brought back were all lies. She also betrayed Great Yu. Gu Changge said, "She didn't. She just seems to want to be on good terms with me, and cares quite a bit about whether you live or die." Yu Tianzhang resisted, saying, "Young Master Changge, he wants to stall for time. This place is, after all, only on the edge of the imperial city. It's only a matter of time before the old monsters in the city notice the abnormality." Gu Changge smiled and said, "You heard him. Don't drag it out any longer. Time to go." Yu Huang laughed arrogantly. "HMPH, so what if you know? Do you think you can easily kill this emperor? Covering me is the national treasure, the human Emperor Bell. Breaking its defense is truly wishful thinking." But before the smile could fade and his eyes were still complacent, Gu Changge's attack smashed straight through, crushing everything like paper. Defense? National treasure? In front of Gu Changge, all rules can be shattered, and all invincibility is just a joke. Liu Chang appears right in the middle of a brother-on-brother beatdown. While Yu Huang was still confused and arrogant, thinking Gu Changge couldn't do jack to him, he got straight-up skewered. His magic artifacts started dissolving. Only then, Yu Huang, trembling in pain, croaked out, "Cough, cough! I was even gonna marry Fei Ya to you as a concubine, and you treat me like this?" Gu Changge smirked, replying casually, "She's a smart woman, but I only need women who are 100% loyal to me. After weighing the pros and cons too much, I'm afraid Mingkong won't be happy." With that, Gu Changge emphasized the long blade in his hand. In that instant, the void ahead shook violently and shattered. Streams of raging wind howled and surged. Chaotic light exploded, sweeping away everything, grinding all tangible matter into nothingness. Yu Huang screamed in agony, "Ah!" Before long, Yu Huang's figure had vanished, leaving no trace. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Du Tianzheng was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw dropping in shock. One move to break a national treasure, and another to completely obliterate the soul. Holy SHT, Gu Changge said. "Waiting for you to act would take too long." Then, he hands over the collected treasures to Du Tianzheng. "Alright, everything Yu Tianhe left behind is yours. I hope you don't disappoint me." Du Tianzheng immediately knelt down, clasping his hands respectfully. "I will definitely not fail your expectations, young master." With Yu Huang dealt with, the dark aura gradually dissipated. Outside, the cultivators exclaimed in shock, "Dragon Qi! The Dragon Qi is vanishing! What is that? Does that mean?" Yu Feiya had completely collapsed, her face pale as a ghost, and she stammered, "Father is dead?" Du Ming, standing beside her, was utterly bewildered. Impossible! How could Du Tianzheng be father's match? Only Yu Feiya understood this outcome, because she knew it wasn't Du Tianzheng, but Gu Changge. The Great Yu Dynasty is screwed beyond repair. Just then, 3 powerful auras shot off in 3 different directions. They yelled, "Not good! Those 3 black-robed figures are trying to escape. Their identities must be extraordinary. I wonder if change..." Quickly, Yin Mei spoke loudly. "Esteemed seniors of the Piaomiao sect, Yuanxi Lake, Wanjiandao sect, and Huangxing Valley, please quickly pursue those black-robed figures for the sake of the young master's safety. If anything happens to the young master, Yin Mei will definitely report to the Gu family head, making it clear that you all stood by and watched today." Hearing this, they turned pale with fear, standing there dumbfounded, not daring to utter another word. Immediately, they didn't dare to delay, and chased after those strange assassins. "Thief, stop right there! Causing such chaos in the Great Yu Imperial capital, and you think you can escape unscathed? Dream on!" At the same time, in the sky, Du Tianzheng's figure appeared. The soldiers on both sides, who were fiercely engaged in battle, also stopped, and one of them pointed towards the figure and shouted, "Look! Who's that?" "It's Prince Du. The Town Nation sword and the Imperial human seal are both in his hands." Du Tianzheng's imposing figure appeared with a pile of magic artifacts in his hands, and he said sternly, "From today onwards, I am the new emperor of the Great Yu. The old emperor is dead. A new emperor must be established. The late emperor was immoral, so a new emperor is enthroned. Anyone who doesn't submit will be killed without mercy." At the same time, the cultivators were still chasing after the fleeing strange assassins, but then they felt something was off. One of them said, "Everyone, this guy's speed is inconsistent, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. He doesn't seem to be trying to escape us. It's strange. HMPH. With the 3 of us, all completion realm experts, here, what waves can he make? Thief, stop!" Immediately, he obediently stopped in his tracks. This made all 3 cultivators shiver, and a sense of unease welled up in their hearts. Obeying so readily, it seemed that all 3 of them now sensed that something was wrong, feeling like they're deliberately making noise, deliberately revealing their location, as if they want to lure everyone away from another place and then lead us here to our deaths. The assassin then spoke. "This should be far enough." They were startled. "What?" As the mask fell, the face underneath became clear. It was none other than acting god, Gu Changge. Gu the eel said casually, "I've been short on experts lately. You guys can help me out, but you'll have to change your way of existence a bit." All 3 of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. "Holy crap, it's you! How is this possible? Aren't you heavily injured?" Gu Changge shook his head, as if casually explaining his purpose. With his current strength, he only needed to separate a few strands of his divided soul, control a few cultivators, and disguise them as black-robed figures. Creating such a big commotion was as easy as flipping his hand. Gu Changge didn't directly kill that heavenly emperor mountain powerhouse, but erased his divine soul, refining him into a puppet. Gu Changge muttered as he worked.
Completion realm puppets. I can only refine them in the later stages. First, I'll give you guys a new identity, and then you'll go help me promote the reputation of my new force. Soon, they had a completely different new appearance.
At the same time, on the other side, the cultivators were still tirelessly searching for the strange assassins. The more they searched, the more anxious they became. Granny Yu Luo, it's been half a Canth Geo, and we still haven't found a direction?
Strange. The aura of those black-robed figures completely disappeared after they came here.
Someone's coming. Probably the local forces. Up ahead, 3 dudes approach. Sup, seniors? Anything we can help you with? Granny Yu Luo asks. Did you see a person in black robes pass by? Looks like a chick, but her aura's heavy AF like an endless abyss, a bottomless jail. Just sensing it chills you to the bone. Hearing this, every strong cultivator on this ancient star system froze, then realized this ascended being was just hunting someone, not here to cause trouble. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief.
We ain't seen no one in black robes heading this way, senior. The group straightens up, respectfully reporting everything they witnessed, not daring to hide or lie.
Didn't escape here? Where the heck did they go then?
Yu Luo Tianzun frowns, her willow eyebrows furrowing. She doesn't think these guys are lying.
With her cultivation level, she can see through lies with a glance. That's why she's even more confused about where these black-robed dudes vanished to, hiding their presence from everyone. Senior, are you looking for those guys? Just then, an old geezer speaks, his voice trembling, like he's using all his courage. His eyes look to the distant sky beyond the stars. Up above, that dark purple aura reappears. Purple-black mist, it's them. Inside the mist, a figure appears, sneering with disdain. HMPH, you think you can chase me with just the 2 of you? Try me. Hearing this, the pink-robed female powerhouse explodes. Arrogant. Your aura just entered the Emperor realm, but your mouth's huge. Let me teach you a lesson. Granny Yu Luo quickly stops her. Wait! But it's too late. The 2 massive powers collide. Boom! Space cracks everywhere.
She smirks mockingly. HMPH, thought you'd be tough, but you're just so-so. Now tell me, where's young Master Chengji?
But the aftershocks of the battle forced the 3 bandit cultivators to brace themselves. Ah, get away! The residual energy from an ascended being is enough to tear us apart. Sect, leader of Misty Sect, I'm here to help you out. At that moment, an assassin appears from the void, speaking innocently. She's shocked. AF. What? Another one here?
She glances over, a bit worried. Also, weren't Superior Luke Lin and the others chasing the other guys? Why are they here?
While she's still confused, an assassin wearing a mask appears from behind, with a cold voice. Daring to track the dark heavenly court? You're courting death. Instantly, his hand slashes, piercing through her chest. Blood splatters, and she screams in pain. Ah! Then, gnashing her teeth, she growls. Ah, why are there more? Could the other ascended beings be here too? Granny Yu Luo isn't doing any better. She's struggling to hold on, saying, Dark heavenly court, what's that? Our Lord is about to descend upon the world. Just wait and die, haha. The 3 strong cultivators break out in cold sweats, horrified by the scene.
Sect leader, should we run? Once that senior dies, we're screwed. But we can't miss this chance to observe a battle between ascended beings to enter the quasi-emperor realm. If we break through, we can join the ranks of a third-rate sect.
Meanwhile, the battle rages on. Intense energy erupts, and shockwaves spread all around. And then, BAM! A flash of swordlight, a powerful slash, descends with terrifying force. The slash whizzes by, rocks explode, and dust fills the air. Granny Yu Luo's body is also heavily injured. Clutching her chest in pain, she thinks, Am I going to die here today? Just then, a hand reaches out to support her, along with a warm voice. Are you okay? It's none other than Gu Changge. He appears right on cue. Even though Gu Changge orchestrated everything, he acts like he's innocent. Granny Yu Luo's eyes widen in surprise. Young Master Changge, didn't you? Why are you here? Gu Liang acts perfectly. When I was pulled into the dark mist, I activated the Gu family's secret technique, escaping into another dimension, which is how I survived. Only when I recovered a bit was I able to break free. Hearing this, she doesn't doubt it, even believing it to be true, thinking, I didn't expect that when we hesitated to rush into the dark mist to save him, he immediately came to our aid as soon as he appeared. Thinking this, she clasps her hands and says, So that's how it is. But young Master Changge, we must still be careful. The enemy is 3 ascended beings, and you are heavily injured right now. Our situation is probably not good. Gu Liang replies calmly. So what if I'm injured? Those who call themselves the Dark Heavenly Court have truly angered me. They laugh loudly. Haha, so what? Gu Changge, if you obediently stay hidden, you might survive. But you intentionally came out looking for death, so we will grant it to you. Gu Liang growls. Then try it. She worries. Young Master Changge, doing this will damage your foundation. But Gu Changge doesn't care. His eyes turn bloodshot, bulging out as he unleashes his power, saying, even if it's like this, I must risk my life, for those fallen comrades, to vent this anger for us. Haha. Gu Change's gaze turned ice cold, his killing intent like frost sweeping the heavens. A single glance enough to shatter starfields. Chanting incantations, his aura swallowed mountains and rivers, extolling the myriad Dakos, comprehending the essence of chaos, merging Qi to assimilate all laws, his spirit extinguishing everything. Instantly, a world-shattering battle erupted, countless divine radiances soaring, blazing like exploding suns, illuminating the entire universe. Gu Changge unleashed a forbidden technique, his entire body flashing with light, his black hair flying like a silver galaxy, chaotic Q coiling around him, as if transforming into an eternal holy furnace. The three black-robed figures simultaneously coughed up blood, blasted backward, almost ejected from the starfield. This is young Master Changge. His strength is terrifying. Never seen him go all out before, didn't expect him to be this OP. And he's heavily injured? How terrifying would he be at his peak? He's actually burning his essence blood to this extent. Gu Changge growled, I will slaughter all of you here. The surrounding cultivators trembled, their hearts pounding. At the same realm, probably no one could withstand a single palm strike from him. Even Luluo Heavenly Venerate widened her eyes, her Dako heart violently shaken, utterly terrified. At this moment, Gu Changge was practically invincible, nearly flattening the entire starfield. They shivered in fear, sweat pouring like a waterfall, exclaiming, We've broadened our horizons. Seeing the legendary young Master Changge is already such a blessing. Never expected to witness him take action. I can brag about this for the rest of my life, flex until my last breath. The three masked assassins stared in horror at the formation above them, never expecting that the Gu family brat, injured as he was, could still unleash such a powerful technique. Retreat! We'll leave this one to the Lord to deal with later. With that, they scrammed ASAP, their dark aura gradually dissipating. Luluo Heavenly Venerate sighed softly. Finally safe. Young Master Change's life-saving grace, this old one. Before she could finish, Gu Changge cough vomited a mouthful of blood. Bro's acting sus AF. So damn convincing. Luluo Granny panicked behind him. Young Master Changge! He wiped away the remaining traces of blood from the corner of his lips, sternly saying, I was just bluffing them just now. Managed to scare them off. At this moment, many people finally realized Gu Changge had actually been fighting while heavily injured. Thinking of this, their hearts trembled violently. Emotions surged, almost kneeling to the ground, prostrating in worship. Luluo Heavenly Venerate stepped forward, her face full of worry, opened her mouth to take out a jade pill, and offered it to Gu Changge, saying, This divine pill has been nurtured in this old one's body since I entered the Supreme Realm for over 10,000 years now. Young Master, please use it quickly, it can help you recover from your injuries. Gu Changge, although he hadn't expected this situation, still had to maintain his composure, but the surprise in his eyes was undeniable. Gotta keep some dignity, bruh. Gu Changge waved his hands, refusing repeatedly, No, absolutely not, fellow Taoist is also injured, you should use it yourself. Luluo Granny said calmly, No need to be polite. Gu Changge still refused persistently, My Gu family doesn't lack healing elixirs, fellow Taoists, don't worry. At that moment several cultivators standing in the distance observing, also approached for an audience. We pay our respects to young Master Changge, thank you for saving our lives. Gu Changge said, You are too kind, those people were originally targeting us, who have attained the Dao. You were implicated, how could I not save you? It's just that I don't know where that force came from, he replied. I heard them call themselves the Dark Heavenly Court. It seems they all listened to someone called the Lord. Gu Liang feigned ignorance, raising his hand to his chin in thought. Dark Heavenly Court? In the Gu family's records, I have never seen such a force. Luluo chimed in. That's right, the name sounds kinda boony. Their lord probably doesn't have much culture either. Where did they crawl out from? Gu Changge felt a little stung by this, utterly speechless. Her words were practically directed at Gu Changge himself. Haha. After pondering for a while, Gu Changge spoke. I feel that this is very likely an ancient organization. From their moves it can be seen that their cultivation methods are completely different, not of the same lineage. Luluo Heavenly Venerate seemed to suddenly realize something. Her expression changed slightly, revealing a look of surprise in her eyes. She said in a deep voice, "It is very likely that a mysterious organization has existed for a long time, because based on the fluctuations when those black-robed Dao attainers took action earlier, it can be seen that their divine abilities and cultivation methods are completely different, not of the same inheritance system at all. If they really came from the same lineage or force, it would absolutely not be so chaotic. This proves that they came from many different places, and were then secretly gathered by a certain force." Thinking of this, a chilling feeling couldn't help but rise in her heart, because an organization that can recruit and command so many Dao attainers, the strength behind the scenes is probably more terrifying than anything they imagined. The mark one left on fellow Taoist Lu Lian and them has also disappeared. I'm afraid their chances aren't looking good. If I hadn't met young Master Changge, I'm afraid I wouldn't have escaped either. Gu Changge waved his hand, saying, "All right. Their life and death still needs to be verified. This place is not suitable for a long stay. Everyone leave quickly." They responded in unison, "Yes." The battle at the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. More than 4 Dao attainment experts fell. The surrounding forces were all heavily affected. The appearance of the Dark Heavenly Court. The news spread everywhere, causing countless Dao lineages to panic. Also, the fact that Gu Changge, despite being heavily injured, still rescued Granny Yu Luo from the hands of 3 Dao attainment experts also spread throughout the upper realm. The strength and righteousness he displayed caused his prestige to soar, becoming a role model for countless young juniors. Scene shifts to Demon Mountain, where the aura is gloomy and terrifyingly cold. Outside the Ghost Gate, a human figure folded his arms and said, "Tell me, the Lord is clearly related to Gu Changge, yet he still accepted his maidservant. Logically, he shouldn't have gotten involved or saved her." Old Azure Dragon Taoist sighed softly beside him. Who knows? Perhaps the relationship between them is not simple. Inside, a woman's figure was sitting gently combing her hair. With a curvy, S-shaped figure, she spoke softly. "You want to leave? Bai Hu Gengjin, and those forces are still hunting you down." Su Chingge clasped her hands and replied, "Yes, thank you for taking me in, Grandmaster. With all the big shots outside acting crazy, I'm probably safer here. It's just that Chingge is still unclear about one thing. The Dark Heavenly Court has been shaking the upper realm recently. Is it related to Grandmaster?" Chan Hongyi chuckled and said, "The Dark Heavenly Court? That's not my thing, but someone involved is very familiar to you." Hearing this, Su Chingge was extremely confused and muttered, "Familiar?" Chan Hongyi said, "That's right, it's the person you're thinking of." Su Chingge jumped in shock. "Young Master," she said coldly, "do you think he's really a righteous gentleman? Why do you think you ended up on the path of inheriting demonic arts?" Su Chingge said, "It was my choice. I never wanted to be a calamity. I just wanted to live in peace. I'm just a puppet." Hongyi laughed loudly, stood up abruptly, and approached Su Chingge, saying, "Ha, you're so naive. Your destiny was decided long ago. The person you love and trust the most has always been looking down on you coldly from above, leading you to become his substitute." Not stopping there, she leaned close to Su Chingge's face and growled, "To bear his sins." Su Chingge freaked out. "No, that's impossible, Grandmaster, don't joke around." Chan Hongyi said, "Even my abilities were taught by him, let alone your incomplete demonic arts. You think he doesn't know you're cultivating demonic arts with a parasitic soul? The touching moments you thought were real were just a play he orchestrated. How ridiculous, haha." After speaking, Chan Hongyi turned and left. In her heart she thought, "You want to maintain your gentle image in Su Chingge's heart? I won't let you have your way." At this moment, Su Chingge was completely devastated, and tears flowed like rain, utterly disappointed. She remembered the sweet moments with Gu Changge and felt extremely bitter. Just like that, Su Ching sat down and covered her face, crying in despair. Scene changed to Gu Change's side. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely in a chair, enjoying tea. Below him, Yu Tianzheng clasped his hands and said, "Young Master, since I ascended the throne, I have controlled more than 60% of the Great Yu territory. Apart from the Zhenguo general and the former Grand Tutor who have not submitted, all the other high officials are subservient." Gu Changge said, "It seems you haven't disappointed me. Those old ancestors, have they all been dealt with?" Yu Tianzheng continued, "As long as the Yu dynasty still has the Yu bloodline, the royal ancestors won't interfere internally. But my granddaughter, Yu Feya, seems to suspect you. She has been trying to meet the old ancestors these past few days. She is the eldest princess, and has the protection of the royal ancestors. When she was born, she was also granted a secret technique by the Great Yu Immortal Scripture. Killing her might be a bit troublesome, but if we scheme carefully..." Before Yu Tianzheng could finish speaking, Gu Changge immediately interrupted, "No need.
As he spoke, Gu Changge handed the teacup in his hand to Yu Tianzheng to hold,
and then casually asked, "Where is she now?" Yu Tianzheng replied, "Reporting to you, young master, I have her under house arrest in the Eastern Palace." On Yu Feiya's side, she was dead drunk in a stupor. It was unknown how much she had drunk. Only bottles of wine were seen rolling on the floor, while Yu Feiya was sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in from outside. Awakened by the light, Yu Feiya slowly opened her eyes and observed what she saw was Gu Changge. Gu Changge, Yu Feiya tried to say weakly. "You promised to let Great Yu go." Gu Changge replied calmly, "I'm just replacing the emperor, not touching anything else. Moreover, aren't you and your younger brother, Yu Ming, still living well? I haven't broken my promise." After speaking, Gu Changge gently lifted Yu Feiya and placed her on the bed, then turned to leave. Gu Changge glanced at her and said casually, "If Yu Tianzheng becomes useless later, handing Great Yu over to you wouldn't be impossible. You are a smart woman. I believe you won't do anything stupid, right?" Yu Feiya didn't say anything after hearing this, but she understood. With everything settled, Gu Changge moves on to the next task. A majestic and magnificent building appears. Standing casually outside the entrance, Gu Changge says, "I personally built this. She should like it, right?" "Yep." Ming Kong's palace is finally done. Next is for Chu Chu, Yin Mei, Yan Ji, Qing Ge, Tianlu, Hong Yi. Forget that other one, she'd probably destroy the whole place before even moving in. Seriously, being me is not easy. Meanwhile, the most tired person right now isn't Gu Changge but Day. He's hauling massive pillars, gradually completing the building. Hearing Gu Changge complain, a thought arises in his mind. I want one too. Wah wah. So wasteful, he has more than he can use. A few days later, borrowing the Chiluk golden cauldron, he uses the faith, collected earlier at the ancestral human hall, to bestow upon the dark heavenly court and casually throws in some advertising. While Gu Changge is still busy with his work, many people are worried about him. A little girl laments, "I wonder how young Master Change's injuries are now." Yuli, "Don't keep thinking about brother Gu. Now that I think about it, the fact that my brother used to be on par with him back then is honestly embarrassing. Now whether it's the difference between me and brother Gu, or between the Yi family and the Gu family, we're not even on the same level anymore." Just then, a voice echoes from above. "I am the great Jinzai Supreme Creation Emperor, Lord of Beyond the Heavens. Whoever chants my true name can guide a strand of their true soul to enter the dark heavenly court and attain eternal life." Hearing this, everyone below is stunned, looking at each other in confusion. How can this enchanting Sanskrit sound travel so far? Could it be that without us knowing, the dark heavenly court has already infiltrated every corner of the upper realm? Even the person next to us could be a follower of the dark heavenly court. The voice continues to echo. "I am the great Jinzai Supreme Creation Emperor, Lord of Beyond the Heavens." Every corner of the upper realm can hear it, and everyone is horrified. What kind of ghost is pretending to be a god again? Why do I feel like the upper realm is becoming more and more incomprehensible now? Dark heavenly court, what the hell is that? Why do I have such an extremely uncomfortable feeling? The great calamity, the true great calamity is about to descend. With the Gu family and those top Daos in the upper realm, it should be fine, right? Damn it, the demonic art successor who killed Liar still hasn't been caught, and now this damned dark heavenly court has appeared. Does even the world want to bully our White Tiger Gang metal clan? Scene change to the Gu family. As soon as he sees Gu Changge return, his worried father looks him up and down and asks, "Changge, how are your injuries? Why were you so careless?" Gu Riz. Changge replies casually, "It's nothing. Just a bit of wind evil." He scolds in annoyance. What exactly is this dark heavenly court? Daring to injure you, should your father invite the two old ancestors to take action and directly wipe them out? Gu Changge quickly waves his hand. "No need. That force has a fierce momentum. Our Gu family should avoid standing out as the spearhead." That's right. At this critical moment, I'm afraid the hidden old monsters of other forces won't sit still either. Alright, Qing Yi told you to visit her when you got back. She has something to talk to you about. Gu Changge is slightly surprised. Qing Yi is looking for me? At the same time, on Qing Yi's side, she stands absent-mindedly stroking her beast pet, muttering, "The immortal gate is about to open. The immortal domain that existed in the past will reappear. The barrier between heaven and earth will disappear. Everything will return to the age of immortal Tao. It seems like the upper realm will be in great chaos soon." Thinking about it, this life is really extraordinary. Just then, Gu Changge quietly approaches. Qing Yi is still engrossed in her own thoughts, not only about the opportunity to become an immortal, but also about many futures and strange things. Gu Changge thinks to himself, Qing Yi really knows a lot, and even with my current realm, I still can't see through her, but instead, I have the feeling of being seen through by her. Gu Changge speaks. What do you mean? You called me here just to say these things? Before Qing Yi can speak, the pet in her hand angrily shouts,
You are such an irresponsible master! Qing Yi is saying goodbye to you!
Gu Changge is startled. Saying goodbye? You? You want to leave the Gu family? Qing Yi replies indifferently. It's more accurate to say that I'm just returning to where I'm supposed to return. Could it be the immortal domain? You should have remembered some things by now, right? Do you know why I came to the Gu family to be your protector? Gu Changge puts his hand on his chin and thinks deeply. A bet?
Seeing Gu Changge still lost in thought, Qing Yi speaks. It seems you still haven't remembered that bet?
He pretends to agree. What bet? It's okay, you'll remember it sooner or later. After all, that's your ultimate goal. With your current strength, ordinary remnant immortals really can't do anything to you. But I can still sense some special existences hidden very deeply, such as your Gu family. So before everything is foolproof, Gu Changge internally. Is he reminding me not to get cocky? Gu Changge innocently says. That bet. But Qing Yi didn't say anything more, quickly leaving, her figure completely disappearing from Gu Chengge's sight. He stood there silently, lost in his own thoughts.
Even after returning to his senses, Gu Changge was still mulling over it. Memories related to the Demon Lord? And those existences Qing Yi mentioned. Isn't the opportunity to become an immortal in the upper realm related to the epoch Dao fruit?
Unless I allow it. Who dares to become an immortal?
According to records, the upper realm is also called the ancestral land.
Anyway, during the Forbidden Epoch, the immortal realm and the upper realm were separated, but after endless years, some existences must have used various methods to connect the upper realm and the immortal realm. It's just that although the immortal path hasn't manifested yet, the major Taoist factions definitely have immortal power guarding them, so they absolutely won't lack immortal energy. Can't be too hasty. Gu family records state that tens of millions of years ago, immortal realm forces appeared, forcibly opening an immortal gate to guide, intending to bring the Gu family of this realm over, but ultimately failed. Looks like something might have happened in the immortal realm. Oh well. Stepping onto the path of immortality requires at least true immortal strength, and also needs. Outside, a Dao was startled while closing the door. A panicked young girl running up to report.
Young master, the madam has prepared the gifts.
Gu Changge smiles slightly. Looks like my mother really likes this daughter-in-law. Cut to Ming Kong's side. She's sitting high up. In front of her a woman standing reporting. Your Majesty, news related to the Dark Heavenly Court is now spreading among the Taoist factions. Do we need to prepare defenses early? Ming Kong calmly replies. No need to worry. In her heart she thinks. Did Changge orchestrate this? What a country bumpkin, she happily continues. Ah, young Master Chengge's fleet has set off from the Gu family. With immense fanfare, it feels like young Master Cheng wants the entire upper realm to know he's here to discuss the wedding with you. But as soon as this matter is mentioned, Ming Kong feels a pang of sadness in her heart, thinking, a wedding? This day has finally come. Images of Xie wedding suddenly flood her mind, the opposite of happiness, but heartbreaking. In the pouring rain, she's tied up, hands bound, then Gu Changge reveals his villainous face under the tip of a sword, rushing towards her. Ming Kong startles, clutching her head in pain, saying, Huang'er, step back. She thinks. How strange. Recently images I don't have in my memory keep appearing in my mind. I can confirm I didn't have them in my past life either. Eternal sky, fleeting moon, 1,000 autumns in a dream. What year is it now? Could it be that my rebirth wasn't an accident after all? It's just that in this life, besides changing a lot, nothing else seems particularly different. If I tell Changge frankly about my rebirth, what would he think of me? This life has been so hard to develop so well. Would he think that from the beginning I approached him with the goal of revenge? Just then Gu Changge appears, patting her shoulder. Ming Kong startles, her face turning pale. Gu Eel chuckles teasingly. Yo, pretty lady, why the frown? What are you thinking about? Ming Kong glares. You. When did you get here? In her heart she thinks, did he hear what I just said? Gu Eel innocently says, just now, only heard you mumbling something about rebirth or not rebirth. Ming Kong gives a forced smile. Just talking nonsense, aren't you coming with the fleet? I thought you wouldn't be here for another half month. Was the trip tiring? Gu Changge thinks, looks like she's still hung up on the past life. Perhaps it's time to completely erase those worries of hers. Almost immediately, Gu Changge sweeps Ming Kong into his arms, his embrace tight and domineering.
Sitting snugly in his arms, Ming Kong blushes, both flustered and angry. "What are you doing? Not here!" Gu Changge chuckles softly, his tone teasing and gentle. "Where's your mind at? Do I seem that untrustworthy?" Before Ming Kong could recover, he leaned down and sealed her lips with a passionate kiss. Ming Kong completely didn't anticipate this situation, her eyes widening, her heart pounding wildly. Amidst the tangled breaths, Gu Changge whispers close to her ear, his voice husky. "I was thinking we should go on a honeymoon." Ming Kong stammers, her mind blank. "What? Honeymoon?" And then finally that day arrived. The day Gu Changge officially gave Ming Kong a title. Proper and a moment later, the maid entered the room looking for Ming Kong. His Majesty panicked when he couldn't find anyone there. "Huh? Where'd everyone go?" Ming Kong had left, only leaving a message and a letter on the table. "I have departed on a journey. During this time, all political affairs are entrusted to Father. When the Gu family's fleet arrives, I will return." Immediately, the maid reported this to Ming Kong's father, even bringing him a mountain of documents to process, causing the Duke to freeze in shock for a few seconds. Meanwhile, Ming Kong and Gu Changge are enjoying a sweet honeymoon together. Looking at the scenery before her, Ming Kong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "This is where you used to be." Gu Changge nodded. "That's right, that force was called the Taishuan Holy Land. I even had a battle here once." Ming Kong teased. "I wonder who was unlucky enough to fight you." At the same time, below, a guy standing high up declared loudly, "New disciples, while you've just entered the sect and haven't officially started cultivating, do you have anything to say?" They couldn't help but wonder. "Holy Sun, we heard that this place used to be called Taishuan Holy Land. Why is it now called Xianshuan Holy Land?" Of course, it's because we have connections to immortals in the upper realm. That's also why our Holy Land can become the strongest Holy Land in this realm. This all started with a fool named Ye Chen back then, that guy. Then he recounted the tragic and ridiculous story of that guy in a grand manner. On high, Gu Changge said, "So many years have passed, how is this guy still the Holy Sun?" Soon they saw Gu Change's appearance. Just now he was acting all high and mighty, now he's completely shook. He frowned in fear, and immediately his legs went limp, and he knelt down, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Gu Gong looked at his pale face and incomprehensible actions, causing the people below to panic. "Holy Sun, what's wrong? Why are you giving such a grand greeting to us new disciples?" But Gu Changge continued to glide past, leading Ming Kong to another place. Upon landing successfully, Gu Changge introduced. "This place is called Chongyu Ancient City, famous for its tall tower that pierces the moon. I wonder how the Lin family is doing now." Not far away, a guy rubbed his eyes repeatedly, not daring to believe what he was seeing. His girlfriend beside him asked in surprise, "By you, Holy Sun, what's wrong? I think I just saw Gu Gongzi, who annihilated the Jialu Holy Land." Over here, Ming Kong said, "Is the Lin family Lin Qiuhan's family?" Gu Liang couldn't deny it, only smiling. You even know her?" "Yes, so don't even think about hiding anything from me." Ming Kong, "Why do you say that? When have I ever lied to you?" "Never." "Then wasn't Su Qingge also brought up from this realm by you? And Yin Mi and Jiang Chuchu, what exactly is your relationship with them? You've never told me." "And?" "That woman who appears and disappears like a ghost, I think her name is Yan Ji, and that deer in the 8 Desolate 10 Regions, I heard she's also a Taoist." "Oh right, before that, you even went to the demon realm, having unclear entanglements with Ho." Caught red-handed, Gu Changge jumped in fright. "How did you know about that?" Ming Kong replied calmly, "I have my ways. Almost forgot. There's also Wang Zijin." Before Ming Kong could finish, Gu Changge interrupted hastily. "Hey, that doesn't count. I don't have anything going on with her. Moreover, it's not even clear if she likes you or me. Maybe the person she loves most is Jiang Chuchu. Yeah, she's really a bit weird." "Oh. Alright, I thought you didn't care about these things. After all, your status doesn't need to put them in your eyes." "No, I care. After all, only I will be your properly wedded wife, and they all have to be behind me. Of course." Saying that, Ming Kong couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Nice. Compared to the previous life, being a playboy is still better than being heartless. Thinking this, she said unhappily, "But whenever I think about the times when I'm not by your side, how many beautiful women are surrounding you?" Gu Changge immediately stroked her hair to reassure her. "Then just always stay by my side," Ming Kong said in a low voice. "But eventually you have to leave the upper realm. If I follow you, who will manage your empire for you? Or do you simply not care, letting everything collapse?" Before she could react, Gu Changge gently placed a kiss on her forehead, which made Ming Kong blush with shyness. In that romantic atmosphere, Gu Changge lowered his voice with determination. "Half a year, I'll help you secure your position as the Empress of the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty, and half a year later, let's get married. I can't wait any longer." Half a month later, Gu Changge and Ming Kong are still enjoying the happiest moments of their lives, leaving behind all the burdens and pressures of life. They are both embracing nature. She plants vegetables, he fishes, a life that only exists in dreams. And then they both frolic together like little kids playing in the water. Now their life is full of laughter. Gu Changge even went full-on doting mode, styling her hair into super cute braids, but with a face as sly as ever, playing tag with Ming Kong. She ran, glancing back and giggling. "This really suits you, haha! How dare you tease this empress? Now I'm hiding your clothes." Ming Kong pathetically hugged herself, screaming, I was wrong. And so, day after day, they enjoyed their blissful honeymoon. "Your Majesty, is dinner ready yet?" "Almost. Set the table first, my dear." They were inseparable, together from dawn till dusk, watching the sunset, stealing passionate kisses. Ming Kong happily thought to herself, "Change, this is the happiness I've dreamed of for 2 lifetimes." Scene change to the peerless Immortal Dynasty. Ming Kong said seriously, "Of the 7 Grand Heaven artifacts you had sent, I've only refined 4. The remaining 3 are too difficult." Gu Changge encouraged. "It's all right, leave the remaining 3 to me. Looks like I underestimated the difficulty of this, but there's no rush yet." According to recent news, the Immortal Palace secret vault is likely not in the upper realm. The palace of the Immortal Palace Master was buried back then, and it's actually located deep within our peerless Immortal Dynasty's ancestral land now. Unfortunately, even my father and I are not qualified to enter. Change, what do you think? Is the Immortal Palace secret vault real or fake? Why did the Immortal Palace, which once ruled the heavens, collapse? Even the Immortal Palace Master, who was supposed to be eternal, perished in the river of time. Gu Changge nonchalantly replied, "Perhaps the Immortal Palace faced some great enemy. Isn't that a common theory?" "You mean even the Immortal Palace Master faced an unimaginable foe? What kind of being could that be? If that person was in the upper realm, none of us would survive." Hearing this, Gu Changge could only force a smile in his heart. "That's very likely me, your husband, standing right in front of you." "Ming Kong, you're making me blush." Thinking for a moment, Gu Changge continued, "Instead of thinking about such distant things, why not think about how we should organize our wedding in half a year?" At the same time, Ming Kong's subordinates were struggling to transport the betrothal gifts that Gu Changge brought. Everyone was in awe, exclaiming, "The gifts from young Master Change are too extravagant. The plaza can't hold any more. Quickly store them using high-grade spatial storage bags." News of Gu Change's upcoming wedding quickly spread across the continent. "Have you heard? The Gu family and the peerless Immortal Dynasty have set a wedding date. Young Master Change and Empress Ming Kong will hold a grand wedding ceremony in half a year." Sis, brother Gu is getting married. Your chance to be the main wife is gone. The young miss is currently undergoing a legacy inheritance. Do not disturb her. Half a year from now? Haven't you been mentally prepared for this for a long time? The difference in status between you and him is too great. It's just that the news came too suddenly. While other girls were saddened by not being able to become Gu Change's main wife, Yin Mei was surprisingly happy. Even her little maid couldn't help but be confused. "Young miss, why are you so happy after hearing that young Master Change is getting married? Weren't you?" Yin Mei replied, "Silly, the main wife can only be Yue Ming Kong. Now that the Empress position is set, how far away is my concubine position? One must know when enough is enough." When by the young master's side. Scene changed to the demon realm. When Shi Jiao heard the news that her crush was getting married, she was incredibly sad. Her friend beside her also felt sorry for her. "You can't be the main wife. With your status, it's indeed difficult. What a pity, a fleeting connection in the 10 domains." Tianlu Xuannu was also shocked after receiving the information. "He's getting married in half a year? So should I go or not? If I go, will Yue Ming Kong ambush me?" And the human ancestor hall. From within, streams of dark aura continuously poured outwards. Inside, Gu Changge collapsed to the ground, vomiting blood in pain. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, saying, "Am I having a qi deviation again? Liar. Didn't he promise to marry me too?" And so, Gu Changge, and just like that, Jiang Chuchu cried her eyes out in despair. "Gu Changge, you're such a scammer." Wah, huh. Suddenly, right on cue, Gu Changge shows up and says, "What did I do now?" Following the sound, Jiang Chuchu looked up, and bam, there's Gu Changge standing right in front of her. In her confusion, she even thought she was dreaming, completely frozen, unable to say a word. Gu Changge continues, "You're hurt? What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Jiang Chuchu replies resentfully, "None of your business." Gu Changge says, "Okay,
You said it yourself. I'm leaving then. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Changge's figure completely disappeared.
Jiang Chu was extremely shocked and exclaimed, "You? You're really leaving?"
Wah. How can you be like this? I've given you everything. I didn't really want you to leave. But in reality, Gu Changge hasn't left. He's still quietly observing her, feeling helpless. Women are indeed difficult to understand. While she was crying miserably, Gu Changge appeared. He sat in front of her, their eyes met, sparking with love.
After a moment of silence,
Gu Changge took out a spiritual mushroom and said, "This is 100 million-year-old heavenly spiritual mysterious mushroom, from the 8 desolate 10 domains. It can even heal the injuries of a Taoist expert."
Jiang Chu accepted the gift, gradually regained her composure, but still spoke with a hint of sadness.
"Didn't you say you would marry me?" Gu Changge immediately asked back.
"So you're telling me to abandon Mingkong?"
When asked, she flinched and said, "Of course not. I didn't mean that." Gu Changge continued, "Isn't it clear then? Whether based on order or hierarchy, Mingkong is always before you, Miss Chu. You can't deny this, can you? You mean you'll still marry me later? I rushed to see you like this because I was worried you were overthinking things again." "I knew it." "What's wrong? I've conquered so many lands and territories. Are you afraid there won't be a place for you by my side? You don't trust me that much?" Jiang Chu could only force a smile at this time. Then how long will I have to wait after them?" Gu Changge immediately reassured. "Trust me, that day won't be too far away." "Okay, I'll wait for you." "Then smile for your husband to see first, you cute little idiot." And then what had to happen, happened. Gu Changge always coaxed her a little, and then got lucky. They had moments of pure bliss, reluctant to leave each other. After successfully using her, Gu Changge quietly observed the magic weapon in front of him, thinking to himself, "It seems that during this time, the power of faith gathered by the human ancestral hall is enough for the dark heavenly court to manifest again in the world. Now the rewards for killing Sons of Destiny are no longer significant. Might as well try to recruit them as my followers, thereby increasing the power of the dark heavenly court. Through these mediums, I can create something similar to a golden finger. Then let it rain artificial golden fingers. Hopefully the Sons of Destiny in these myriad worlds won't disappoint me." Finishing his train of thought, Gu Changge immediately released his spiritual power around him, no hesitation, Qiu Chenchu style. It quickly spread throughout the lower realms. In some lower realm, a guy was cornered. Behind him was a deep abyss. At this moment he was completely surrounded by a group of people in front of him. "Run, why aren't you running anymore?" Cornered, covered in wounds, but he still shouted, "Chu Shu, come out and see me. I considered you the person I loved the most. Even risked my life to steal the breakthrough profound pill from the city lord's mansion. For you, why are you treating me like this?" At that moment, a girl stepped out, smiling faintly, and said, "Wang Qi, even now you still don't understand? You're so stupid and don't even know it? Being liked by a piece of trash like you? I feel like I've been tainted. Don't worry, I'll accept your breakthrough profound pill, so when I break through to the Divine Sea Realm, I can join the profound spiritual sect and be with Song Shixiong day and night." He smirked. "Today you can't escape this calamity, and the Wang family behind you will also be buried because of your pill theft." Wang Qi furiously shouted, "You damn cheating couple! If I survive this disaster, I will definitely kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the opponent quickly approached and attacked. Fast as lightning, a powerful palm struck straight into Wang Qi's stomach. "First, cripple your Danshin. You'll fall into the abyss and despair to your death." Carried by the momentum, Wang Qi was knocked off the cliff without being able to resist. He was fuming, thinking, "If the heavens have eyes, give me one more chance." Up on the cliff, they looked at each other, confused. One said, "Think he'll find some cheat-level technique falling down there and come back for revenge?" Hearing this, that chick Chu Shui chuckled and said, "HMPH? He already took Song Shixiong's bone-melting palm. His Danshin shattered. Unless a divine artifact shows up, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he's dead." They quickly left, while the sky poured rain, and coincidentally, the wisp of spiritual power Gu Changge dropped into the lower realm passed by this place. Gu Changge was still sitting, waiting for the harvest. Jiang Chu asked, confused, "What are you doing?" Gu Changge casually replied, "Mass-producing MCs." Jiang Chu was even more confused, her eyes wide and blank. Gu Changge laughed. "I mean, these young lads. These Sons of Destiny are pretty interesting." "Interesting? This is just some backwater lower realm. There are tons of guys like this. What's so special? Even an ant can dream of devouring an elephant, let alone these motivated youths." The more, the merrier, Gu Changge thought to himself. At the same time, somewhere in the lower realm, Many cultivators received a surge of power from the sky, which was exactly what Gu Changge released.
Their strength instantly and unexpectedly leveled up.
Cut to Spring Breeze Jade Tower. Inside, Gu Wudi was bruised all over, his face swollen and pathetic. Leaning on crutches, he reported, "My lord, if it weren't for Bailuju's timely arrival, I fear this subordinate would have truly lost his life." Gu Changge coughed lightly. "We underestimated the two ancient assassin organizations, Hell and Fudo. Their foundations are unfathomable. We've lost too many people to them already." Cough. "Seems taking them over won't be as easy as we thought."
Standing beside him, Bai Lianfair was also looking rough, her face bruised and swollen, her features distorted. She said sternly, "Please be serious, my lord. We're discussing important matters."
Gu Changge stood up and said, "The rapid rise of Spring Breeze Jade Tower is definitely going to be a thorn in the side of those two ancient assassin organizations.
Moreover, there are even remnant immortals sitting in those two forces. With your current strength, directly confronting them is like throwing eggs at a rock.
If we can find their headquarters, I have a way to seriously injure them. But I've been investigating for so long and still have no clues. There's a reason they've been able to hide for so many years, not revealing anything. No need to rush. I'll think of a way to force them out, but this might require the help of your father." Bai Lianhe remained silent. Cut to the Dao Immortal Alliance's territory. Voices echoed below. Rumor has it that Dao Immortal Alliance's shipment this time is being escorted by Daozi Lan Yifei.
No one knows what's in that shipment that's so important. We really have to thank Lan Shixiang this time. Without him, we would never have discovered such a large mine. Moreover, it contains million-year profound Jade Immortal Marrow.
If we can successfully escort this batch of profound Jade Immortal Marrow back to the sect, we'll make a great contribution and definitely be heavily rewarded." However, the person they were talking about didn't think so. Rewards? What kind of trash rewards? These guys are so naive. What I need are cultivation techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts. As long as it can make me stronger, I'll accept anything. But not those cheap, worthless rewards. At that moment, he sensed something was off, glanced back, and frowned, yelling, "Who's there? Get out here!" A cold laugh replied. "Ha-ha!" As expected of the Tao Source true body, rumored to be able to become one with heaven and earth, with astonishing senses. No wonder I almost got killed by you that year. If it weren't for you, those muscle-brained idiots from the White Tiger Gang Metal would never have found me in their dreams," he muttered in surprise. "Is it the demonic arts inheritor we chased down and forced into Demon Mountain that year?" Above, Gu Changge appeared, saying, "Surprised? I safely made it out of Demon Mountain." He frowned and said, "That's not right. You're not the real demonic arts inheritor. How could someone who repeatedly escaped Gu Changge be as weak as you?"
Gu Changge was furious. Dark aura radiated. Faced with Gu Changge's question, he could only force a laugh and say, "Well, even if I don't know how you learned such powerful demonic arts, are you only good at finding scapegoats? If the inheritor of the demonic arts was as stupid as you, they would have been done for long ago. What inheritance are you even talking about?" Provoked, Gu Changge couldn't keep her cool, and her murderous aura surged. She immediately yelled, "Shut your mouth!" Immediately afterward, no one knew what happened, only that dust was flying everywhere, showing that the two had started fighting like cats and dogs. However, when the dust settled, he was still standing there, unscathed. He created a perfect shield around his body, and mocked at her miserable state. "Haha, long time no see, you've improved, but you're just using demonic arts to forcibly raise your cultivation to the great saint realm. You're courting death if you want to attack this Dao Vuzi." Gu Changge thought, why is it so easy for him to deal with people of his generation like killing chickens and dogs, but I... In her heart, Gu Changge's image flashed briefly, and she felt lost. Could it be that I really don't have the qualifications to be by his side? Lan Yifei didn't hesitate, and immediately formed a hand seal to create a barrier. Aura emanated from his surroundings as he said coldly, "Although you are not the real inheritor of demonic arts, killing you can still increase my reputation a lot." Unexpectedly, Gu Changge said, "I know who the real inheritor of demonic arts is." Lan Yifei was skeptical. "What? Are you kidding me?" Gu Changge interrupted. "Of course I know. You said it yourself. He uses me like this. Treats my life as a tool to transfer hatred. Isn't that my enemy?" Hearing this, he thought to himself, a nobody for 20 years. If I expose this real inheritor of demonic arts, wouldn't all the patience and silence of the past years finally have its day? Thinking about it with satisfaction, he excitedly asked, "Who is it?" Gu Changge replied, "If you're interested in his identity, then we can make a deal. I'll tell you everything you want to know, and you'll use your identity as a Dao Xian alliance to collect the origin essence for me. What do you think?" Lan Yifei sneered. "Haha, ridiculous. I could just kill you and search your soul. Why would I need to make a deal with you?" Gu Changge confidently said,
Although I can't beat you, you can't stop me from running. If you don't agree, I can add another condition, for example. The mental cultivation method of the devouring immortal demonic art. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise. Devouring immortal demonic art?
Lan Yifei secretly calculated in his heart. If I can get that supreme demonic art, not to mention ordinary geniuses like Ye Langxian and Wang Wushuang, even those at the level of Lu Guanwang, Little War King, and Wang Ziqin would have to kneel down and call me daddy if they met me. Even that Gu Changge might not be impossible to catch up with. A great opportunity. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Gu Changge continued to lure him. Although the Taoist forces in the upper realm all hate the inheritor of demonic arts, if they really have the opportunity to obtain the mental cultivation method of the devouring immortal demonic art, do you think they would want it or not? Think carefully. I'm not the only one who wants to cooperate with me. Without hesitation, Lan Yifei decisively said, I agree. Her plan achieved, Gu Changge secretly rejoiced in her heart. You called me stupid? Wait until you know the real identity of the inheritor of demonic arts, and see who's stupider. Thinking this, Gu Changge released a stream of demonic energy towards Lan Yifei and said, This is half of the first part of the devouring immortal demonic art. I can give it to you first, you can comprehend it yourself. As for the second half. Before she could finish, Lan Yifei interrupted. Then who is the real inheritor of demonic arts? Gu Changge said angrily. Your appetite is too big. Giving you half of this mental cultivation method today is already enough. As for the real inheritor of demonic arts, shouldn't I see your sincerity? Lan Yifei pondered for a few seconds and said, To the east of the Kangxian Heaven domain is the 100 Realms battlefield. Almost every day there will be geniuses from various realms coming here to train and kill. Go to the Xingcheng town boundary, and with this token, you can easily cross the sea. As he spoke, he handed a token to Gu Changge. Gu Changge took the token, her heart filled with thoughts. I must reach the Saint Realm before I meet Gu Changge again. At least that way I can stand in front of him and question him. Scene changes to somewhere else. Bai Kun painfully coughed up blood, spitting out a large mouthful. Bai Lianhe stood beside him worriedly calling, Father! Beside him, the disciple was also stunned, calling out in confusion, Shifu! Bai Kun struggled to say. The appearance of the immortal dew is related to a tree. When the daddio fruit matures, the rules of heaven and earth will completely merge, and the immortal dew will naturally appear. Hearing this, Gu Changge pondered in his heart. It must be referring to the epoch Dao fruit of the epoch tree. Currently, the epoch Dao fruit has not yet matured, so the matter of the immortal dew will be put on hold for now. I must deal with these two organizations, Hell and Fudo, first. Otherwise it will affect my next plan. Suddenly, Gu Changge spoke up. You still have to help me deduce one more thing. Hearing this, Bai Lianhe angrily shouted, My father has already suffered such a backlash, and you still want to make him deduce more? You're too much. Gu Changge smiled, and said indifferently, I didn't say I would make your father deduce more. At this moment, all eyes turned to the disciple, who blankly opened his eyes wide in confusion, then raised his hand to point directly at his face, as if to confirm his guess. Without giving him time to recover, Gu Changge quickly made him deduce, until his body was withered and demonic, his mouth constantly coughing up blood. Watching Bai Lianhe worriedly from afar. Is the hiding place of Hell and Fudo so difficult to deduce? It's been several hours and it hasn't ended yet? Gu Changge said nothing, only offering her a warm cup of tea. Bai Lianhe resolutely refused. I won't drink it. Meanwhile, Gu Changge is still chillin', sipping tea like he ain't got a care in the world. Girl beside him's like, Why isn't this dude panicking? Right then, that disciple's body suddenly explodes with power. A blinding light erupts, and in 1 second flat, he's charred to a crisp, clothes shredded, still smoking like a barbecue gone wrong. Gu Changge all pleased, can conceal the heavenly secrets and resolve heavenly punishment. This kid's actually perfect to be your dad's disciple. Meanwhile, Bai Lianhe is freaking out. Bai Hua, you okay? He croaks. I saw it. Scene cuts to the battlefield of 100 worlds. Xicheng town boundary. All hazy, dreamy vibes. Someone's yelling, All right, line up. Anyone caught flying gets iced. Is this seriously the first town in the battlefield of 100 worlds? It's even more majestic than our Yun Tiankui. Up high, cultivators are gossiping. HMPH, these plebs must be seeing the upper realm for the first time, huh? Such pathetic appearances, weak sauce cultivation. They're just asking to die in the battlefield of 100 worlds. Pick out a few with decent talent and pretty faces to take back as cauldrons. Shuiyan, the sect leader's daughter, turns to Lu Ming, of Qinghong Ancient Realm's Heavenly Rainbow Profound Sect, and asks, Third Elder, are we after the victory token, or the world luck energy in the battlefield of 100 worlds? Lu Ming, my father told me to keep that on the DL. Lu Ming says nothing more, just thinks to himself. The victory token gets you into an upper realm sect. The world luck energy affects the evolution, growth, prosperity, and decline of our world. Looks like the sect leader wants both. Greedy bastard. Down below, the guards are yelling, anyone entering the city, whether you're from the lower realm or from who knows where, line up for inspection. Now! This one inspector is so perverted he's straight up groping girls' butts before letting them pass. Like, bro, get a grip. Go on, you're clear. What's the big deal? It's just an inspection. The girl is pissed but can't do anything, just clenches her fist in frustration. Next up, he smirks. Your turn. Dress like that, 80% chance you're sus. Take off the cloak, let's have a look-see. But Gu Changge doesn't say a word, just flashes a token in his face. He stutters. D-Dao. Dao child token. WTF. You don't need to be inspected, go on through. The crowd's stunned. Shu Yan's all like, Dao child token? What's that? Lu Ming. Probably a token from some big shot. Shu Yan. Stick with us later, don't let anyone get handsy. Shu Yan. Got it. Just like that, Gu Changge slips through, thinking. His wedding with Yu Ming is in half a year. I heard the heavenly fiend ancestor is gonna pull something on the big day. Is she planning to crash the party? 2. I'm basically a nobody compared to them. Better not dwell on it, I won't be seeing him anytime soon anyway. Just then, a dragon-shaped silhouette soars overhead. The crowd's like, what's that, a azure dragon? Looks like it ain't landed. How dare you? Who is it that dares to disrespect the rules of our town boundary city? You think riding a azure dragon lets you ignore our town boundary city's rules? State your name! The guard behind him whispers, face turning purple. Boss, I think that's young Master Change. Immediately, the boss barks, quick! Open the barriers and let young Master Change through. You blind bastards, hee, welcome young Master Change. Down below, they're all confused. Didn't they say flying was forbidden, and anyone who broke the rule would be killed? Lu Ming says, if you're strong enough, you can step on the rules. Shu Yan's bewildered. Lu Ming, our Qinghong ancient realm is so small. Even those guards are hard for us to handle. Yet some random person can come along and make them bend over backward and break the rules. Lu Ming replies, if we can become someone like that, we won't have to be so pathetic. And with that, Gu Changge struts deeper inside. Down below, Gu Changge senses inside the dungeon, bones scattered everywhere. A chick was beaten to a pulp, but she still refused to spill the beans. I ain't saying shit. Hearing that, the dude snapped and attacked her with demonic energy. A wave of intense pressure crashed down. He said coldly, if you won't talk, I can just rip the answers from your soul. And so, he tortured a helpless girl with gritted teeth. What a creep. Then, he waved his hand and sent her flying. I always felt like Bichu Pavilion and Gu Changge were linked. Why else would they keep getting intel and ruining our plans? Because of Gu Change's appearance, the entire 100 Worlds battlefield is stirring with hidden currents. The higher-ups think Gu Changge is basically at the top of the food chain in the upper realm, untouchable. What could be in the 100 Worlds battlefield that Gu Changge would even want? For him to show up personally? Choosing some capable lackeys? Or maybe some godly techniques? Or even some rare treasures? Go warn the other village chiefs to be vigilant. Absolutely no leaks. In the eastern part of the 6 major areas, in Vermilion Bird Ward, Gu Changge was leisurely sipping tea, listening to a report from his subordinate. Reporting, young master, the 100 Worlds battlefield is divided into 6 major areas. Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, Underworld, and Heavenly Emperor. Each ward has 108 cities. The cities are constantly at war, plundering resources, wealth, and even women. Almost every victory triggers a major war. Slaughter and chaos are the rules of this place. Anyone who breaks the rules gets ganked by the city patrol. There used to be a guy named Du Guihua, who almost single-handedly shattered the order here, but he was ultimately wiped out by a joint force of experts. For years, the 100 Worlds battlefield has remained stable. Cultivators from the lower realm don't dare break the rules, and can only obediently slaughter each other, becoming fresh blood for the wards. The guy reporting was a middle-aged man who looked harmless, always wearing a flattering smile. He was the branch manager of the Myriad Dao Business Alliance in the 100 Worlds battlefield, a quasi-supreme realm cultivator, in charge of all transactions here. To outsiders, he's super mysterious, rarely appearing in public. Even the big shots of the cities can't easily meet him. Because the Myriad Dao Business Alliance controls trade routes throughout the heavens, its power is unfathomable. Even the immortal forces don't dare offend it easily. After listening, Gu Changge put down his teacup, sighing softly, and thought to himself, this is a perfect breeding ground for Gu worms. How did I not think of this before? He came to the 100 Worlds battlefield because of the visions that Baihua showed him, indicating clues to paradise and hell were here. After sending people to investigate,
It was as expected. This place constantly absorbs cultivators from the lower realm, becoming a never-ending source of cannon fodder, which is the foundation of those two ancient organizations. To cultivate killing intent from a young age, they deliberately pit the wards against each other. What a brilliant scheme. Gu Changge shook his head in admiration. Gu Changge understood the origin of the Hundred Worlds battlefield. But if he wanted to take this opportunity to directly destroy Hell and Paradise, it wouldn't be easy. If he revealed his intentions too hastily, he'd stir up a hornet's nest. "I'll be staying here for a while," Gu Changge said casually. "Young master, rest assured, I've made all the arrangements," the man replied immediately. Gu Changge nodded, waving him away. But the middle-aged man hesitated, glancing at the girl beside him, then, gritting his teeth, said,
"Young master, this is my daughter, Aqing Javir.
She has always admired you, and has grown up in the Hundred Worlds battlefield since she was a child. If possible, please let her take care of your daily life.
She's very familiar with the 6 wards and 108 cities here, and can help you with many things." Hearing this, Qing'er's eyes widened, her small hands clenched slightly, her eyes full of anticipation and excitement. In the Hundred Worlds battlefield, Aqing is a genuine young miss. Even the lords behind the 6 major wards have to show some respect to the Myriad Dao Business Alliance. As the daughter of the branch manager, she can basically roam the Hundred Worlds battlefield without anyone daring to offend her. Yet, she proactively asked to serve Gu Changge. "Down bad much?" the girl stammered shyly. "Young master, Qing'er." Gu Changge was a little surprised, raising an eyebrow, sizing her up and down, saying coldly, "Old man, you've got some nerve. Trying to slip someone next to me. Trying to climb the ladder?" Both of them knelt down immediately, their faces pale with fear. Qing'er said quickly, "Young master, father definitely has no other intentions. It's just that I genuinely admire you, so I took the opportunity to follow my father here." The old man stammered along. "It's my fault, I apologize." Gu Changge interrupted. "You're familiar with the Hundred Worlds battlefield? Fine, then stay. Tell me about the Gu worm-raising rules of the Hundred Worlds battlefield. I want to see it for myself." Getting his agreement, Qing'er's eyes lit up with excitement, and she said hastily, thank you, young master." She understood Gu Change's meaning, referring to the rule that the wards are forced to slaughter each other. To external cultivators, it really is like raising Gu worms, choosing the strongest from countless survivors. She collected her composure, explaining seriously, "Once a month, the 108 cities in each ward will sound the war horn. All cultivators who have joined the ward are required to participate, or they'll be executed before the battle begins as a sacrifice to the flag. Only neutral forces are exempt from war. As for the young cultivators from the lower realm, after joining the ward, they'll enter the realm of fortune competition. Even within the same ward, they must kill each other, keeping only the strongest. Each person has a token to accumulate points based on the cultivation of the opponent killed, the scoreboard arena." Gu Changge nodded slightly, understanding roughly. It sounded like a cruel survival game. Every cultivator who sets foot here becomes a pawn, using accumulated points to decide their survival. The one with the highest score has a chance to survive. Moreover, points can be used as currency in the cities, exchanged for techniques, divine powers, pills, and weapons. This is clearly a perfect method to cultivate young assassins, that those cultivators are completely unaware they are just seedlings being nurtured. Qing'er continued. In addition, in the arenas deep within the major ward markets, there are life and death battles every day. Among the watching cultivators, some specialize in betting, while others come from the outside world, specifically to recruit slaves or talented followers. "So, there are death matches in Vermilion Bird Ward tonight?" Gu Changge asked with interest. Qing'er nodded. Vermilion Bird Ward has 108 cities, and almost every city has death matches. But the main city where we are has the largest arena, the most gathered cultivators, and those who participate here also receive more points. "Then I'll go check out this so-called death match tonight." Gu Changge smiled faintly. Gu Changge believed that there were definitely forces behind these arenas controlling them. As long as he followed the clues, he would eventually find the hiding places of hell and paradise. "Young master wants to go in person?" Qing'er was surprised. "Then I'll make arrangements immediately." In her eyes, besides surprise, there was also a hint of barely concealed excitement. Qing'er had grown up in the battlefield since she was a child, and she had long been accustomed to such cruel death matches, so she no longer found them novel. Meanwhile, Gu Changge was in the battlefield, secretly searching for the traces of hell and paradise, in a place hundreds of millions of miles away. On an island radiating brilliant light, immortal energy swirled like a fairy realm. A slender girl in white was staring blankly at a spirit pond covered in mist, her eyes full of disbelief. I passed your trial?
Big Ching, you almost killed me. How did you find such a weird place? But doing so will make my strength skyrocket. When the time comes, I'll find Gu Changge to spar and scare him shitless. Gu Changge, still not recovered from what had just happened, muttered. Her face, originally as cold as a fairy, now a little dazed. Before, she was lured by the red bird, with some mumbo-jumbo, leading to this desolate island, which was countless miles away from the center of the upper realm. The island was covered with formation restrictions and countless terrifying trials that were set up long ago. To be able to leave, she had to overcome them all. She didn't know how many times she had failed, and she had even almost lost her life. After a long and arduous time, she barely managed to break all the restrictions and overcome all the challenges. But the price also brought great benefits. Her cultivation and comprehension improved dramatically. Don't stand there blankly. The pond of rebirth is about to dissipate. Don't you want to see anything? Big Red Bird said with disdain, glancing at her and urging. Pond of rebirth? Can it really see the future? Gu Changge was still skeptical, her bright eyes staring at the spirit pond in front of her. Finally, she closed her eyes gently. Compared to the past, she wanted to know what her future would be like even more. Boom! The water of Wangsheng Pond began to surge with ripples. The originally clear water suddenly shone brightly, glittering like an ancient mirror, reflecting both the past and the future. The image of Gu Changge appeared, terrifying and cold-blooded, with corpses piled high. It was as if Gu Changge had become a completely different person. Upon seeing that image, Gu Changge fearfully widened her eyes in shock. She stammered in horror. Why? Why is it like this? Why did the future turn out like this? She hadn't regained her senses, continuously muttering, her face pale. Gu Changge, he can't become like that. I have to go find him now. Far away, Gu Changge had no idea that just seeing a glimpse of the future had shaken Gu Changge's mental state so violently. At this moment, Gu Changge was heading towards the arena deep within the Vermilion Bird District's main city with Qingxir. As she led the way, she said, in the arena, besides those who accumulate points through slaughter, there are also many criminals brought in by various Dao Tong forces, using death matches to atone for their crimes. Around the arena are actually countless dungeons, holding criminals from ancient clans, supreme great sects, ancient royal families, and even immortal Dao Tong. For various reasons, they are brought here to accumulate points, exchanging them for something to be pardoned and leave. There are also rumors that these people are actually death warriors, secretly cultivated by their own Dao Tong, thrown into the arena to hone their life and death skills. In the arena, these criminals kill each other for the entertainment and betting of outside cultivators. Some are bought by customers and branded as slaves, living as slaves for life, while others personally enter the arena, using death row inmates to hone their life and death skills. Saying this, Ching'er turned to Gu Changge and said, Young master, how about I clean up first, to avoid those insects ruining your enjoyment? Gu Changge replied, No need. I prefer to keep a low profile. Night deepened. Jade boats and phoenix ships glided across the lake like shooting stars. Cultivators from all directions flocked here, the stream of people endless. Among them, many came from the lower realm, wanting to witness the cruelty of the 100-realm battlefield. A group from the Azure Rainbow Ancient Realm was also here. Lu Ming, Shui Yan, and a few young prodigies followed behind a Confucian, scholar-robed man, their guide. Once inside, you could only watch. Absolutely do not cause trouble. No matter what happens, you must endure. If there is a life or death conflict, I can't save you. The Confucian scholar-robed man's voice was full of worry, his heart filled with cold sweat. In this place he was just a small fry, not daring to offend anyone. What made him most uneasy was that there were several extremely beautiful young women in the group. In the battlefield, resources, cultivation techniques, and women were all things to be fought over. When the ship docked, the scene before them stunned everyone. Palaces and pavilions hung in the void, array patterns flowed, and mist lingered, looking no different from a celestial palace. This is the arena? Lu Ming was astonished. Just then, a soaring aura came from the east. A group of beings with horned heads and wings on their backs, their chi and blood surging, descended from a jade boat. The surrounding ancient royal families immediately avoided them, and the Azure Rainbow Ancient Realm group also hurriedly made way. But their movements were still slow. Where did these insects come from? Daring to block our path? A burly man, his chi and blood as violent as a ferocious beast, coldly rebuked. He was from the ancient Mammoth clan, and as his murderous intent descended, Lu Ming and Shui Yan only felt their souls freeze. We're done for, Shui Yan exclaimed. How can you do this? We're not criminals. Hearing this, he immediately turned to Zhu Yan and shouted, If you insects don't understand human language, then go die." As he shouted, his foot rushed forward. In a life-or-death situation, a hand suddenly reached out, blocking the opponent's attack. And then both Lu Ming and Xueyan fell to the ground, surrounded by pitying gazes. In this place, no one cares if the weak die. Xueyan was bewildered. "Lu Ming, what should we do now?" He thought to himself. "Too strong. If it were a normal one-on-one fight, I wouldn't be a match at all. Unless..." Just then, they turned to look at each other. "Qin, brother, I think these lower realm women have some charm. It would be a pity to kill them. How about we take them back as female slaves?" Another person chimed in. "If Jin, brother, likes them, then I'll kick that guy to death. As for this woman, I'll beat her half to death and offer her to Jin, brother." "Ha ha." The group burst into laughter. Hearing this, Lu Ming angrily shouted, "You're taking things too far." He sneered. "You? Do you have some misunderstanding about your status and position? You're just insects." Just then, Qing Shengshi stepped forward and said, "I get it. You even dare to bring these two insects here to bore young master. Are you tired of living?" All the cultivators present widened their eyes, looking at the scene before them with both shock and fear. Who was Xing Tekkern? In the Vermilion Bird District, even throughout the 100-realm battlefield, her identity had never been a secret. Many people who had been here for a while recognized her. But now, this person who was considered the young miss of the 100-realm battlefield was respectfully standing next to a young man in white. Combined with what happened yesterday in the Boundary Town, did they still need to guess this person's identity? Young Master Change, he actually appeared here. Countless cultivators, minds were buzzing like they'd been struck by lightning. No one expected that, in this situation, they would actually see Gu Changge with their own eyes. In the shadows, the big shots who were originally hiding also took a deep breath, their expressions changing drastically. No one dared to continue hiding. One by one, they hurriedly appeared, respectfully bowing. Because currently in the upper realm, Gu Changge was an existence of unparalleled power and influence. Just a word from him could change the world. Even the holy masters of the immortal great sects and the ancient ancestors had to be polite and cautious in front of him, let alone these young ancient royal families before them. They had just dared to send that red-skirted girl flying in front of Gu Changge, blocking his path into the arena. In everyone's eyes, wasn't that just courting death? In an instant, the gazes towards the ancient royal families turned to pity, even a bit of schadenfreude. They were usually so arrogant and domineering. Today they finally kicked the hardest iron plate. The faces of the ancient royal families were pale, they clasped their hands, and said in a pleading voice, We didn't know young Master Change was here. Please, young master, be generous and spare our lives. You're courting death. No one can save you today." Chinger coldly looked at the ancient royal family member who had just attacked. She didn't even need to give an order. In the shadows, the subordinates who always followed in secret immediately appeared, turning into streaks of black shadows that enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the ancient royal family member was sent flying into the river. A desperate scream rang out, and on the clear, mirror-like surface of the lake, fresh blood suddenly splattered. Giant ferocious beasts leaped out from the bottom of the lake, their mouths opening wide with terrifying fangs. They were like sharks smelling blood, instantly tearing his body apart. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and, in an instant, that body was crushed into a rain of blood, disappearing into the waves, not even leaving a complete corpse. The entire arena was silent. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. They had just been so arrogant and domineering, but now they had become food for the ferocious beasts in the lake. The remaining disciples of the ancient royal families had pale faces, their bodies trembling, afraid of being the next one thrown down there. Chinger turned back, her eyes cold as ice. "Young master, what should we do with the rest?" She was born and raised in the 100-realm battlefield, and had long been accustomed to life and death. Killing a few ancient royal families was nothing to her. Moreover, today, Gu Changge was behind her. Unexpectedly, Gu Changge lightly let them off. He gently took a handkerchief from his chest pocket and said, "Young ladies, my apologies, this is not their fault. Moreover, this young lady is also a victim." Saying this, Gu Changge offered the handkerchief to Xueyan, but that very calmness only made Xueyan receive the handkerchief from Gu Changge, her heart all afluttered. Meanwhile, Gu Changge kept running his mouth. "This world is just like this. The weak are devoured by the strong. All things fight for survival. If you don't want to end up like today, treated like meat on a chopping block just for getting in someone's way, then you need to make your fists stronger, or find a ridiculously powerful backer." Xueyan quickly replied, "Yes. Thank you so much for saving my life, milord." Gu Changge left just as quickly. Qingshare looked at the two ancient royal family disciples kneeling on the ground and asked, "Young master, what about these two?" Gu Changge casually replied,
Just let them go. They were just ignorant, and I'm not the type to go around killing people. Overjoyed to be spared, they burst into tears, thanking him frantically. Thank you, young Master Change, for your mercy and generosity in not killing us.
Lu Ming watched the scene, and an inexplicable feeling of discomfort welled up in his heart. Xu Yan hugged the handkerchief tightly like a treasure. She understood that from tonight onwards, no one would dare to make things difficult for her again. When Gu Changge left, Lu Ming spoke up. Third Elder, you've been to the upper realm many times. What kind of person is he anyway? The elder said emotionally. That's the famous young Master Change. I'm actually lucky enough to be saved by young Master Change. It's unbelievable.
Shui Yan, you must keep this handkerchief carefully. Who knows, it might save our lives in the future.
She then tucked the handkerchief into her chest like it was the most precious thing in the world, and replied, I will definitely keep it close to me. And where she tucked it was a bit sensitive, embracing her full, round assets. Lu Ming, standing beside her, was so jealous his eyes were popping out. He thought bitterly. Seriously? Does she have to keep it that close? And so, Gu Changge and Xingmaker went to the highest point to easily observe the arena, leaving behind a buzz of discussion. So that's the real face of young Master Change? I didn't expect to meet him here. Rumor has it that he has already attained enlightenment. I wonder if it's true, considering how young he is. Impossible. Those who attain enlightenment are all old monsters who have lived for millions of years.
Young Master Change has only been around for a few years. Mixed in the crowd, Gu Changge thought to herself. You're still the same, casually releasing that fake kindness, making people spin around you, just like I did back then,
only to be ruthlessly used and discarded by you in the end. At this moment, the stands were packed with cultivators from all forces, all staring excitedly at the arena below, the atmosphere extremely lively. Between the seating areas, there was a special layer of formation separating them. However, for cultivators with high cultivation levels, this barrier was almost useless. They could still easily observe the movements around them. Even so, if they peeked around carelessly, they could easily be seen as a provocation by the old monsters. Therefore, no one would be foolish enough to do so, unless it was absolutely necessary. When he learned that Gu Changge had appeared, the person in charge of the gladiatorial arena immediately came to greet him personally, arranging for him the best room, from which he could observe the entire arena. Gu Changge said, It seems there are quite a few people here. Aren't you afraid they'll take the opportunity to join forces and escape? Changge replied. Reporting to young Master, there are formation runes carved on the walls here, which can be activated when needed. Their power is considerable, and can control even cultivators below the supreme level. But many people participate in the fights here, mainly for the accumulation points on their opponents, so they wouldn't run away mid-battle. Gu Changge continued.
Ching'er, bring me the list of those participating in the fights tonight.
Yes. Qing Haller quickly brought the list of participants from tonight's fights, and presented it to him. Among these names were death row inmates from Vermilion Bird Ward, and geniuses from the outside world who had come to train. Gu Changge glanced through it a few times and then put it down. Relying on this list alone, he couldn't find any clues about Hell or Fudo. Tracing back to their headquarters would be like finding a needle in a haystack. He frowned slightly. If Hell and Fudo are smart enough, they should be wary of my appearance here. The deeper I investigate, the less likely I am to gain anything. Thinking so, he suddenly changed his approach. The Jade Green Tower has risen rapidly in recent years, becoming a thorn in the side of Hell and Fudo. These two long-standing assassin organizations must have investigated the origins of the Jade Green Tower, and even tried to plant people inside. And the Myriad Dowd Commerce Union has recently had close ties with the Jade Green Tower. Behind the Myriad Dao Commerce Union, his shadow is everywhere, in other words. As soon as I appeared in the 100-realm battlefield, Hell probably took notice. If so, continuing to dig secretly will only make the other side more vigilant. Perhaps I should go with the flow and change my approach. He sighed softly. Throughout countless eras, Hell and Fudo have survived countless pursuits by major Dao lineages, so they can't be underestimated.
For example, Hell is rumored to have 10 courts, each managing a different area of assassination and underground transactions in the upper realm. 30 million years ago, the head of one court, Xin Guangwang, was ambushed and severely injured in Mengyin Mountain, and died. That event nearly collapsed one court, and even high-level officials such as judges, Meng Pa, and black and white impermanents were purged by other courts. From then on, the Dao lineages discovered that the internal affairs of Hell were not as united as they imagined.
Gu Changge had read these records in the ancient books of the Gu family. He thought to himself, in any case, the heads of the 10 courts of Hell are not ordinary people, let alone the Lord of Hell. But I'm already here, so let's join the game. Time flies like a dog running in the fields, and the exciting matches explode. In the stands, countless cultivators watched intently, some with bloodlust and excitement in their eyes, others with anxiety. After the host announced the rules of the match and introduced the backgrounds of the two people, the fight officially began. The light of divine powers exploded brilliantly. Formation runes spread out like restrictions, sealing the space. Dense killing moves, raging divine fire, swordqua tearing the sky, blood and bones everywhere, a shocking scene.
If there weren't formations to suppress it, the shockwaves of the battle alone would be enough to destroy the entire area. The two who dared to step onto the stage were clearly not ordinary people. They fought hundreds of rounds, back and forth, a suffocatingly brutal battle. One person was torn apart, blood spurting like a fountain, but still remained expressionless, continuing to fight desperately. Die, Gale Slash!
But she was not to be outdone, immediately wrapping herself tightly around the sword in his hand, causing him to be stunned. Not stopping there, she pierced through him in the blink of an eye, more savage than a goose. Looking at the jaw-dropping fight, the people on the fortress cheered incessantly. Good, very good. He calls himself the pride of Hishan, but he fights like garbage. What a waste. A girl standing beside Lu Ming softly spoke. Is this the kind of private fighting we're about to face? Senior brother Lu, are you confident of winning? He said sternly. It's a 50-50 chance, but I need challenges like this to become stronger. Junior sister Shu Yan, don't. But before he could finish, Lu Ming stopped abruptly, filled with disappointment, as Shu Yan's eyes were fixed on Gu Changge. In her eyes, there was a lingering infatuation, and she was completely oblivious to everything around her. Standing beside her, the elder stroked his beard and muttered,
So young Master Change is sitting there. Immediately, Lu Ming glared at Gu Changge with fury.
Over here, he continued to fawn over Shu Yan. Miss Shu Yan, if that person has noticed you, you must find a way to approach him again. This will be infinitely beneficial for you, as well as the sect behind you, and even the realm where you are. You can easily obtain the realm's fortune chi without even participating in the 100-realm battlefield.
Hearing this, Lu Ming's fist clenched in his sleeve, and he shouted angrily, What do you take Zhu Yan for? An object to be exchanged for benefits? Third Elder, you shouldn't speak nonsense anymore. The elder froze for a few seconds. Lu Ming. The person didn't let him finish. Shu Yan, interrupted Lu Ming. Third Elder is also thinking for our sect. What are you doing? All right, let's watch the match. On the stage, the match ended. The winner lives. The loser dies. And their accumulation points are immediately plundered. Immediately after, another death row inmate steps out, starting the second match, then the third, and so on. Gu Changge watched until the fourth match, and finally, with a hint of regret, shook his head and left. Let's bounce. Gu Changge was slightly surprised to hear this. Young master, aren't you going to watch anymore? Gu Changge smiled faintly. Just a bunch of noobs pecking at each other, nothing worth watching. The people who were always watching his every move were immediately shaken. It seems he really came here to select something. Shu Yan, who was observing from afar, was also extremely disappointed. He's already left. She couldn't stop feeling flustered, and then took out the handkerchief Gu Changge gave her, her cheeks flushed with emotion. Lu Ming watched her expression, green, with so much envy he could spit nails. Deep within the shadows of the 100 Realms battlefield, a gloomy palace stood. Several terrifying figures loomed within the swirling black mist, their gazes as deep as abysses, even showing scenes of collapsing stars and shattered worlds. Beneath their feet lay a mountain of white bones, including those of ancient sages, supreme corpses from recent Keyuan, and even the finger bones of someone who attained the Dao. Each bone shimmered, still radiating undissipated divinity. For assassins walking in the shadows, each skeleton here was a glorious battle achievement. Their owners once held distinguished positions. Otherwise, they wouldn't qualify as exhibits in this hall. Hell had a total of 10 palaces, each existing in a separate, secret space. Even the palace lords didn't know each other's coordinates. That was why Hell could survive countless eras, narrowly avoiding encirclement and annihilation by the great Dalasio lineages. But today, 6 palace lords had gathered. Since Hell's inception, such a scene was extremely rare. Each occurrence signified a major event related to survival. A figure shrouded in black mist spoke, his voice deep. We can't rush this. We're still unclear about Gu Change's intentions. We shouldn't act rashly for now. The power behind him is too terrifying. If we confront him head-on, we'll only end up as minced meat. Another palace lord continued. If he only came to select followers, it'd be easier to deal with, but I don't believe that Spring Wind Jade Tower has no connection with him. Each Hell Palace Lord is a being of overwhelming slaughter, with countless lives on their hands. They can make anyone disappear from the 100 Realms battlefield in silence. But this person is Gu Changge. His strength is so great that few in the upper realm can resist him now. Even heavily injured, he could still face several Dao attainers from the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty alone. Facing such a character, even Hell didn't dare to act recklessly. In the gloomy hall, the atmosphere turned heavy.
A game of chess had quietly begun. One palace lord said in a deep voice. Unfortunately, the first palace lord hasn't reached that realm yet. If all 10 of us joined forces to set up the Dusky Heaven Extermination Hell Immortal Slaughter formation, we might stand a chance against Gu Changge. Another palace lord's eyes were cold, and killing intent overflowed.
If we could kill Gu Changge, Hell's reputation would surely return to its peak.
What would we have to fear then? The Dusky Heaven Extermination Hell Immortal Slaughter formation was a secret great formation passed down from the ancient epoch, requiring all palace lords to jointly cast it. Its power was so terrifying that it was rumored to be able to slay immortals. But 30 million years ago, the previous first palace lord was ambushed, heavily injured, and disappeared. The current successor hasn't reached the previous realm, and isn't strong enough to maintain the great formation. Even so, they didn't want to directly confront Gu Changge unless absolutely necessary.
On the Vermilion Bird faction's side, in an eastern palace area of the Vermilion Bird faction, after returning from the gladiatorial arena, the Qinghong Ancient Realm group explained everything to the elders, and then returned to their rooms to rest. Lu Ming returned to his room, carefully surveyed his surroundings, confirmed that no one was watching, closed the windows tightly, and set up isolation barriers. Then he calmly spoke, as if talking to himself. You promised that when I came to the upper realm, you would give me a great opportunity. As he finished speaking, a faint light suddenly flashed in his sleeve, and a fragment of stone like amber appeared in mid-air, radiating brilliant divine light. The surrounding space immediately became translucent. From within the stone fragment, a middle-aged man's voice rang out, calm and filled with vicissitudes. I never thought I would have a day to return to the upper realm. Lu Ming was used to this scene. His expression remained calm. Senior once swore on your Dao heart that if I reached the upper realm, you would grant me a great opportunity. He had picked up this stone fragment when he was young, after a star fell into his backyard. From then on, it absorbed the spiritual energy he cultivated, and returned it purer, helping him lay an extremely solid foundation. Later, he discovered that there was a separate space inside the stone fragment, where time flowed much slower. Techniques that required months, even a year to comprehend, only needed less than half a month inside. Because of this, Lu Ming quickly became famous, became a local genius, and then joined Xueyan's sect, giving him the opportunity to come to the upper realm to participate in the 100 Realms War. But after joining the sect, he discovered that there was also a remnant soul within the stone fragment. That remnant soul once tried to seize his body, but failed, because his body was too weak at the time to accommodate it. From then on, Lu Ming remained vigilant, only accepting the promise to bring him to the upper realm. Inside the stone fragment, the middle-aged man laughed. Little brat, when I roamed the world, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. How dare you doubt me? The image in the stone fragment was blurry, but still exuded an arrogant aura, still carrying the invincible demeanor of his past, even with only a trace of a remnant soul. Lu Ming was neither arrogant nor servile. Junior wouldn't dare to doubt you. I only hope that Senior keeps your word. The middle-aged man snorted lightly. In those days, I stood shoulder to shoulder with the lords of the saints. Even though I was ambushed by great enemies, I still survived. How could I lack a small opportunity for you? Lu Ming remained silent. After tonight at the gladiatorial arena, he felt his weakness even more deeply. Even Xueyan, who used to be close to him, was gradually drifting away. He had to become stronger. Only then could he keep everything. The middle-aged man continued. This stone was originally a 7-layered divine weapon that I found in the desolate starfield. After the great war of the past, it shattered, leaving only this fragment. I will transmit to you the method to activate it. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of golden light shot into Lu Ming's brow. An ancient heavenly scripture flooded his mind. Each word shone brightly, and was dignified, making it hard to look directly at. Lu Ming trembled with shock. In the Qinghong ancient realm, he had never seen such profound scripture. If I had this sooner. Quote. Joy and ambition arose in his heart, but the middle-aged man continued. Don't be too happy yet. I said before, after arriving in the upper realm, you must find an organization called Hell. Find their contact person, and at that time, I will grant you an opportunity many times greater. The 100 Realms War is not worth mentioning. His voice was full of confidence and pride. 30 million years ago, he was in existence that even the heads of great sects had to fear. And now, he was preparing to use Lu Ming to return to this game. Thus, violent battles erupted, and killings took place everywhere. Lu Ming and the others also had to struggle to withstand the torrent of blades. Miss Xueyan, be careful. But just as he was about to kill Xueyan, another person hurriedly stopped him. He was puzzled. What are you doing blocking me? Let's go, we can't kill her. This woman is protected by young Master Chengge. Hearing this, Xueyan breathed a sigh of relief.
He saved me once again.
The girl behind her was also happy for her. This is truly a protective charm. I'm so envious of you, Xuyan.
But there was someone who didn't like this at all, and that was the love-stricken Lu Ming. He gnashed his teeth in resentment. So what was I risking my life in front for? At the same time, Qing was still leading Gu Changge to explore this place. In his heart, Gu Changge thought, these assassins are stronger than cultivators of the same realm. They must also be one of the sources of manpower for hell and the floating pagoda. I just need to secretly plant the grafting immortal spell on them, then wait for them to be selected into the organization. And also those who...
After that near-death experience, Shu Yan's squad was still hyped AF. One of the girls squealed. Our Qinghong ancient realm might actually crack the top 30 this time, all thanks to Shimei Xueyan. Shu Yan nodded.
Yeah, we never even dreamed of top 100 before. It's all thanks to young Master Chengge's blessing. Didn't expect him to be so OP and kind. She then thought to herself, wonder if he's married. Oh right, Shimei Xueyan, what are your plans after the Great Battle of the Realms ends? Xueyan paused. Well, I'll probably try to stay in the upper realm. True, Shimei Xueyan is a genius in our realm.
Plus, with that big shot's favor, staying in the upper realm shouldn't be hard.
Exactly.
If you and Lu Ming can both stay, our Qinghong ancient realm might actually rise up.
In her heart, she secretly resolved, I will stay in the upper realm. Just then, a voice boomed from outside the gate. Is Miss Xu Yan here? Following the sound, Lu Ming glared at the guy and snapped, Who are you? How did you find this place?
The old man smiled. I'm the manager of the Myriad Dao Commerce Alliance on the battlefield of the realms, here specifically on young Master Gun's orders to invite Miss Xu Yan.
Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, jaws dropped. Total shock. The manager of the Myriad Dao Commerce Alliance? He's here on young Master Gu's orders to invite Shimei Xu Yan?
Just how high up is the Myriad Dao Commerce Alliance's manager?
His status isn't any lower than the overlord behind Vermilion Bird Pavilion. And he's super mysterious. Normally, meeting him is harder than ascending to heaven. Who would have thought he'd show up in person today and actively seek out Shimei Xueyan and the young master he mentioned? That can only be that guy. Thinking of this, the Qinghong Ancient Realm gang was shook, and their gaze toward Xueyan instantly filled with awe and admiration. But, completely opposite to their expectations, Lu Ming was super pissed about this. Which makes sense, right? Watching the person you simp for be head over heels for another guy? Pain. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, that guy definitely has ulterior motives with Xu Yan.
Without hesitation, Xu Yan was pushed forward. This is a huge blessing, Shimei Xu Yan. Don't keep young Master Gu waiting. If you make it big later, don't forget about us.
Lu Ming froze for a few seconds, speechless, just stammering. Zhu! In a flash, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Chaotic thoughts gradually merging into images that he dared not dwell on. Immediately, his hands clenched tightly in his sleeves, fists cracking.
Lu Ming took a deep breath, but his mood was still hard to calm down.
He knew very well that no matter how you looked at it, Shimei Xueyan couldn't refuse. Even if she didn't want to go, she wouldn't dare to refuse.
A big shot like that, just one word is enough to obliterate their Qinghong ancient realm behind them, thousands and thousands of times over. Faced with such a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, it's unlikely any woman could refuse.
In his head, he immediately imagined the scene of Xu Yan being tied up by Gu Changge and pinned down for some action. At that moment, Xu Yan, powerless, could not resist, screaming in vain, Young Master Gu, no, please don't. But one thing he completely couldn't imagine was that Xu Yan meant absolutely nothing to Gu Changge. Gu Changge didn't even spare a glance for those three stunningly beautiful girls, yet he thought everyone was as dark and twisted as him? Heh. The manager happily invited Xu Yan. Miss Xu Yan, this way please. Xu Yan nodded shyly. Okay. Lu Ming watched the scene unfold, his face gradually turning green.
In his heart, an indescribable feeling suddenly surged up, as if something that originally belonged to him was being snatched away by someone else. That anxiety and worry made it difficult for his heart to calm down for a long time.
Just then, a soft voice with a hint of a smile suddenly echoed in his ear.
Just a woman, and you already can't take it?
Fine. Then go find the contact of hell. I can help you reclaim the person you love.
Lu Ming replied in his mind.
The contact of hell. I can make you the heir to hell of this generation. That status is no lower than that Gu young master. Lu Ming continued. According to the people in the upper realm, that Gu guy is the young master of a long life family, and his strength seems to have reached the peak. HMPH, that's just those ants exaggerating, they always do. Just a kid still wet behind the ears. When this old man was wreaking havoc in the upper realm back then, he wasn't even born yet. Hearing this, Lu Ming said softly, Then I'll have to rely on you, senior. The two people behind, seeing Lu Ming standing there in a daze, muttering to himself, looked at each other, confused. Cut to Gu Change's side. Looking at the card in his hand, Gu Change thought to himself, many geniuses with special physiques have disappeared strangely. Looks like that's Su Qing's doing.
Heard she had contact with Chan Hongyi before. With her nasty personality, she probably deliberately revealed a portion of the truth to Su Qingge.
No wonder she's in the same place but still won't come see me. But this isn't the thinking a well-behaved tool should have. While lost in thought, Qinger walked in and said, young master, the girl from Qinghong ancient realm has been brought here. Zhu Yan immediately bowed and clasped her hands in salute.
Xu Yan greets young master. Qinger stood beside, displeased, and said, who told you to salute like that? Just an ant from the lower realm. Kneel down.
Xu Yan replied helplessly and weakly, yes. Just as she was about to kneel, Gu Change quickly used his spiritual power to support her, saying softly, hey Qinger, don't be rude. In the future, when Miss Xu Yan meets me, there's no need to salute. Qinger was still quite upset. Okay, consider yourself lucky. To dispel the atmosphere in the room, Gu Change said, don't be nervous. First drink a cup of tea to calm down.
After speaking, he immediately brought a cup of tea in front of Zhu Yan. Looking at the cup of tea in her hand, Zhu Yan was stunned. This is enlightenment tea, young master. This is too precious. Zhu Yan doesn't dare accept it.
Gu Change chuckled. It's just a cup of tea, nothing much. I just hope Miss Xu Yan can help me with something.
Xu Yan was slightly surprised. Young master, what do you need Xu Yan to do?
Gu Change projected Lu Ming's image and said, help me keep a close eye on this person and report all his actions to me. Xu Yan's expression froze. Lu, senior brother Lu Ming.
The teacup in her hand immediately fell. Xu Yan's face turned pale. Why? Why? Can you tell me the reason, young master? Seeing this, Gu Change reassured her. Don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions towards your senior brother. It's just that I discovered a dangerous person's mark on him, so I want to find that person through him.
Miss Xu Yan, you can take this enlightenment tea back and share it with your fellow senior brothers and sisters. Qinger took out a jade hairpin and said, this is a jade token for contact. In the future, when you work for the young master, you will not be short of benefits.
Xu Yan murmured to herself, disappointed. So that's how it is. She thought to herself, so I was overthinking. That's right. With young Master Guna's status, which heavenly beauty hasn't he met? How could he take notice of me?
After that, Xu Yan quickly left, and the door closed. In the room, only Gu Change and Qinger remained. He seriously instructed, all the people from the Green Mist ancient realm, keep a close eye on them for me these next few days, especially that Lu Ming. Qinger clasped her hands in response. Don't worry, young master. I will arrange it immediately. Gu Change thought to himself, although Lu Ming's luck isn't high right now, he's still a lower realm prodigy, so that's reasonable. Who knows, he might be related to those two organizations. At this moment, in the Ming Luo Bazaar, in the battlefield of 100 Realms, inside an extremely quiet small courtyard, Su Qingge was also present. At this moment, a figure approached her from behind. Before she could see who it was, he spoke.
Truly a forbidden demonic art.
It's only been a few days, and your aura has become so much stronger.
Su Qingge glanced back, startled. Lan Yifei, how did you know I was here? He said coldly.
Behind the Ming Luo Bazaar just so happens to be my Dao Immortal Alliance, so the fact that you're here can't be hidden from me. Su Qingge said. What do you want from me? Of course I want to know who the real inheritor of the demonic art is.
Su Qingge replied. HMPH, what's the rush? When the time is right, I will naturally tell you.
Lan Yifei said. How do I know you're not setting a trap for me? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lan Yifei didn't say anything, just stared at her.
Su Qingge's eyes widened in surprise. And then, boom, 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 a loud explosion rang out. Su Qing quickly dodged and retreated. He said calmly, I didn't originally want to attack you, but unfortunately, you're a little too uncooperative. I've sealed off this space. You can't escape. Su Qingge snapped, her whole body bursting with power, and shouted, You think you can still win against me now?
But that demonic energy was immediately sucked into a magic treasure of his.
Su Qing was completely flabbergasted.
What? My demonic energy? Lan Yifei said calmly. This is my Dao Immortal Alliance's demon-devouring pot, specially used to deal with evil heretics like you. Speak, who is that person?
Su Qing replied.
You are not qualified to know his identity.
Very well. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Then I will suck you dry first, and slowly interrogate you. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Gu Changge appeared at the perfect moment, and said coldly, You looking for me?
You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. The smile on Lan Yifei's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold, sweaty, and pale expression, stammering. You are Gu? Gu Changge?
He quickly retreated in shock.
You are the demonic art itself? Su Qing was also extremely surprised by Gu Change's presence at this time. Her lips trembled slightly. Young master. Gu Changge said calmly. What's wrong, Changge? Has it? Gu Changge was all like, looks like you don't want to be my maid anymore, huh? Then, Lam Yifei, eavesdropping like the nosy neighbor he is, bursts out. Wait, hold up, she's your maid? Su Qingge, caught red-handed, can't even deny it, just stutters. I. Lam Yifei is internally screaming, holy SHT. These two have that kind of relationship? Damn it, I didn't investigate properly. Was I being played the whole time? Am I just a clown to them? Just then, Gu Change's footsteps start getting closer. Lam Yifei, freaking out, puts his hand up to stop him. Don't come any closer. My soul-devouring pavilion specializes in suppressing evil and heretical forces. No matter how strong your demonic arts are, they're useless against me. But life ain't a fairy tale, and his supposedly legendary family treasure can't control Gu Changge. He freezes up instantly, face as white as a sheet, sweating bullets, and filled with utter dread. And then, boom! The bottle in his hand backfires and explodes. Gu Changge doesn't even glance at him, walks right up to Su Qingge. Su Qingge, voice trembling with confusion, asks, Why are you treating me like this? What did I do wrong, don't you know? I'm all alone, no family. I followed you to the upper realm, and I've been scorned, bullied, hunted, and you're the only person I can rely on in this vast upper realm.
At this point, Su Qingge can't hold back anymore. All the pent-up feelings just explode out. Tears of hurt start falling. She cries out, But you see me as a tool, a pawn. Is my entire existence just to become a pawn you can discard?
Gu Changge says nonchalantly. So, do you hate me now?
Su Qingge replies,
I thought I could hate you a lot, but now I see it doesn't even matter anymore. If I have to blame someone, it's myself for being useless. Only good enough to be a pathetic pawn. Witnessing this drama, Lam Yifei is completely lost. WTF are they doing? Putting on a tragic play? They're not still acting for my benefit, are they? Crap, the soul-devouring pavilion just got blasted. I gotta get out of here.
Su Qingge continues.
If I had the background and inheritance of the Mingkong Empress, maybe things would be different. Gu Changge gently cups her face, comforting her. Still the same obedient girl. Actually, Changge is helping me in another way. But if you feel this job is too tiring, then you can take a break. We can just switch you out. Lam Yifei, scared witless, turns tail and runs, thinking, Gu Changge has been playing everyone in the upper realm like a fiddle. It's terrifying. I have to. But before he can get far, Gu Changge is standing right in front of him, holding Su Qingge in his arms. He says, Looks like you've been cultivating forbidden demonic arts. Lam Yifei drops to his knees, begging, Don't kill me. I'm a Dao child of the Dao Immortal Alliance. Maybe I can still be useful to you. Gu Changge says, But it's not complete. I can grant you the complete version of the forbidden demonic art. Hearing this, his jaw drops, eyes wide as saucers. Gu Changge says coldly, Then, you will become a true successor, the inheritor of the demonic art. Scene changed to Xueyan's side. After returning from seeing Gu Changge, she pours the enlightenment tea bestowed upon her by Gu Changge and invites everyone to drink. A female member of the group, staring at the tea in front of her, says in amazement,
Shimei Xueyan, this enlightenment tea was really given to you by young master Gu? Just from the aroma, my cultivation bottleneck of so many years is showing signs of breakthrough. Thanks to Shimei Xueyan, because young master Gu loves you so much, we're lucky enough to taste it.
The elder in the group can't help but sigh in admiration. This is truly a rare and precious item. This old man hasn't had it more than a few times in his entire life. I just thought you would be staying overnight. But Lu Ming isn't happy. He thinks suspiciously. Is this really enlightenment tea? A voice echoes in his head. This is definitely enlightenment tea. That young master Gu is indeed very generous and extravagant. Just then, Xu Yan brings a cup of tea to Lu Ming, happily saying, Shixiang Lu Ming, try some too. Lu Ming says nothing, and then, a second later, he turns his head away, refusing without hesitation. Such a precious item. I don't have the good fortune to enjoy it. You guys keep it for yourselves. I'm going to the arena to train. You guys enjoy.
Xu Yan feels a pang of disappointment. She thinks to herself, Shixiang Lu Ming, what exactly are you hiding from us?
Half a month later,
Su Qingge wakes up from a long sleep, completely confused to find herself in a strange place. Confused, she wonders, Where am I? My cultivation. What happened to it?
Just then, a woman walks in, saying, "Oh, you're awake?" Su Qingzhe is startled. "Qingshuan? The Chaos Star region? Why am I here?" Qingshuan replies, "Of course, the young master had someone bring you here. Your cultivation has been sealed by the young master, so I can retrain your stubborn personality. And this beautiful girl with curves that could kill is Jin Qingshuan." Meanwhile, back at the arena, the crowds are getting thicker by the second. Lu Ming's there too. Some random dude behind him whispers, "You fight kinda like us, and your moves? Straight out of hell, spill it, which division are you with?" Lu Ming's like, "Nah fam, no division. Just stumbled upon the skills, you know? So, you're looking for me, cause?" Lu Ming cuts him off. "I wanna join hell." Dude's visibly shook, then turns to leave. As he walks, he whispers back, "Can't talk here. Follow me." And just like that, Lu Ming's trailing behind him.
Yan sees Lu Ming's sus behavior. She's still tailing him, per Gu Changge's orders.
Cut to Gu Changge, chillin' like a villain. After Qingzhe reports, he's like, "Finally, a lead?" Yan's not disappointing. She's kinda weak though. Doubt she can keep up. You got eyes on them? Qinger, "Relax, young master. We're on it." Gu Changge keeps going. Hell and the floating pagoda have been around for ages, made tons of enemies. Now that they're crumbling, everyone wants a piece. Qinger asks, "Should we leak their info? They're massive. Can't just disappear overnight." Gu Changge's like, "Hold your horses. Gotta catch the big bosses. Find their HQ first. I want a knockout punch." Qinger's stunned. She freezes.
Just then, a Dao rips through space and pops up. Qinger jumps out of her skin, screaming, "Ah ha 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 ha! Gu Changge is still chill. You're coming with me tonight."
A Dao happily swings the young master's chair. "Yes, sir." Qinger's still recovering, feeling totally abandoned and bummed.
Scene change.
Someplace, somewhere. Spaceships are zooming in, ready to dock. Looking around, Lu Ming's face is red. "Why'd you bring me to a brothel? I'm not here for fun." The dude teases. "Oh, blushing? Still a virgin, huh?" Lu Ming, hit where it hurts, shouts, I have someone I like." He laughs. "Chill, we're here. Watch your mouth, don't think hell's inheritance makes you hot stuff. This lady's got more kills than you can count." A voice pops in Lu Ming's head. "Sounds like he's taking you to a subordinate of Meng Po." Lu Ming replies, "Meng Po's subordinates are at least Supreme Realm." Leading Lu Ming to a door, he stops. "Go on in. Good luck."
Inside, long-legged girls are dancing and twerking like their lives depend on it.
In the middle, a woman's lying on a bed, puffing on a cigarette. She says, "So little boy, you wanted to see me?" Lu Ming's speechless, totally awkward. She continues, "If I don't like your answer, you're staying here as my male slave." Lu Ming stammers, "About me inheriting hell's power." The dialogue's cut off, but she's shocked. "You're serious?" Lu Ming, "Cross my heart and hope to die. If you don't believe me, look at this." He pulls out a glowing stone.
She snatches it, clutching it tightly, amazed. "It can't be
the Grand Elder who fell years ago." Lu Ming thinks. "Senior, how strong were you to shock her this much?" He replies, "Back in the day, I was a top-tier Dao comprehension cultivator, a big shot among big shots." Looks like she remembers my rep. "Relax, I'm here. You're practically guaranteed the air position now. But plot twist.
She continued, "You go first. If what you said is true, someone will look for you in 3 days." Lu Ming was confused. Before he could even finish speaking, the door suddenly burst open, and a subordinate flew into the room in a tragic state. Everyone inside was utterly shocked. What the fuck? Before kicking the bucket,
with his last breath, he struggled to utter each word with difficulty. "Run away." But life ain't a fairy tale. While they were still trying to figure out what was happening, Gu Wudi stepped in. With a confident smile that could kill, Gu Wudi smugly said, "Who would have thought the contact point for the notorious Hell organization would be hidden in this dilapidated chicken coop?"
She angrily turned to Lu Ming, looking at him suspiciously, and shouted, You dare scheme against me, this lady?" Lu Ming's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly denied, "No, I swear I didn't. I'm so wronged, milady."
"Don't want to say much, huh? I'll immediately." And smack! Right in Lu Ming's face. So much for being wronged. The slap was so strong that Lu Ming's face contorted as he flew to the side in an instant. Sure enough, her internal energy was extremely profound. One slap sent a young man flying dozens of meters. So unlucky for Lu Ming. Without hesitation, Gu Wudi rushed towards her like a rocket, excitedly saying, "Ha ha! So the two of you idiots were followed." She refused to back down and immediately activated a formation, retorting with a stiff upper lip, "I advise you to obediently surrender, lest you suffer later." And then boom! An attack exploded, sending Gu Wudi flying. Afterwards, she calmly lit her pipe and puffed away, looking at Gu Wudi with cold, disdainful eyes. HMPH. I remember you're just a Jizun. Have you forgotten when you were beaten by us? Chunfeng Bu Lu. You seem to only have the Luzhu who is a quasi-emperor, right?
Where did you get the guts to act tough with me?
HMPH. Break my misty smoke formation first before you talk. With that, she immediately exhaled a seductive breath that spread throughout the space. In her heart, she secretly calculated, for safety, this place has been exposed, so it's best to retreat first. But before she could retreat, unexpectedly, someone shoved 2 fingers straight into her gaping mouth. Well, the feeling was kinda good, but also kinda weird. A throbbing sensation in her head, really. It was none other than A Day. Every time this guy appears, it's always impressive, and this time was no exception. Adak stood there calmly shoving 2 fingers into her mouth, immediately freezing her in place. Adak calmly said, Master said, don't let him inhale secondhand smoke. Sensing the aura on Ida's body, I was shocked and thought to myself, Emperor Realm. Just then, Gu Changge slowly walked in and said, You're right. Shanfeng Bu Lu is indeed lacking high-level power. I will improve that. Gu Changge's appearance made Lu Ming extremely bitter, gnashing his teeth. Gu Changge, it's him, but how did he know my exact whereabouts? Senior, what should I do?
Senior! Suddenly, from behind, Lu Shuiyan rushed over, calling out in a panic, Shixiang Lu Ming! Lu Ming finally understood, half believing, half doubting, and said, Shuiyan, did you sell me out? Shuiyan ran to Lu Ming and explained, Lu Ming, I'm also doing this for Ji Yu Ji Qing Hong and for the sect, and to save your life, Shixiang, don't harm yourself any further.
Gu Changge stepped towards them and said, Shuiyan, according to our agreement, if you help me with this matter, I will naturally not take your Shixiang's life. Tell him to hand over the item.
Shuiyan quietly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, a wise man submits to circumstances. Besides, young Master Ji Yu is not a bad person. He really didn't do anything to me that night. Lu Ming was utterly shocked. Really?
Really? Gu Changge coldly said, My patience is limited. Will you hand it over yourself? Or should I personally take action?
Lu Ming looked at the stone in his hand with great reluctance. Whether he wanted to or not, he no longer had any choice. The soul inside the stone angrily said, Damn it! Why was I so foolish as to choose a useless guy like you? Selling me out for a woman.
With that, he immediately released a powerful demonic aura, attacking Lu Ming. Shuiyan worriedly called out, Shixiang Lu Ming!
The girl hurriedly turned to Gu Changge and pleaded urgently, Young Master Ji Yu, can you save Shixiang Lu Ming? Gu Changge remained silent, standing there analyzing. This is wanting to protect his remnant soul and escape by devouring the host's soul and blood essence.
But it seems this is the son of destiny of the mass-produced kind. The durability is far inferior to the real deal, so easily backfired by his golden finger. Gu Changge immediately reached out his hand and restored the stone. In an instant, it returned to its original form. Gu Changge coldly said, You won't escape. He was mind-blown. What? Such a reversal technique? Have you reached that realm already? Holding it in his hand, Gu Changge thought to himself, This is a remnant soul of a Chengdao realm expert, and now he's begging me for mercy. Gu Wudi stepped forward and reported, Master, everyone has been controlled. What should we do with these people? Gu Changge casually replied, Deal with them as you please. Just make sure they can't open their mouths to talk anymore. Thus, Gu Changge led the people from hell to a secret base for interrogation. His remnant soul pops up like, Young man, spare me, and I'll tell you everything I know. Girl hears this, and throws a hissy fit.
Xin Guangwang, how could you betray us like that? You were the Grand Hall Master after all.
Gu Changge just laughs. Oh, so you want to die for the cause? Simp. That shut her up real quick. She thinks for a sec, and pulls a complete 180, suddenly simping hard.
Turns out you're young Master Changge. Such extraordinary talent and charisma.
This humble one is,
quote,
Well, a supreme realm expert with decent looks. By chance, are you lacking handmaidens? Her blatant flip-flopping leaves her buddy's soul speechless. Girls, am I right? 1 second they're screaming, the next, Gu Changge. The Hell Hall Master probably knows more than you, but your intel is valuable, cause it's fresh. I need all the contact points. Plus, you're too thirsty. Not my type. With zero hesitation, Gu Changge shows no mercy, and offs the babe. The silent space is then filled with her blood-curdling screams. Gu Changge, The organization won't let you get away with this. Gu Changge just chuckles. The Kanglan Ancient Realm? The reach of hell is actually kinda impressive. Looks like this 100-realm battlefield is just one of their training grounds. Ade. Take those 3 saint-level puppets and wipe out all of hell's contact points in the 100-realm battlefield based on the intel in her Sea of Consciousness. Then, leak all the info on hell's training grounds so the upper realm army can eradicate them. The news spreads like wildfire, and countless saint-level warships flood the skies. The cultivators below are all like, "Yo! That's the upper realm's army! Why are they here? I heard the entire 100-realm battlefield has been surrounded by the upper realm army."
To purge some super-secret assassin organization called Hell? A gatekeeper sweats bullets and asks his bro, you still gonna block him? DUH? I want to live a few more years. Meanwhile, back at Hell HQ, they're raging. The Hallmaster roars. Damn it! Gu Changge is definitely targeting us. Hallmaster, what do we do now? What do you think we should do? Retreat immediately from the 100-realm battlefield and rendezvous with the second Hallmaster in the Kanglan realm. Besides the Immortal Slaughter formation, he's the strongest existence in the 10 halls. Just then, the barrier shatters, and a terrifying force descends. He screams, "Who's there? Gu Changge, Ada!" And the crew show up and flash a bright smile. "Ooh, look! My master scared you so bad you're wheezing." "Haha, don't worry, I'll chop off your head and bring it to him right away." Outside, it's a chaotic bloodbath. "You dared to assassinate our sect leader back then. Turns out, hell, you'd have this day coming." Gu Wudi yells excitedly. Over here! Kill them all!" A few days later, the entrance to the upper realm is packed with warships. People are whispering. They occupied the 100-realm battlefield for so long, but in just a few days, all the Gu raising grounds they painstakingly built were wiped out. Hell's good days are finally coming to an end, all thanks to young Master Change. Bai Lian Care says, "While we were sieging Hell, the Buddhism side also made a move. Looks like they got spooked too." Gu Changge replies, "Yeah, Buddhism is not as deeply rooted compared to Hell. It won't be too late to deal with them later." "Oh yeah, I heard the 10 Hall Masters of Hell know some kind of combined attack formation called Immortal Slaughter Formation, and said that if the people forming the formation are strong enough, they can even kill immortals. Do you want to prepare a way to deal with it in advance?" Gu Changge smiles slightly. "If I just kill the strongest one first, then won't they no longer be a threat to me?" Though he says that, Gu Changge thinks to himself, "But these Hallmasters are great materials for refining puppets." Sounds like a gift for the Dark Heavenly Court. Right now in the upper realm, besides the 2 troublesome forces, Hell and Buddhism, there's also the problem of the Dark Heavenly Court and the Primordial Era fruit. The Primordial Era fruit is showing more and more signs of ripening, and even the will of the world is beginning to seep out from within the inner universe. If it continues like this, those old monsters will discover the anomaly sooner or later. Looks like after dealing with Hell and Buddhism, I have to immediately begin my layout around the Primordial Era fruit. Thinking this, Gu Changge flies into the sky and proclaims, "I believe many of you here have had family members assassinated and harmed by Hell, a grudge that has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. I, Gu, am from the Chengsheng Gu family of the Upper Realm, and naturally share the same hatred for the enemy as you all. As long as Hell exists for one day, we will not have peace. Today, we must destroy Hell." They shout in unison, "Swear to wipe out Hell! Swear to wipe out Hell!" Gu Changge waves his hand. Follow me to the Kanglan Ancient Realm. Besides those who agree with Gu Changge, many are also skeptical. Hell doesn't seem to have offended the Gu family, so why is he so active? Don't you guys find it strange? Are there few strange things about this guy? His growth rate in recent years can be described as terrifying. Have you ever seen such a young saint? Even among saints there are differences in strength. If he doesn't go all out, even we can't see through his strength. It's not that we, the Buddha Mountain, are bearing grudges and targeting Gu Changge. But you should still be careful in this action. Don't let him use you as cannon fodder. Holy Monk is right. After entering, if you encounter Hall Master level characters, let that Gu family kid go first. The battlefield was a chaotic mess of explosions and tension. Someone yelled, "Hell's luck is gone! Just give up already! Even if my Hell is destroyed, you'll all pay the ultimate price. Death's too good for you. Consider it a mercy." Deep within Hell's hideout, a panicked girl reports, "Yanluo Dianju, Si Dianju, Gu Changge is leading the Shangji army here." Someone replied in shock, "Wait, he found us this fast?" A chilling voice echoed from the darkness. "Laosi, stall them with Meng Po, I'll be out soon." He immediately responded, "Got it, I've been itching to see what makes Gu Changge so special." With that, he barked orders and zoomed off. His subordinates could only obey. Dianju, No Cap, Si Dianju and Meng Po are on the move.
Meanwhile, Hell's forces are getting wiped out faster than you can say, isekai. It's a massacre. Suddenly, Atate charges towards the Sea Dianju, coldly stating, Hell's Dianju, huh? I'm here to end you. The dude literally just walked out the door and is already getting jumped.
Who TF is this beefcake? He quickly recovers, casually swatting away Ada's attack with a wave of spiritual energy. Get lost, newbie. You think you can stop me? He angrily brushes Adak aside, feeling insulted. Kings only, scrub. Didn't you get the memo?
In an instant, he's face to face with Gu Changge, unleashing his ultimate move.
Waitian Juelin Daf. A vortex of dark red energy erupts around him.
He coldly declares, Gu Changge, today I'll test your limits. Before he can even finish his trash talk, Gu Changge casually flicks his wrist, one-shotting him straight to the afterlife.
R.I.P. Bozo.
The Shangji crowd is shook. A Dianju was taken out like that? The man beside him responded, Rumor has it he can fight Tiandao. Guess it's true. Gu Changge smirked. He glances at a trembling beauty, drenched in sweat. Gu Changge said with a chuckle, You must be Meng Po?
She bolts, screaming internally. Gotta run! This guy is stronger than Yanluo Dianju. Probably a banished immortal. Retreat to the palace and wait for Yanluo Dianju.
Gu Changge, not chasing, turns to the frozen Shangji crowd. Intel says there's another heavyweight inside. Want to join me in taking him down? Without waiting for an answer, Gu Changge dives into the palace. Watching him leave, one guy says, No cap. This guy's involved in every major power struggle, and some strong dudes always die, but he always wins. We gotta be careful. Turns out Shanfeng Biu Lu is in cahoots with Hell, probably him. He pretends to cleanse Hell for Shangji, but he's really just eliminating threats and expanding his power. With the Xianlu about to appear, Shangji will change a lot, and his moves are kinda sus. A girl chimes in, Humph. At his growth rate, he'll target us soon. Gotta deal with him ASAP. But the Gu family's foundation is deep, and they're connected to the Xianyu. An old monk chuckles. Millions of years ago, Beiming Hu had a peerless genius who achieved Tao in 1,000 years, overshadowing everyone, but he became everyone's target and died. However, Gu Changge's presence is scarier than Beiming Hu.
Calling him a reincarnated Xianwang isn't far off.
So, we must strategize carefully. When the Xianmen reappears, Gu Changge will probably be the first to reach that realm. Then, if we really move against him, any bright ideas? Attack in the open while scheming in the dark. Unless his Gu family wants to fight the entire world, he'll have to compromise. Both open and hidden? The girl asks. What do you all think? Slap the label of the heir of demonic arts on him? Cut to Hell, where Meng Po runs back, screaming, Yanluo Dianju, save me! As she finished, a chain whips out, binding her. She turns pale with fear.
Before she can react, Gu Changge walks in, followed by Ade. Gu Changge commands, Ade, deal with her. Ade replies, Yes, boss. Gu Changge adds, If she submits, spare her life.
Having said that, Gu Changge zoomed off like a bolt of lightning straight into the space within, so fast that only a streak of light could be seen.
The moment he stepped inside, Gu Changge arrogantly declared, You must be the second hallmaster, Yanlu? Truly a remnant immortal, you don't disappoint me.
The hallmaster, sitting high above, spoke. Gu family brat, this old one truly underestimated you. Do you know that back in the day, during the Shu Manor battle, the Gu family old ancestor who helped you didn't dare to underestimate me like this? In these tens of millions of years, those who attained the Tao, who died by my hand, number at least 80 or 100 million.
There were ancient tribes, royal clans, supreme elders of the Tongtian sect, and even the great Fate Buddha Mountain, and the peerless Immortal Dynasty.
Oh, and the demon race great emperors of yesteryear, but never anyone from your Gu family. We've always kept to ourselves. Why must you be so heartless over a mere spring breeze jade pavilion? Gu Changge cockily replied. The current head of the peerless Immortal Dynasty will soon become my waifu, didn't you know? Old man said. I've been in seclusion for too long. I've missed some news indeed. Gu Changge continued. Your strength isn't bad. I just happen to be short of manpower. Release your divine sense, and let me plant a slave seal. How about following me in the future? Faced with Gu Change's arrogant proposal, the old man burst into laughter. Haha, brat, you dare to humiliate me, you're courting death. The space immediately fluctuated violently, with heavy pressure suppressing the space.
It was so terrifying that even the space outside felt the earth shaking violently. Everyone braced themselves, and many fell to the ground, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. They panicked. WTF is going on? What's happening? In contrast to the panic of the people from the upper realm, the surviving denizens of Hell were extremely smug.
Haha, Hallmaster Yan Lu has made his move. Gu Changge and all of you are doomed.
To cause such a commotion in the inter-realm, he must truly be a remnant immortal.
The old Buddha said, "It seems Gu Changge won't have an easy time this time. It would be best if he died. Even if he's only seriously injured, it's not without opportunity."
Below, even though Mother Meng was very scared, she still mustered a spirited laugh.
"Ha! Hallmaster Yan Lu has finally made his move." Then she turned her head to look at Adas smugly and said, "Even though Gu Changge is terrifying, I've never seen the second Hallmaster fail."
HMPH, I see you've already entered the Emperor realm. Why must you be a follower? If you release me now and submit to my hell, the positions of several Hallmasters are currently vacant. It wouldn't be impossible to appoint you as a Hallmaster. She kept talking, but Adan didn't show any emotion or movement. She took the opportunity to continue. Not saying anything? Could it be that you've already been planted with a slave seal? It's okay. Being a fellow Dao attainer, if you drink this bowl of Mengpo soup, Gu Changge won't be able to control you easily.
As soon as she finished speaking, Ade reached out to grab the bowl of Mengpo soup. Seeing this, she laughed secretly in her heart. What a dumbass. Just a second later, Ade suddenly poured the bowl of Mengpo soup into her mouth violently, gritting her teeth. "Am I subduing you, or are you subduing me? Now stay there and be a dumbass." Haha, that's more like it, no? You think everyone is easily fooled? The girl's face turned green with fear, her mouth pursed tightly. At the same time, inside the hell space, the chaotic scene still hadn't stopped. The Hallmaster said, "I admit, to have such heaven-defying cultivation at this age is truly terrifying, but even if you unleash all your tricks, you can only fight me to a draw." Gu Changge said nothing, only looking at his hand, thinking to himself. After absorbing the will of the heavenly Tao, and the origin of the sword profound world, is my surface strength already enough to suppress a remnant immortal? Thinking this, Gu Changge immediately erupted demonic energy around him, smugly saying, "Who told you I've unleashed all my tricks? You only have one last chance." The Hallmaster was stunned. Could it be the legendary thing that the prison master mentioned? Ba Huang Mo Tai and Da Dao Bao Ping? Perhaps he's lived long enough to doubt his own existence. If you can't afford